When Children Turn into Killers, Part 1. First up, the case of Gavin Smith, a teenager whose love for his girlfriend was so toxic that it would eventually curdle, resulting in the Cemetery Hill Massacre. Falling in love for the first time is one of the most intoxicating experiences that you can have in your life. For most people, that happens during their formative teenage years, caught in an uncontrollable cyclone of hormones, unrelenting obsession, and codependency. A time where love and lust are seemingly indistinguishable, and the idea of happily ever after takes over every thought and action. Many find that their first love story ends sooner than expected, and while the experience might be painful at the time, eventually they realize that life goes on, and love after love exists. Most people. That wasn't the case on December 9th, 2020 in the small town of Elkview, West Virginia. Located about 20 minutes from the state capital Charleston and nestled on the Elk River, residents of Elkview find themselves happily removed from the city, enjoying a comparatively slower-paced life where relationships with family and friends take precedence. But on that fateful Friday afternoon, all hell broke loose when gunshots began ringing out in a single-family home located at 1384 Cemetery Hill Drive. By the end, nearly an entire family would be victims of homicide. The bodies of 37-year-old Dan Long, 39-year-old Risa Saunders, 12-year-old Gage Ripley, and 3-year-old Jamison Long were found the following Sunday, December 13th at 10:40 a.m. when a relative went to check on the family after being unable to contact them for a few days prior. Curiously, one member of the family was missing, then 16-year-old Gavin Smith. He was eventually located at the home of his girlfriend, then 17-year-old Rebecca Walker, hiding behind a dresser in her room. Gavin would be apprehended without issue and taken in for questioning, where he would immediately confess to being the arbiter of death for his entire family. The details surrounding the circumstances of Gavin's monstrous crimes would soon come to light in the interrogation room. Details which include why he did it, an unlikely accomplice, and shockingly, who watched it all happen live. This is the interrogation of Gavin Smith. The raw, unedited interrogation footage of Gavin Smith was obtained by a close friend of Morbid Curiosity, Just Interrogations. For some of the most unique and fascinating interrogation analysis and coverage, including never-before-seen cases, be sure to subscribe to Just Interrogations, linked in the description below. Hey folks, hope you're enjoying the video. If you could do me a favor, like, comment, subscribe if you have a moment. And I also started a new channel, which I've got a link down below. It's essentially the complete opposite of Morbid Curiosity. It's all like comedy and commentary. So if that's something that you might be interested in, I'd appreciate your support there as well. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm eternally grateful for you.
Hey, did you eat already?
No.
You didn't wait on me, did you?
Yeah.
I just got it.
I know. I don't really like Wendy's fries.
Oh, you don't?
No. If you guys want, you can have it.
Oh, no, I'm good. I got me one of them 4 for 4 things.
Same
So I think there's this guy that we work with in our office. That's all he'll eat. He's 4 for 4s when we go to Wendy's.
They're good.
That's pretty good. Would you get the junior bacon or the crispy chicken?
Chicken bacon.
That's what I got.
Well, we have to change the taste.
Mm-hmm. He's on a diet, so he just eats Cheetos.
I can tell.
He needs to get on a new one, doesn't he? Yeah. So you say you're in the 9th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And how's all this e-learning stuff going?
Quite difficult. Because I'm used to going to school and doing it in class, not in college.
You at Hoover?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going?
Yeah. I mean, just COVID stuff won't happen. I'll be having good grades and all that, but I'm having bad time.
Did you always used to get good grades?
Mm-hmm.
So have you done the virtual learning the whole year, or are you just doing the...
I've been doing e-learning since the beginning of the year.
The whole time?
Yeah, since COVID started.
Okay, so you've been doing it all year.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine there's a lot of high school kids that are wanting to not go to school and just want to do it from home.
Yeah. I don't understand why they want to shut the schools down. Every day there's a kid getting COVID.
Right. Well, that's the way it's looking. Well, the way it's going. These cases keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you get to drink?
Coke.
Damn, we got the same order. I think you did. You did.
Detectives will approach Gavin from the very beginning of their questioning with the volatility of the situation and, given his current circumstances, Gavin's state of mind, as the two most important things to consider at each stage. Remember, in this video, Gavin is only 16 years old and by his own actions is essentially left alone in the world. Building trust and rapport with Gavin is key not only to extract his version of events, but the details of those events as well. And if there are any clear areas where they believe or have proof that he is being deceptive, the actual truth. Giving him some fresh food and engaging in small talk with no pressure lays the groundwork for that trust and rapport.
Gavin?
Yes.
So did we understand well enough for you what's going on up here when we were back up there up River Haven, at your girlfriend's house?
Yeah.
We explained to you everything that's going on, and are you still good with us? That form that we explained to you, it still applies, okay?
Yes.
So you're good with everything, you understand everything, and so we want to understand what happened, because Gavin, a lot of times we work a lot of these type cases where you have a kind of a toxic home life. You know what that means? Like, it's just...
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and we deal with a lot of families that the parents mistreat the children, and there's domestic violence in the home, child maltreatment, child sexual abuse, child abuse. There's all types of different things that we deal with. Okay.
Yes.
We understand that, and in talking to your girlfriend, a couple of our detectives have talked to our girlfriend, and she's told them
what's been going on.
What's been going on, and obviously you told her what happened up there, right?
Yeah.
In the house, huh?
Abuse and all that.
Yeah. Well, and what all's happened with your family up there that has died? Okay.
Detectives have informed Gavin within roughly 8 minutes of beginning the official interrogation that upon speaking to Gavin's girlfriend, Rebecca Walker, after his capture at her grandmother's house, they have learned about the alleged mistreatment that Gavin was subjected to by his family. In addition, they have laid their cards on the table that Rebecca has provided information about his family's murder, but at the same time, they have only mentioned that she has given information. They have not revealed what that information is. By alluding to the fact that they know the truth rather than saying what information they know, detectives can potentially manipulate a suspect into providing corroborating information by their own accord. In other words, confess by their own volition.
That I don't know, but I know about because I said I didn't know about the season, but I know about the beach because that's what they used to do all the time.
Okay, well, like I said, just go ahead and tell us about that. Tell us about all of that.
Well, do you want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, just start from the beginning here.
Well, sometime during April, my stepdad used to abuse me all the time if I didn't do something he wanted or something like that. And I would send my girlfriend photos of the bruises and wear marks and all that. And anytime he didn't get his way, he would help me. And so would my mom. Like, she punched me in the mouth a couple times because I didn't do what she wanted. Like... Well, I don't know what it was, but they would abuse me every time I didn't want to do something that I shouldn't have done. Okay.
So, first of all, who all lives in your house? How old are you? You're 16, you said?
16.
What's your date of birth?
5/17/05.
5/17/05?
No, 05.
04?
Yes.
Okay. And if I say something that's wrong, you're not wrong or correcting me, okay?
All right.
Right. So, who all lives at the house with you?
My mom, my stepdad, my baby brother, and my younger brother.
Okay, what are all their names?
Gage is the youngest. Well, not the youngest, younger brother. Jameson's the baby. Dan is the stepdad, and Mom is the Lisa.
Okay.
All ISA. I can't pronounce ours right.
Your mom's name's what?
Lisa with the R.
Risa?
Yeah,
Risa?
I can't pronounce.
R-I-S-A?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha.
It should be noted here that the detectives will occasionally have a hard time understanding Gavin because of his pronunciation of words that include the letters L and R. These are symptoms of the speech impediments known as rhoticism and lambdacism. Both can generally be resolved via speech therapy, as they can be learned behaviors through youth. In some psychological circles, it is believed that speech impediments like rhoticism and lambdacism that exist beyond childhood are correlated to parental neglect. There is no hard data to provide a conclusive answer one way or another, but we will provide more information by the end of this video that can help you come to your own conclusion.
So how old are your brothers?
11, 3, Gage is 11, and Jameson is 3.
Jameson is 3? That's your, okay. And are they your two?
Brothers.
They're your biological brothers? They're not like your half-brothers or step-brothers or anything like that?
Yeah, they're by different dads.
Okay, but they're all three of you, all your mom's kids?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when did stepdad come into the picture? When did he?
Well, when I started 6th grade. Began in 6th grade.
Okay. When you began in 6th grade when your stepdad
abused me and all that.
The first of many inconsistencies. Roughly 2 minutes ago, Gavin said that the abuse began in April of that year, 2020. Now he's just contradicted himself by saying that it began in the 6th grade.
When did he start? When did he meet your mom, or when did they get married?
They got married somewhere in June or July.
Of when?
Last year.
Of last year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Had they been together before that?
They've been together since 2016.
Since 2016?
Yeah, since I got in 6th grade.
Okay. And when did the abuse start?
Well, it started this April of this year.
This past April?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gavin switches yet again to his original claim of the mistreatment beginning in April.
And what was going on?
Well, we had a lot of family problems. Like, my aunt, she has cancer down in her area and on like a normal cancer, yeah. Except it's a very well kind of one, and we've been just dealing with it a lot. And my grandmother passed away in 2013, and Dan started blaming me for her death and all that, saying I was the one who gave it to her, and, which you can't give cancer.
Right.
Gavin says that his stepfather, Dan, blamed him for his grandmother's passing in 2013, but again, only moments ago, he gave information that contradicts this current claim. Gavin said that Dan and his mother Risa met in 2016, a full 3 years after his grandmother had passed away.
It just been bothering me a lot.
I understand. Does he mean to your brothers too?
No, it's only me.
Why is that?
I wish I knew. Because I take care of Jameson all the time. Like, he calls me daddy, which is a bad thing, since I'm his oldest brother. Because I've been taking care of him since day one. Since he got out of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been hard.
Okay. Now, is your real dad, is he around?
I actually don't know where he is. I actually never met him.
You never met your real dad?
I wanted, but I never met him.
Okay. What about your mom? How you and your mom get along?
Not well. I don't talk to her ever.
You don't?
No.
Okay. What about your little brothers?
No, I usually just talk to James and make him all happy. But Gage, I don't ever talk to him.
Gage is the 11-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jameson's the 3-year-old?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, how long have you been at your girlfriend's house?
A couple of days.
Okay. And tell us about how you ended up there.
Well, she asked me to come over because she's needed help with school, and she's been having a very hard time with her mother's death. That happened last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to come over, and I asked my stepdad, well, my mom, if I could go over there. They said, yeah, just be back by Tuesday. And I've been there since.
Okay. Have you been doing your schooling?
Yeah, we've been helping each other with school.
Okay. So you've been doing virtual learning or Schoology or whatever it's called.
Schoology, I don't know.
Yeah, however you say it. You've been doing that at
Our house, yes.
Okay. And what's your girlfriend's name?
Rebecca.
Waga. Okay.
With WALKE.
Okay. How long y'all been together?
Since March 28th.
Oh, this year?
Mm-hmm.
So,
almost 9 months.
Yeah, almost about 9 months. How do you all communicate?
Talking. Do you mean through social media?
Yeah, on social
media.
We
usually talk through Instagram or Skype.
Skype?
Mostly Skype. That's how we kicked it off, and on Snapchat. Then we just went to Skype and Instagram.
Okay. You talk to her on Facebook?
I don't like Facebook.
Huh?
I don't like Facebook.
Okay. What's your Snapchat name?
Hold on. It's been so long since I've been in that account. Demon Child. Something. I'll tell you. I just don't remember it.
Okay. What about your Instagram name?
Shadow. No, it's just wild names. It's 1987 after Shadow Panther.
Shadow Panther 1987. Mm-hmm. Do you have a Facebook?
I mean, I used to, but I deleted that account. Okay. Like, it's gone.
When did you do that?
I got that in April, but then some person hacked into it, and another one tried to blackmail me, and I just deleted the account.
Okay. What about cell phone? You have a cell phone?
No, sir.
You don't have a cell phone?
No, because last time I had a cell phone, Dan smashed it.
Dan?
Yeah, after he found out I was telling Rebecca what's been going on.
Okay. So Gavin, here's the thing. Like I said, we have investigators up there at your house, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we talked to you up there and said some of your family members are deceased, okay? You know what that means? They're dead, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence in this case. I think you mentioned when we were up the road there that you watch a lot of these shows and you see how a lot of this stuff goes. So you know what we can do as cops to try to figure out how things happen, right?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, with something serious like this, with a bunch of
I understand your point.
Dead people in a house, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're gone, and we find you at your girlfriend's house. We find your girlfriend and talk to your girlfriend, and your girlfriend, she's coming off on everything, okay? She's telling us everything that you've told her about what happened at your house, okay?
Yes, sir.
So what we're wanting is to get the truth from you about what happened at your house and how your family ended up dead, okay?
Yes, sir.
We want the truth from you, okay?
I have no right to lie to a cop anyways.
Yeah.
Because I've been lying to them all my life.
Yeah. So we just want the truth from you, okay? We just want to kind of know what was going through your head when everything happened, okay?
Yes.
So can you tell us what happened?
The interrogation is moving swiftly. The lead investigator gently rejects Gavin's first story that he doesn't know what happened and says that he just wants the truth. Gavin seems to be responsive to this and begins talking.
Well, after I told you to know that, a couple of days ago, before all this happened I didn't know of, me and my mom was cooking, and I told her, I tried to open up to her, and she just said I faked it all because I'm currently depressed.
Faked all what?
Saying I fake cut myself, which I haven't cut myself yet, for a couple months.
Okay.
And you can't fake cutting yourself.
Right.
And she said I was faking all this, and I was just wanting attention. And then, Dan overhauled it, and he helped me with that.
Dan overheard it?
Yeah, and now that night he helped me with that.
How did he hurt you?
He hit me down now.
Down where? Your private area?
Yeah.
Gavin has just claimed that his stepfather, Dan, had punitively touched Gavin below his waist. With this allegation, Gavin has also introduced the possible existence of sexual abuse to not only damage Dan's character, but to lay the groundwork for what Gavin would adamantly claim was his motive for the massacre.
Okay, what do you call that?
I don't say penis. I say the D word.
That's whatever words you use are fine.
I don't want to disrespect y'all.
You're not going to disrespect me, buddy. I heard it all. And I probably said it all, too.
Everybody says it all.
Yeah. So what do you call that part down there? Your dick?
Yeah.
He hit you in your dick?
Yeah.
How did he hit you in your dick?
He grabbed me on the heel, and he punched me right. He hit me right in the dick when he grabbed me in the shoulder.
Okay. Now, did he do that one time, more than one time?
He done it a lot of times.
Okay. Was that? Are you talking about he did that a lot of times that night, or he did it a lot of times like that?
He did it in the past before, and he did it a couple nights ago.
Okay. How many times did he hit you a couple nights ago?
He hit me 2 times in the dick, and he punched me in the gut.
Okay.
I don't have that mark on it because it's a wet mark.
Okay. Now, so this is your stepdad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I went to bed and I just fell asleep crying in pain.
Okay.
And then the next day, Thursday, I asked my mom, can I go to Rebecca's, hang out with her, help her what she's been going through and all that. She said, sure, yeah, you can go as long as you do school. And I left that day, and I haven't seen him since.
Okay.
Gavin's story seems to conveniently end with him not being anywhere near Cemetery Hill Drive when the murders happened, and that he was a victim of abuse by the hands of one of the deceased. Gavin goes on to introduce some sort of unnamed group of unrelated people who want to kill Risa, but beyond their existence, has no sort of explanation for why they would want to harm her. While it is obvious from the beginning that Gavin wasn't telling the truth, his half-baked lies aren't even worth the detectives unpacking. Once again, they gently reject what Gavin has said and ask for the truth.
Because I know for a fact my mom, she talked to me about it. She has a couple people that wants to kill her. For God knows reasons, I don't know why. Because she never did anything wrong.
Well, Gavin, what we're getting at is we talked to Rebecca, and you told Rebecca everything you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Rebecca has told one of our detectives what you told her. So we know what happened.
Yes,
and what I want you to do, I just want you to be honest with us, okay? About what you did, what happened to your family, okay? And it's important that we understand why people do things, why you would do something like this, okay? Because we understand, we kind of see the picture, but we need to understand from your point of view, from your words, from your mindset, what was going on that caused you to do those things, okay? And you need to tell us what you did, okay?
Yeah. Because Dan has been trying to kill me the past few days.
Okay.
Like he cut me right there.
Okay.
With a knife.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's been just trying to kill me wherever he can.
Okay.
And I haven't been able to sleep well until I got to my girlfriend's. I've been just sleeping with her. She's been helping with everything.
Okay.
Gavin says what amounts to nothing more than nonsensical gibberish, putting his head into his hands to subconsciously soothe himself. His right leg bounces throughout the interview, an understandable byproduct of the massive amounts of stress and nervousness he's feeling, but notably, when he's concocting completely new stories, it will sit still. Only when he's changing the story, he will unknowingly bounce his leg. This is a nervous response to Gavin's uncomfortability to the act of lying almost completely off the cuff.
Well, you told your girlfriend that you killed your family, okay?
I know, got it.
And just like that, Gavin's story collapses. Now, with a confession in hand, detectives shift their focus to extracting Gavin's motive. He killed his family, but why did he kill his family?
And you regret it?
No.
Well, you need to tell us what you did and why you did it. That's what we want to know, okay?
That day, that morning, Dan, he put his gun to my head.
Okay.
And tried to make me do what it's gay, what he tried to make me do. He tried to make me suck him.
Dan did?
Yeah, because Mom wouldn't do it anymore.
Huh?
I said because Mom wouldn't do it anymore.
What? Mom wouldn't do it anymore?
Yeah, suck him, that with that. And he tried to do that, and I lost it.
Okay.
Gavin has now doubled down on the allegations of abuse at the hands of his stepfather. After introducing the potentiality of abuse within the realm of sexualized nature moments ago, Gavin now directly implicates Dan as being the perpetrator of a specifically charged assault against him. Due to the sensitive nature of this claim, the current progress into the investigation, and the lack of evidence to support or contradict this claim, investigators will allow Gavin to tell his story, unpacking details as they go along. Doing so will either provide some directional input on where the investigation needs to be prioritized, or if the claims are weak with little to no support from Gavin's words, the cracks will show and allow detectives to pick apart and shoot down this potential defense that Gavin is building, which is that Gavin killed Dan as a result of being the victim of his escalating abuse.
Who all was there when that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. What room were you all in?
Down room.
Huh?
Down room.
Whose room?
My mom and dad's room.
Mom and dad's room? Okay. What day was this?
Wednesday, Thursday. It's one of those 2 days.
Okay. What time of day was it?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
Daytime.
It was daytime? Okay. Was it before you ate lunch or after you ate lunch, or you remember?
I didn't eat out all that day.
You didn't eat it all that day?
This specific detail that Gavin didn't eat all day, this seemingly innocuous statement is something to make note of. During Gavin's trial, photos from the house on Cemetery Hill showed that there were locks where the food was stored. Prosecutors would state that this was necessary because Gavin and Gage would feverishly consume food at an outstanding rate, which would cause issues nearly every month since the family was on a small, fixed income. The defense would counter this, saying that it was evidence of an abusive home. Gavin and Gage were 2 growing teenage boys who needed to eat. At the same time, both parents, Dan and Risa, were clearly well-fed and would have been considered medically obese. The defense would argue that a food shortage wasn't the reason for the locks. It was to add an extra layer of control and manipulation over their children's lives. Comment down below what you think.
Well, tell us what happened when you lost it.
I accidentally shot him.
Huh?
I accidentally shot him.
You accidentally shot him?
All of them.
All of them? How did you accidentally shoot him, buddy?
I didn't realize what I was doing.
What do you mean by that?
I wasn't thinking straight. And then I accidentally grabbed that gun and I pulled the trigger.
Okay. Who'd you shoot first?
Dan.
Huh?
Dan.
Okay. You shot Dan first? It's okay, buddy. We're going to work through this, okay? So you shot Dan first. Where did you shoot Dan?
In the head.
In the head?
I only grabbed him.
Okay.
I never meant for that to happen.
Well, what happened after that?
I shot him all in the head after.
You shot who all in the head after?
Then Gage and Jay.
Mom, then Gage, then
Jameson.
Okay. Where were they all? Tell us about where everybody was whenever you shot.
Mom and Dad was in bed when I shot them.
Were they asleep or?
Asleep. Yeah. And I got done with that Gage. I walked Gemma, my dog, and I came back and Gage was trying to kill Jay.
While Gavin runs through the series of events that happened on that fateful December day, he glosses over something that will completely shift the nature of the entire situation. After Dan and Risa were shot, but while Gage and Jameson were still alive, Gavin called his girlfriend, Rebecca. The way Gavin recalls what happened, listeners would naturally assume each action begins and ends before the next one. Gavin is being deceptive by omission. He didn't first call Rebecca at that time, and he didn't only voice call Rebecca, and some of Gavin's actions did not conclude before starting the next. As the interview progresses, we, as well as the investigators, will see that Gavin's well of deception is nearly bottomless.
He put the knife to his James's during chest and I shot Gage in the head.
Why was he doing that?
Because Jameson wouldn't shut up. He was screaming, crying, and
okay. So your mom and Dan, your mom's name's Risa, right?
Yes.
They were in bed? Were they asleep when you shot them?
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
I lost it. I wasn't thinking straight.
thought you said whenever you lost it, Dan had tried to make you suck him.
Yeah, that was before all that happened.
Okay.
It was that morning he tried to make me suck him.
Okay, but okay.
Sometime during that day I shot him.
Okay. And where did you get the gun?
The dresser.
Whose dresser?
Dan and Mom's dresser.
Okay. What kind of gun was it?
A 40.
Huh?
40.
A 40? 40 caliber?
Mm-hmm. A 22 40. I don't know what. It's a 40 caliber.
Okay. What kind of? Are we talking like a big gun, a handgun?
It's a handgun.
Okay. So I'll call that a pistol. You know what a pistol is?
Yeah.
Okay. What color is it?
Black.
Black. You know what make it is?
What?
What make is it? Like.
I don't remember.
Okay. Like you know much about guns at all?
I mean, I play Call of Duty, but I don't know that much.
Okay. So like we carry Springfields, they have Glocks and.
It's a Glock.
Are you sure it's a Glock?
Yeah, it looks like a Smith & Wesson, but it also looks like a Glock.
Okay.
I don't know.
But it's a pistol.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you load the gun, or was it already?
It was already loaded.
Did you have to rack the gun? Like.
No, it was already.
It was already worn in there?
Yeah.
Whose gun is it?
Dan's.
Dan's. Does he always keep it in the dresser there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was really good at punch.
I understand that. So you shot Mom and Dan in the bed.
Yes.
Where was everybody else when you shot them?
Gage was, before I shot Gage, he went into their room, and I shot him right there.
Okay.
And I had to kill Jay because Gage slit his throat right here.
Gage slit his throat?
And not his own throat, but he slit James's throat right there.
Why did Gage slit James' throat?
Because he kept on screaming. James kept on screaming, he won't calm down.
Was Gage with you when you did all this, or did he see all this?
He didn't see any of it.
Then why would he slit?
He held it. He held the gunshots, but...
There's something patently strange about what Gavin is telling detectives. In his version of events, he shot Dan and his mother while they were in their bed, then he called Rebecca, and then took his dog for a walk. When he came back in, he came across his younger brother, Gage, putting a knife to baby Jameson's throat, seemingly because Jameson wouldn't stop crying, and Gavin shot Gage to stop him. This doesn't seem to make any sense because it doesn't make any sense. Gavin is trying to provide explanations for extraneous injuries to Jameson, the knife wounds to his neck, and why Gage was shot. Remember though, Gavin said that unrelenting mistreatment, abuse, and neglect from both Dan and Risa were the reasons why he, quote, lost it. But Gavin went beyond executing Dan and Risa, killing both his younger brothers as well, and is now attempting to provide some sort of justified defense that he's almost certainly concocting as the conversation progresses.
Jameson started screaming real loud, like he wouldn't calm down, and Gage couldn't take it, and he put a knife to Jameson's throat and tried to slit it, and I shot Gage right there. Because I told that baby that I would protect him since day one. I promised him.
So you shot, where did you shoot Gage?
Head.
Okay, where in the house were you when you shot him?
In the room.
In
the room.
In whose room?
Mom and Dad's.
Okay. Was he sitting, standing, laying?
Standing.
When you shot him? When you shot Gage?
Yes.
And Mom and Dan were laying in bed?
Mm-hmm.
What about Jameson? Where was Jameson when you shot him?
He was in his own room. Mine in his room.
Okay. Well, why'd you shoot Jameson?
Because he was bleeding from one ear. Like, you can't save someone if you slit someone's throat.
Okay.
I didn't like to, but I didn't like seeing him in pain.
Okay. Did you cut Jameson's throat?
No, Gage did, before I shot Gage.
Another inconsistency. Gavin shot Gage to stop him, and Jameson was in his room, but Gage was shot in the back of the head inside of Dan and Risa's room. As we continue, keep in mind that Gavin also said that Jameson was actively bleeding from his neck.
I promised that baby since day one.
Okay.
How did you know that gun was loaded? Did you check it?
No, yeah, Dan told me, because me and my grandpa we took our guns out because that's Dan's gun, and he loaded it. Dan did, and we forgot to go shooting.
Okay. Well, where's your room in this house?
Same one Jameson's room is.
Okay. How was Jameson when you shot him? What was he doing?
Standing up.
He was standing.
He was grabbing his throat, trying to, because he was screaming in pain.
Okay.
I just couldn't deal with it.
Gavin says that he murdered Jameson because he was screaming in pain, and earlier said that Jameson's injuries were severe enough that he considered him mortally wounded. These two statements cannot be concurrently true. If Jameson was screaming, his airways would have been functioning at least to some degree, and his vocal cords would still be intact. Gavin stated and demonstrated that Jameson's cuts were on the front of his neck. In order to damage the carotid artery from the front of the neck, the trachea would have to be severed first, which would have removed Jameson's ability to scream and to breathe. If Jameson suffered an injury to his carotid artery, not only would he have died from exsanguination or bleeding out, he would have lost consciousness prior to that due to the sudden drop in blood pressure.
You couldn't deal with it?
I'm saying I couldn't deal with him screaming like that in pain.
Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. I can't hear very good, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're telling me, okay? So what did you do with the gun after? Where's the gun?
I put it back.
You put it back?
In the dresser.
It's in the dresser?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't take it with you?
Mm-hmm. No.
Did you get any blood on your clothes or anything?
No, sir.
From all this?
Mm-hmm.
What were you wearing?
This. You
were wearing those clothes?
Yeah, I had jeans on though, but they had a big whip in it and I threw them away.
You had a big what in?
A big whip.
Big rip?
Yeah, way up.
Oh, like on the knee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I threw them away because they had a bunch of holes in it.
Okay, were you wearing those shoes?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about the knife?
It was a kitchen knife. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't way that sharp. It was a dog knife, but you could still cut something with a dog knife.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, Gavin. So with the knife, so we have detectives that are up at your house right now collecting everything. You said you watch those shows. We're on the road there. You watch those shows, you know we're going to do the DNA testing and all that on there.
Yes, sir.
If your DNA is going to be on the handle of that knife,
yes, sir.
That's something we need to know. I just want to make sure we're getting the truth from you, okay?
Yeah, after I killed Gage, I took the knife and I put it back. I put it on the shelf in the hallway. Okay. That's the last time I touched that knife.
Well, Gavin, I think what I'm getting at, I don't think I don't think Gage cut Jameson's throat. I think you did.
Well, it was after I shot Gage shot the knife. I picked up the knife and I put it on the hallway shelf.
And what I think, the reason I think that is because I think that that's what you feel the most bad about, what you did. I mean, I understand. I think you probably feel bad about all of it.
I feel very bad for killing Jameson too.
But I think that's probably the thing that's got you the most tore up over all this, is that you killed that baby.
That's it.
As expected, Gavin's story was so weak and unintelligible that the investigators immediately challenged him on it. They bluntly tell Gavin that they believe he's fabricating this story out of guilt derived from taking Jameson's life, and Gavin confirms this. Gavin likely wants to rewrite history where he was morally justified in the killing of his brothers for 3 reasons. 1, to provide some relief towards his own internal guilt and turmoil over the reality of his actions. 2, to offload the blame for said actions to a person who can't argue otherwise. And 3, if all else fails, being ethically justified in the mercy killing of Jameson, who he believed to have injuries too severe to be compatible with life, and whose final moments were doomed to be spent suffering in pain and agony. If he can convince them, Gavin wants the investigators to believe that Jameson's fate was already sealed by Gage's hands, who Gavin shot to try to save Jameson, and then ended Jameson's suffering out of love for him. Gavin didn't want them to die. Gage was the judge of their fate, not Gavin. Everyone is to blame, except Gavin.
And I don't think that Gage, the story, everything's making sense, but the part where you're saying that Gage cut Jameson's throat and then you shot Jameson while he was standing, that doesn't make sense.
No, because Jameson was standing. He was right beside my bed when I shot him.
And that Gage just heard the crying and cut Jameson's throat, and then you came in and killed Gage and killed Jameson. Yeah. That part's not making a whole lot of sense. Does that?
I might have messed up though. I'm not thinking straight.
Once again, Gavin nearly immediately folds to any challenges of his story, admitting that there are mistakes to the story he just spent nearly 6 minutes confidently spitting up and elaborating on.
I understand. And I understand you probably feel bad about all this. But we just don't want. We just want to make sure we fill in the whole complete picture. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And that part about you saying that Gage slit the baby's throat after you killed your mom and your stepdad, and then you killed.
I killed Dad, Mom, Gage, and Jay.
Yeah, and then but the whole part about Gage cutting the baby's throat doesn't make.
I got it all mixed up. I'm sorry.
What did you get mixed up about?
The knife and the knife part.
Okay. Well, tell us about that.
After I killed Gage, I had a knife in my hands, but I couldn't do it. So I put the knife on the shelf and I shot Jay. Never got find this to happen.
What did you get the knife out for?
I used it for wood.
Okay.
Because it's a dog knife and we used it to cut pieces of wood, like tiny pieces off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been using it for.
Where'd you get the knife from?
The detectives consistently try to lead Gavin towards confessing the purpose of the knife, what it was used for, the answer to which is, it was for Jameson. Take note of Gavin's refusal to admit any usage of the knife specifically in his crimes, a clear indicator of his internal struggle to come to terms with his unquestionably demonic actions.
The kitchen.
Like in a drawer, or is there like a holder for it?
A holder. Windows pull out kind of deal.
It was in the kitchen? Where was it in the kitchen? What was it near?
It's in that black kitchen set holder where you just pull it out and you put it back in. You slide it back in.
Okay. So what were you going to use the knife for that day?
I was going to hurt myself with it after I realized what I did, but probably couldn't.
What is it? I'm sorry.
I said I was going to use it on myself. I don't realize what I did to everybody.
Okay.
But I changed my mind.
Okay. So did you cut Jameson's throat?
No.
Okay. So did Jameson's throat get cut?
I got mixed up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, I mean, if Jameson has a cut on his throat, our investigators will find it up there.
I know. I mean, he had a little tiny cut, but that was a couple of days before all this happened. Because me and him was playing, and he cut the edge of his neck off of one of the toys.
Okay.
So, and a toy got him.
Another inconsistency. Gavin says that a few days ago, a sharp end of a toy cut Jameson's neck, but 8 minutes ago, Gavin said that Jameson was bleeding from the front of his neck.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Gage did not cut Jameson's throat.
Gage did not cut Jameson's throat. I'm sorry.
Well, why did you tell us that to begin with?
I got mixed up.
Okay.
No, I am way sorry.
I know you are, buddy. So what made you want to do all this?
The abuse, knowing that I couldn't tell it anymore. Because he's been trying to kill me constantly.
The detectives choose not to apply pressure on Gavin for the completely fabricated story he had just told them and reverse back to a question that they had just asked. Why did Gavin do this? Gavin takes the opportunity to yet again amplify the villainous role that he's painting Dan in, saying that Dan was actively trying to murder him prior to the shootings.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I sent with that guy photos of bruises. Like, I had a big giant bruise that big from Dan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was swelled up so bad, and Dan used to hit me in the back all the time and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Just for fun, because he would giggle. And my back would lock up, all that. I could barely move.
Okay.
And Mom didn't even do anything about it. But she saw Dan abuse me, and Dan has punched me. He punched me right there. And I had a black eye, and he hit me again on the other side. I had 2 other black eyes.
Okay.
Has CPS ever been to your house? You know who CPS is? What CPS?
Child Protective Service. No, but I've been trying to get a hold of them, but I can't.
Okay. Did anybody at the school ever notice any of this stuff?
It happened when all this COVID, I had to stay home kind of deal.
Okay. Did the police ever get called to your house for anything?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Is there anything else we didn't ask you about you think's important? Will you mind to sit in here for a second? I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm going to jail. That's what it is.
So how long had you all been living at that house up there? And where's it at? I haven't even been up to the house yet. Where's your house at?
Which house? My house?
Yes.
At Cemetery Hill Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that?
Mom's.
That's your mom's?
It was originally my grandma's before she passed away.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
For 4 years. I used to live with my grandpa.
5 years?
4 years.
4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since middle school.
Since middle school? And you said that your mom and Dan got together when?
Something before I started middle school, 6th grade.
Okay.
That summer us before middle school.
And how long has Dan been living there with you all?
5 years.
Okay. And then you said they got married when?
This year, and June or July, one of those months.
But they've been together for about 4 years, and he's lived with you during that time frame?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with any, like, CPS workers or law enforcement or anything like that?
I called CPS a couple times before, because I would sneak a device from my neighbor, like they let me call them.
You would sneak and do what?
I'd sneak a phone and try to contact CPS. They wouldn't ever pick up.
Okay. But you were in contact with deputies and...
No. I never thought about calling the police. I always thought about calling CPS.
Well, how come you didn't call the police or tell CPS about this if you came in contact or were able to?
If I came in contact CPS, I would have told them that.
Okay. What about law enforcement? Were you familiar with any of the deputies that we have working down here?
No, I'm familiar to the one up in Jackson County, but not the ones down there.
Well, how come you didn't tell anybody about this, Gavin?
I was just scared.
Okay.
Because Dan threatened said if I ever told anyone that he would physically harm me so bad that I'd be in the hospital.
Okay. Well, I understand that your anger towards Dan. Okay. And I understand, how your mom kind of wasn't, how did you say she take up for Dan, or?
She would take up for Dan. Like, she wouldn't try to stop him, and she would just sit there and watch.
Okay. Well, why did you kill your little brothers?
Because Gage was in it too. He would help Dan help me. Like Gage would hit me too, and all that.
Give them an inch, they take a mile. The investigator offers some compassion. He can understand why Gavin would be upset with Dan if Dan was Gavin's abuser. He can understand why Gavin was upset at his mother Risa if Risa was aware of the situation and did nothing, even watching at times. Gavin makes the connection immediately, and when asked about Gage, offers a wildly different reason this time around. Gage would also abuse Gavin at the instruction and behest of Dan. Gavin just completely wipes the story of Jameson being attacked off the table and offers a completely new story. Aside from the fact that Gage was 4 years younger than Gavin and much smaller, Gavin has been far from forthcoming with the truth at this point. Why would the officers be inclined to believe Gavin's new story now?
Well, why'd you kill Jameson?
I don't know. Because no one would take care of him. Because, like I said, I've been taking care of Bevers since day one. He's been calling me daddy.
Okay. Well, why'd you kill your mom?
Because she's been trying to get rid of me.
Gavin buries his head in his hands, shielding his eyes from the detective's gaze when he's asked the most difficult questions. If the killings were sparked by the abuse, why was Jameson killed? If Risa wasn't directly abusing him, why did she have to die? After a brief moment to think, Gavin peers out from underneath his hands to provide his weak explanations.
What do you mean get rid of it?
Giant. They have been, Mom, she's been trying to get me in jail and all that. Because I went away because of the abuse. I went away to my grandpa's, one-year deputy, so familiar with them. And they put a restraining order against him because all he ever did was protect me.
Who's your grandpa?
Grandpa.
Great-grandfather. What's your great-grandfather's name?
Buster Saunders.
Buster Saunders? Okay. Did he know what was going on with all the abuse?
Not that, but he knew what was going on about the baby situation.
What about the baby situation?
Me taking care of Jameson 24/7. Feeding him, buying him stuff. Like, whenever I got money, I went buy all myself, buy on Jameson.
Okay. And why'd you kill Dan?
Because of all the bad thing he's ever done to me.
When asked about why Dan was killed, Gavin doesn't bury his head or think, showing that Gavin is at least in part telling the truth, or more likely, that his story had been prepared and rehearsed.
Like I said, I get that. I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand why you killed Gage and Jameson.
I mean, Dan would hold me against my will, like against the wall, and he would let Gage punch me.
Why?
I don't know. That's what I want to know.
When did that happen last?
Ever since Dan started abusing me.
Okay. Now, how long has that been?
Since March? No, April. Dan started abusing me ever since this COVID thing started.
Like physically abuse?
Physically abusing and emotionally. Like, so bad I would end up slicing myself. Getting badly depressed.
I know earlier you said Dan tried to make you suck his dick.
Yeah.
Gavin was asked about the types of abuse that Dan subjected him to, and Gavin responds with physical and emotional abuse. Once again, another inconsistency. Gavin said at the beginning of the questioning that Dan's escalation into trying to force Gavin to please him was the event that caused him to snap. It would make sense that this form of abuse would arguably be the most important one when under questioning, but Gavin leaves it out. To the investigators, Gavin is continuously contradicting himself on this point and building only doubt behind him, not credence.
Has he done that before?
He tried, but I wouldn't do it.
Have you ever done it? Ever since he's ever tried to get you to?
No.
Had he ever tried to,
He has got sabotage me.
Huh?
He has got sabotage me. Like I told you guys, trying to make me suck him, and he has flipped a couple of my shorts off.
How? Let's run that by me again.
I said he has got sabotage me. Like,
towards you?
Yeah, like trying to make me suck his dick.
Yeah.
And he has whipped a couple of my shorts off. Like, they would be toe up kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. How long has that been going on?
Well, a couple of my shorts got whipped from him, so, a couple months ago. Like a month or two.
Month or two?
Mm-hmm.
How many times did this happen?
3 times.
3 times?
He tried to make me suck him.
Okay. Over how long a time span?
Okay, from November, like from September to November. That. Because Mom wanted to do him.
Okay. And when was the most recent time that he tried to?
November.
Okay. I thought you said he made you try to the other day.
Yeah, I'm saying November he tried to make me.
Okay.
And from September to November he tried to make me something.
Okay.
Yet again, Gavin tells another inconsistency. Roughly 25 minutes ago, Gavin said that on the day of the shootings, Dan put a gun to his head and tried to force Gavin to perform on him. Gavin has, for all intents and purposes, no grasp on what he previously said. Now he's saying that the last time that Dan did that was in November, at minimum 2 weeks before the shootings.
And how did he try to make you suck it?
He would try to whip my clothes off me. And he would grab me by the head and try to force me down. And he would pull his stick out and try to get me to suck him.
Did you ever do it?
No.
How did you get it to stop?
I kind of hit him in the dick. I kind of punched him in the dick. Because I didn't want to.
Okay. Well, my understanding is you've had contact with some of our deputies for other things. I don't know if it's you running away or...
And might be from the one running away. But
okay.
That's the only times.
How come you didn't tell any of our deputies about all this stuff that was going on?
I was just scared.
What were you scared of?
I've been terrified ever since Dan did all this. I said I've been terrified to tell anyone ever since Dan did all this.
Okay. Well, how long had you been planning to kill your family?
A couple of days before it all happened.
A couple of days before?
Before it all happened.
Did you tell anybody about what you were planning to do?
Well, I told Rebecca, but I regret never doing that.
You told Rebecca what?
I told Rebecca about regret of doing all this.
Okay. Did you tell her before you did it?
Mm-hmm.
How did you tell her?
I told her I was going to kill them.
Okay.
Gavin just made two very, very big mistakes. In the state of West Virginia, first-degree murder requires malice. Malice is defined as having intent to kill, a reckless disregard for human life, or an evil motive. Gavin has just confessed to having begun the planning of the murders a few days prior. He admitted to his intent to kill. But Gavin did more than essentially seal his own fate. He's just implicated his girlfriend, Rebecca, as well. When asked if anyone was aware of his plans before they were carried out, with no hesitation, Gavin admits that he told Rebecca. Gavin's statement, Rebecca's statements upon questioning, and communication records would culminate in Rebecca being considered an accomplice to the murders due to her lack of action upon learning of Gavin's plans and more. She would be charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder just 3 days after Gavin's interrogation. Watch until the end to learn exactly what Rebecca did and why she did it.
How did you tell her? Like, were you telling her in person, on the phone, or on messages, or what?
It was on messages.
What kind of messages?
Google.
Huh?
Google.
Google?
Google.
How does that work out?
Duo. Google Duo.
Huh?
Google Duo.
Google Duo? Okay.
Oh, Google Meet. It's one of those where you can text and video chat at the same time.
Okay. Do you have, like, an account for that, or how does that work?
I do have an account for it.
You do? What's your account name for it?
Well, it's more like an email.
Okay, what's your email?
Graham Wafer, then it's my birth date, X, Rebecca's birth date. 2004, X, 2003.
Okay, Green Reaper?
Graham Wafer.
Grim Reaper?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is it?
Then the rest is just @gmail.com.
Grim Reaper?
2004, X, 2003, @gmail.com.
Okay. And that's your Rebecca's birth year? Mm-hmm. I'll have you. Sit tight here for a second. I'll be back.
I just put that down on this.
Where was everyone else whenever Dan would try to make you like your little brothers and your mom? Where would they be at in the house?
They would be out of the house.
They would be gone?
Yeah, they'd be gone. Like, they would leave me and Dan alone in the house. Like, Mom would take Gage and Jameson for a while or something, and Dan would...
So every time Dan has tried to get you...
Every time me and Dan was alone.
Yeah, so you guys have always been alone every time it's been tried by it.
Yeah.
And yet another contradiction, one of many up until now, and one of many more to come. Less than 30 minutes ago, when Gavin was asked about who was home during the alleged incident that made him snap, he said everyone. Just a few seconds ago, however, Gavin said that he and Dan would be home alone during every one of these alleged assaults.
Now I always stay cooped up in my room.
Did you ever tell your grandpa Buster about this?
No, because I'm afraid to. Yeah, he knows that James and me take care of him 24/7 all day.
But he doesn't know any about the physical abuse or the sexual advances.
No one knows that. That's what Becca knows, the sexual abuse and all that, because I taught her. I just regret doing all this.
Yeah.
I mean, if I didn't get abused, none of this, but Dan didn't do all this to me, none of this would have happened.
Gavin wants to make sure that the investigators know that it's not his fault that all this happened, it's Dan's. It's a strange and dubious moral high ground that Gavin is setting up on. If Dan was truly abusive, there's an argument that could be made about why Gavin could have felt justified in turning a gun onto him. If Risa was aware of this targeted violence towards Gavin and did nothing, even encouraging it as Gavin implied, there could be an argument made there too. But for his two little brothers, there's no compelling argument. They were children, and Gavin still sits atop his throne of delusion that this wasn't because he picked up a gun and pulled a trigger at 4 people's heads. It's all because of Dan. At the end of this interview, we'll cover the shocking evidence that supports or contradicts Gavin's claims.
So bad.
Are you for sure you didn't cut nobody?
Yeah, I'm for sure I didn't cut him.
You just shot everybody?
Yeah. James has a cut on his throat. It's because me and him was playing with toys.
Okay.
And James didn't pay attention. And one of his toys had a sharp end and it slit his throat open.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Can you show me where you shot him at?
I shot Dan right there.
In the temple?
Somewhere on the side of his head. I don't remember. It's not lower than his eye.
What is it?
I shot him somewhere right here.
Okay, like right around this area?
Yeah.
Where did you shoot your mom at?
Back of the head.
The back? Did she wake up whenever you shot Dan? What about Gage? Where did you shoot him at?
Back of the head.
What about Jameson?
Same area.
Were they all in bed when you did this, or?
No. Mom and Dan was in bed. Gage went into their room. I shot him in the back of the head. Jameson was in my room. Well, in mine and his.
Because you take care of Jameson all the time?
All the time.
When you shot Dan and your mother, did Gage wake up and come to that room because maybe...
No, he was awake.
Oh,
he heard the shots, but he didn't know what it was.
Okay. So you're in their room after you shoot Dan and your mother. Gage walks in.
Gage walks in, I shot him.
In the back of the head.
In the back of the head.
How did you manage to shoot him in the back of the head? Because, I mean, I'm assuming he walked in and seen you.
He didn't see me right in the room, because after that, Jameson needed his drink, and I gave him his drink. Gage went to check out what that was. He went to the room, saw them, and I shot him.
Did you come up, like, behind him?
I came up behind him.
Okay. So while you were giving Jameson a drink, you went back to your mom and Dan's room.
And shot Gage.
Yeah, Gage was in there looking, I guess, see what it was, and you shot him in the back of the head.
Oh, we put it.
So Jameson is shot in your room, or?
In mine and his one. Basically, his one.
Yeah.
I mean, I was cool.
So, did he go back to sleep after you gave him a drink, or was he up for the evening?
He was up.
Was he in his bed, under the bed?
He was walking around on the ground.
Oh, he's walking around, okay.
I mean, I regret shooting him.
And while he was walking around, you just shot him in the back of the head as well. Where did his body land, do you remember?
I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention at all. Because I thought it was what I did, I panicked. I wanted...
Did you immediately leave the house after you...
I wanted to kill myself. I thought that's what I did. But I didn't do it because my dad. I didn't kill myself because I promised way back I wouldn't. And she needed me. Plus, that shit's been going on in my life.
So after you shot everyone, did you leave your house like as soon as it happened, or?
Because I panicked.
Yeah. Did you walk to Rebecca's?
No, I rode my bike now.
You rode your bicycle or what?
My bike.
I don't know, was it a bicycle or was it like a motorized?
Bicycle.
I didn't know if it was motorized.
No, I was.
That's a long way to ride your bike, buddy.
Yeah. I just wear it so much.
Do you know which door you exited your house after you left?
The front door.
The front door, you didn't, those big glass screen doors, you didn't exit those ones? Okay.
Mm-mm. Well, it's, the middle of it is glass, but the all around it isn't.
Oh, okay. Was your bike inside or outside the house?
Outside.
Outside.
I just look at it.
I know you did.
I mean, if none of this would have happened, then it was me and all that.
You think they'd still be alive?
Yeah, they would be definitely not. And I talked to Rebecca. I told Rebecca all that Dan did to me. Then tried to make me stop him and all that. And she's like, you need to get out there. You need to come here where you're safe. I said, this last thing I need is you killed. Because Dan, like I said, he did point that gun to my head. So. And I told Rebecca about it. And she's like, if you don't get out there, you will be dead.
Gavin drops breadcrumbs that Rebecca's words were effective in pulling Gavin towards certain conclusions, but at the same time keeps omitting certain details. While Gavin has consistently made mistakes, been willfully deceptive, and accidentally implicated Rebecca, there are certain pieces of the puzzle that Gavin is, with no question, keeping secret. We will soon learn how Rebecca had greater influence over Gavin than either she or Gavin himself realized.
And I'm not sure if you went over this or not, but after you shot everyone, did you place that gun? Where did you place that gun?
I put it back in the chest.
Right where you got it from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I panicked. Well, but
Just didn't know what to do with it.
No, I understand.
Sorry.
Can't really tell me the handle down.
Do you mind to write down all your social media accounts?
Oh. I mean, I don't get on Instagram anymore. But I'll give it to you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Your Snapchat is Demon Child.
Cat. Okay.
K-A-T?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You want me to write all that thing off?
No. Shadow Panther 1987 for Instagram.
Yes.
And then 3900-959-82. So Gavin, you said we're at, I just want to make sure I understand, we're at on everybody's, like, where did you shoot Dan on his body?
His head.
The front or the back?
Side.
The side?
Side. Mom, back. Everybody else back of the head.
So you shot Dan in the side of the head. You remember which side?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I don't know which side.
You shot Mom in the back of the head?
Mm-hmm.
What was Mom doing when you shot her?
Sleep.
She was asleep on her, was she laying on her front? Or
Yeah, she was laying on the front.
how was Dan laying?
On the side.
On his side. What about Gavin?
Gage.
Gage, I'm sorry.
He was standing up.
Standing up?
When I shot him.
What was he doing?
Checking on the gun sound. At the gun sound.
Okay. So where was he standing?
At the door.
Huh?
At the door.
At the door. How far away were you from Dan and your mom when you shot him?
At the end of the bed.
Okay. So you're at the end of the bed. It's like how's the bed set up? Is it like against
It's
the
like
wall?
this table. It's straight. The bed's straight.
Okay.
I just like that.
So were you at like their feet or
The feet.
their head or?
Feet.
Okay. And where was Gage?
He was at the door.
Okay. Then where were you standing when you shot Gage?
Behind him.
Huh?
Behind him.
Behind him? So he walked into the room?
Yeah, and I shot him.
You shot him?
In the back of the head.
Okay. Did he see you?
Mm-mm.
He never saw you?
Tell him what you told me when I was gone. That, you had walked in Jameson's room.
Yeah.
He walked to give Jameson a drink. By that time, Gage walked in the room to see what happened, and you went up behind him and shot him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you only shoot everyone just once, or was there multiple times, or
I shot everybody once.
once?
Mm-hmm.
And you shot Jameson where at on his head?
Back of the head.
Okay. And where was he?
The side of my bed.
Beside your bed?
Yeah, because my bed is in front of the hallway. If you walk through that, you'll see it. And his bed's in the side of his crib.
Okay.
So
was he out of his crib or was
he was walking around on the ground.
Okay. And you shot him in the back of the head? Okay. So did you cut did
No.
Jameson's throat get cut at all?
No, not from the knife. Like I said, me and Jameson was playing with a toy.
Yeah.
And when his toys were sharp, when the edges of it, and it sliced his throat a little bit.
Okay. When was that?
A couple of days ago.
Okay.
Gavin hits a new personal best with the investigators, telling them exactly what had happened where, to who, and in what manner. Again, when the topic of Jameson's bladed injuries comes up, Gavin is unable to admit to the terrible truth. Stabbings and cuttings are much more personal than using a firearm, and it's clear that Gavin is disgusted with what he has done. The detectives are aware of this fact as well and know that all the evidence points to Gavin being the one behind the injuries, but the more that they can directly get Gavin to confess to, regardless of how much they already have, it will always result in a stronger case.
I think what he was getting at, did you ever once use that knife on anyone?
No, I mean, I touched the knife, but
right. Okay.
I
You
never
never cut nobody, right?
no,
You
so.
just used the gun.
Yes.
Okay. Had you already packed clothes to
No.
leave before?
No, sir.
So after all this is done, after you killed everybody, what's going through your head then?
I panicked
Okay.
because I realized what I did,
Okay.
and I wanted to kill myself, but I fought against it because I promised Rebecca I wouldn't do it since she's having so much going on.
Did you call Rebecca and tell you after you did it, or let her know that you did it?
I told her what I did.
When did you tell her that?
That same day I shot them.
While Gavin continues to unknowingly implicate Rebecca in having a role in the murders at this point, there's something that he only briefly mentioned before, which investigators would learn the full importance and the haunting reality of when gathering the digital forensics surrounding Gavin and Rebecca's communications. When Gavin first told the investigators about what happened after shooting Dan and Risa, but before shooting Gage, he says that he called Rebecca. While it is true that Gavin and Rebecca spoke together after Dan and Risa were shot, what Gavin fails to mention is that he and Rebecca were on a video call before, during, and after everyone was killed. Remember, Rebecca was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, the same homicide charges as Gavin. We'll find out the full scope of Rebecca's involvement after Gavin's interrogation comes to a close.
How did you tell her?
Through the iPad on Google Meet or Google Duo. It's one of those, but I know for a fact that it's Google Meet.
Google Meet?
Google Meet, yes.
Where's the iPad that you were using?
On the couch.
Okay. Was it like your school iPad, or you told her on your school iPad?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take anything with you, like cell phone, iPad, tablet,
No,
anything with you?
No.
How did you get to Rebecca's house?
Well, I went to her house before, and I haven't memorized.
Did you walk there, drive
I
there?
rode my bicycle there.
Okay. Did you pack clothes?
No, so.
You didn't take any clothes with you?
Just these I had on. I had jeans on, like I said, but they had a big hole in it, and not doing those away, but they didn't have anything on it.
What else were you wearing?
These.
Shorts?
Shorts, except my pants was over my shorts.
Okay. What about your shoes?
Same shoes.
Okay. What kind of shirt did you have on?
Yes.
That T-shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything up on over top of it?
Yeah, a hoodie, but that's it.
When you shot?
Yeah, when I shot them, but...
You had a hoodie on when you shot them?
Yeah. But I don't know where the hoodie went.
Okay. Did you maybe leave it at Rebecca's?
No, I took it off this fall.
Oh, you took it off?
Yeah.
Well, when I was outside talking to some other investigators there, were there some other clothes?
Yeah, my clothes were on my dresser before I left. I didn't pack them, though.
What was it?
It said some of my clothes was on top of my dresser, but I didn't pack them.
Okay. What about at Rebecca's house? Did you have some clothes hidden somewhere in her house?
No, this is the clothes I had on.
Okay.
Besides my jeans.
Okay. What about your sweatshirt?
I got rid of that.
Okay. Was there like a bandana or something?
Yeah, bandana, because I don't want it catches COVID.
Okay. So it's like your COVID bandana?
Yeah. That's about it. That's only that was my COVID bandana.
At
our house.
At Rebecca's?
Yes.
So you had your bandana for COVID,
yeah.
You know, protection, face mask type deal.
And that's about it.
And you had a pair of jeans.
Yes.
You had a sweatshirt.
Where did you get rid of that sweatshirt at?
I don't really remember the area, but it was on the road somewhere.
Oh, you left it on the road somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me about the gun. Did the gun jam or anything at any point?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's one of those guns where, like a police gun, you can just shoot, you don't have to constantly pull back.
Okay. But it never, jammed on you or anything? You never had to mess with it to get it to fire again?
No, sir.
Okay.
Evidence photos show the recently fired pistol that was placed back into Dan's dresser. There is a shell casing stuck in the extractor mechanism, which is an indicator of a few different things that both investigators and prosecutors would take into account. 1. The gun was fired recently. 2. The gun was fired by someone either without the knowledge or the strength to hold the gun properly, causing the gun to fail to eject the shell casing properly and therefore become jammed. And 3. The gun was put back in a hurried or frenzied manner because the shell casing was left stuck in the extractor.
So if I'm just trying to understand all this. Now I get it on some of the physical stuff, but what I'm having a hard time understanding here, Gavin, is why your Dan had been with your mom for years, 4+ years, and I get he was probably an asshole and he's probably a jerk, but I don't understand because I work a lot of these tough cases, and I just don't understand how he's there with you all for 4 years, and then all of a sudden September to November he starts trying to make you suck his dick.
Not she. He would do it when she's not around.
Well, I understand that, but it's just I'm not saying that he wasn't a jerk, he wasn't an asshole, and he wasn't maybe physically and maybe verbally abusive to you, but I'm having a hard time believing the sexual part of it. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, I understand.
I'm just having a hard time.
It's hard to explain, but those are the months that he did it.
Well, are you telling a lie? Or are you telling the truth about that part? I want to believe everything you're telling me, but that's just not making sense.
I had no right to lie to the cop. I'm telling the truth.
Well, I understand. When people do things like this, they want to try to search themselves for a reason because they're ashamed of what they did. You know what I mean? For whatever was going on through your head, you planned to kill your whole family. And a lot of times people look for, they're ashamed of what they did, so they look for something else to blame it on. So is that what's happening here?
No, I'm not blaming on anything because I know what I did and it's messed up. I regret everything I did.
Okay.
I don't go blaming on other people.
Okay.
I'm not that type of person.
Gavin isn't the type of person to blame anyone, he says, but once again, less than 20 minutes earlier, Gavin said, "If Dan didn't do all this to me, none of this would have happened." By this point, Gavin's ineptitude is wearing the investigators' patience thin, and they concede on the idea that Dan might have been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive, but Gavin's allegations of sexual abuse just don't coalesce into a cohesive story. Remember, these are detectives who, as they mentioned in the beginning, deal with cases that involve the worst of the worst. From their experience, what Gavin is saying doesn't fall in line with what they have experienced over the years. That doesn't mean what Gavin is saying isn't potentially true, even though it actually isn't true. It's just that his story, his behavior, his words, all of it, don't fit the narrative of someone telling the truth.
But you never did suck
No,
Dan's
no, so did not.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, I can kind of see that, if you'd sent pictures of the bruising, but, it seems like you've told Rebecca everything for the most part, but you didn't tell her about him trying to make you suck his dick.
Yes, I have.
You did tell her that?
Mm-hmm. I told her everything he's ever done to me.
You did tell Rebecca that?
Yes, everything that he's done to me.
Okay. What were you thinking whenever you were shooting your family?
I wasn't thinking straight when I shot them, but after I shot them, I realized what I did. Because I got so depressed and I started crying.
Okay.
And then I wanted to kill myself, but then I thought against it.
Have you showered or took a bath since all this happened?
No.
No.
I haven't.
Yeah. Okay. What's those bruises on your neck, bro?
Way back to get me hickey.
I know this.
Because she was just trying to get my mind off everything.
What did she say to you about all this?
She realized what I did. And she told me I shouldn't have done it, but she said that if you didn't do that, your stepdad would probably killed you.
When did Rebecca give you the sickies?
Huh?
When did Rebecca give you the
Last
sickies?
night.
Last night?
Yeah. Last night and this morning.
Okay.
Was there a knife in your bedroom?
No. There was a knife that I told you that I touched, and I put it on the hallway shelf. There's never a knife in my room.
You got the knife from the kitchen, is what you said?
From the kitchen, yes.
So did you? I'm assuming you intended on using that knife. Is that why you got it?
Yeah, on myself after I done everything, but I fought against it.
Okay.
I just put the knife back on the shelf.
Okay.
Did you ever tell Buster about Dan trying to suck your
You mean me sucking him?
Yeah.
No, I did not. I didn't tell Buster anything.
You didn't?
No. I mean, the last thing I need is him to worry, because he's at old age and...
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, your mom and Dan, were they awake or sleeping? You shot
Sleeping.
Sleep. So what time of day was this?
It was daytime, but I don't know what time.
Was it like first thing in the morning, or was it later in the day?
Later in the day. That's all I could say.
Why were they sleeping?
That's all they do. They sleep during the day and stay up all night.
Do they work anywhere?
No. Dan hasn't walked for a couple of years, and Mom hasn't walked since Dan and her got together.
At trial, Risa's father, Timothy Saunders, would tell the court that Risa hadn't been employed since she was 18. She held no job for nearly 21 years, and Dan's only income was from disability.
You ever seen him use like alcohol or drugs or anything like that?
Dan, if you check the fridge, there's alcohol now. He used to drink all the time, but he would get drunk.
Yeah. No drugs though?
No drugs though.
Do you drink or use drugs?
No, sir. I'm not into that stuff.
You said your dad's been out of the picture for a while?
He's been out of the picture since I was 1 year old.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I actually never talked to him.
Do you know where he is, or how to get a hold of him, or anything?
Oh, I know last time I heard was from Buster, is he said that my dad isn't Beckley, but I don't know exactly well.
You even know his name?
I do know his name, but I forgot it.
Okay.
not, I don't know his name.
Well, I'm gonna go check back with our other guys, see if they anything else.
Thank you very much.
Alright, so.
We got that. Yeah, sure. Are there any other social media accounts or anything else?
Those are the only ones.
Thanks, Gavin.
You're welcome. Wait, back up, baby.
Did you get your belly full, buddy?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
You want some of these Wendy's fries? I know you don't like them, but
No, I'm fine.
you sure?
I haven't ate mine.
You want anything else to eat or drink?
No, sir.
Okay.
Besides, I only drink half mine.
Okay. We've got a few more questions to ask you. Is that okay?
I don't care.
How do you get a hold of Buster? Is he the one that lives on Elk River Road?
Yes.
Okay. How do you get a hold of him? Do you have a number for him or anything?
I have his number in my head, but he doesn't know that it is.
Would you mind writing that down?
Yes. I've had contact with him since they put the restraining order against him for doing that.
Gotcha. Thank you, buddy. And do you know who Gage's father is?
Yeah, but he's actually outwinning cops. Like, he has state troopers on him after him.
Oh, so you mean he's wanted by the police? Is that what you
Yes.
Okay. Do you know his name by chance?
Richard.
Richard?
Richard
Your last
Whipley.
name?
Whipley.
Richard Ripley?
Whipley. Yeah,
Just
like
like
Jackson
that.
County Whipley.
Really? Okay.
Yes. But he hasn't been engaged in his life for years. Well, no one's life for years.
And I'm just assuming Jameson is Dan and your mother's child, correct?
So,
Okay. So you engaged, have had different fathers along. Okay.
But Dan is Jameson's dad.
yeah, I remember my dad's name, Jerry Smith.
Jerry Smith is your
Jerry.
Okay. And you said he's from Beckley area, you think?
I think. 'Cause that's what Buster told me.
Want another chicken nugget?
No, I'm fine, yes. Hey, Chelsea, you should eat. You should eat.
Oh, no. Withering away to nothing.
Now, we've been talking to our other detectives up at your house when the incident happened, and they told us that Jameson's body is kind of, oddly placed. It seemed like. Did you maybe move his body by chance?
No, I shot him. I didn't pay attention to where he fell.
Did you maybe cover him up with anything?
No.
Because they're saying that there's some sort of like blanket over him. I wouldn't have seen how that would get there unless maybe you placed it on it.
I might have accidentally moved the blanket.
It's okay if you did. We were just curious how it got there. Do you think you did?
I probably accidentally moved it.
Okay. How would you
It
actually?
was on the edge of the bed, like half of the blanket,
Mm-hmm.
and if you touch it, it'll fall over.
Okay. So.
So I might have accidentally touched it and fell on top of him.
Okay. And they say, half his. It seems like, the upper part of his body is kind of underneath the bed, or.
We will never truly know what actually transpired because the only party left alive, Gavin, up until his trial and beyond, never fully admitted to the haunting truths of his depraved actions. We can draw our own conclusions based on the evidence and testimony, but it being verifiably factual just won't ever happen until Gavin decides to take responsibility for his actions. Jameson was halfway under the bed. Why? because Jameson was trying to hide from the horrible sounds of agonal respiration from his family and the ear-piercing sounds of .40 caliber rounds being fired in the small home that Jameson shared with his family. Jameson was trying to hide from his brother Gavin, the one that he called Daddy. Jameson was trying to hide because Jameson was terrified. Jameson was screaming because of Gavin. Jameson died because of Gavin, and Gavin covered Jameson's body with a blanket because he couldn't bear the sight of little Jameson laying lifeless by his own hands. He couldn't handle the smell of the iron in the air, choking on its thickness from the blood of his family spreading throughout the home. No matter what he says, no matter who he tries to blame, no matter who said what or did what, it's Gavin and Gavin alone that picked up that gun and pulled the trigger. That is what happened to Jameson.
Did he have a crib, or you guys sleep in the same bed, or how does that work?
He has a crib,
Okay.
but he won't sleep in it. We slept together.
Okay. So, do you know if maybe his head was up underneath?
No, he was standing up. He was extremely close to the bed when I saw him.
Okay.
I didn't pay attention where he fell.
But did you lay that blanket over top of him, or?
I might have accidentally knocked it onto him.
So after you shot him?
Yeah, after I shot him.
Okay.
Were you like trying to cover him up?
No.
It's okay if you were. We're just
I
getting
know.
to the bottom of it, you know.
It would be kind of hard to look at, man. We understand that. We're just trying to understand why he was found a certain way. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I understand. I mean, I didn't pay attention where his body dropped because after I shot him, I realized what I did.
You did not move the body. You just.
I did not move
After
anybody.
you shot him, he fell where he fell.
Yes.
And are you saying you did put that blanket over top of him, or did?
I did not, but I might have accidentally touched it when I wasn't paying attention.
How far away from you were you from Jameson when you did shoot him? I mean, were you like in your doorway, or were you really close to him when you did it?
I was at his crib when I shot him.
Okay, so you were all the way in the room with him.
Yeah.
You calling it a crib? Is it like an actual crib? Or
It's an actual crib.
It is. So
It's a crib we had to lift the baby up out of it.
What does it look like?
It's brown.
Is it wooden or masonry?
Wooden. And underneath the mattress is a metal spring.
And you said you sleep in that same room?
Mm-hmm.
That's your bedroom too?
Yeah.
Where's your bed in there?
Well, my bed's laid down the hallway. My original room is in the basement, but that's a storage room now.
So where do you sleep?
On that bed where James's body's found. Because as soon as you walk down right down the hallway, you'll see it's right there in the bed. It's the same way the table is.
So you have a room in the same room that Jameson
I
sleeps in?
basically sleep with Jameson in his own room.
Okay. Where do you keep all your clothes and stuff?
And my dresser,
Where's that at?
right beside the bed.
In the room?
In Jameson's room.
Okay, so that's where you sleep.
All my stuff is in Jameson's room with his.
Okay, and that's where you sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just sleep right there and all this so much.
How was your Buster related to you? Is that your mom's dad, or?
Well, my grandpa
Yeah.
had my mom, and I'm guessing Buster is her great-grandfather.
Okay, so your grandfather's name is the one that lives in Ripley, right?
Yeah.
His name's Timmy Saunders?
Timothy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's Buster is his father.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Anything else? Buddy, Gavin, is there anything else we didn't ask you about that you think's important that we need to know?
No.
Anything you want to say to us, or?
I'm sorry for wasting your guys' time.
But it's not a waste of our time. It's a serious thing, and
We appreciate you being honest with us and
We
talking
do.
with us.
we do.
It goes a long way.
I mean, I'm always honest with cops.
Yeah. I mean, you said that to me on the way down, and said it in here several times. So.
These are the words of a police officer whose exhaustion has reached its peak. Gavin repeats one of his laughable attempts to come across as truthful, that he, quote, has no right to lie to cops, and that he's always honest is met with the detective's acknowledgement that Gavin has said that already, multiple times, in multiple locations. Anyone else could pick up on the frustration veiled behind these words, but Gavin Gavin seems to have no idea that his words are building nothing more than a nearly airtight case against him.
It's an awful, awful thing, buddy.
Yeah.
You sure we can't get you anything else?
Yeah,
We got a guy out there, he's got a whole drawer full of chips. You don't mind giving me
Yeah. Yeah, you like Doritos?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, sure. Okay. Well, we'll be back in a second. You use the bathroom or anything?
Mm-mm.
You good? Okay. We'll check it on your hair. Okay.
Okay.
Get my trash out of here. You done with that?
Yeah. I just can't wait to fight.
Okay.
Way back down. Sorry. Start the audio is 2 o'clock just now. Oh, God, that made me jump.
So, what is it?
That made me jump.
So this knife, did you use the knife for anything at all?
No.
Okay. What did you have the knife out for?
Like I said, I was going to use it on myself,
Okay.
but I changed my mind.
Okay. Where did you leave it?
In the hallway shelf, on top of the shelf.
Hallway shelf on top of the shelf. What's the
Oh, yeah,
shelf?
okay, in the hallway, on top of the hallway shelf. There's only one shelf in there.
Okay. Okay. Also, our detective that talked to Rebecca.
Yes.
Now, she told us about the bruising and the physical abuse, but she didn't mention anything about Dan trying to suck your dick.
No,
Or trying to make you suck his dick. I'm sorry, I keep saying
I
that.
told that.
Well, she's not mentioning anything about that. And if that's, listen, if he was abusing you, I believe that part of it because you said that there were bruises and you sent pictures. But the sexual part of it, that's just not making a whole lot of sense, okay? And it's not jiving with what Rebecca's told us. So if you're making that part of it up, we can work with that. I just need to know that you're telling me the whole truth. I believe the stuff about the physical abuse.
I am telling you the whole truth because I told Rebecca what Dan tried to do, trying to make me suck his dick.
Well, Rebecca's not saying that you told her that. And if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. I believe the physical stuff. I believe the bruising and him being an asshole and all that. But if he didn't try to make you suck his dick.
I mean, if I had just whipped shots and all that, I would show you, but I don't because I have to Dan whipped them.
Well, she's not saying that you told her any of that stuff, okay?
That's what I really told her.
Huh?
I said, that's what I told her.
Well, if that stuff didn't happen, okay?
I know, but it did happen.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of?
What happens to the dog? Well, my dog.
Your dog, I would imagine they'll either have to give it to a family member, call a humane officer, or something like that. But the dog will be taken care of. It just won't be left alone.
I mean, she's full-blooded Great Dane.
Right.
A big dog.
That's a big dog to take care of.
I mean, like, yeah, Dan bought her, but ever since he bought her, he's just been making me take care of her because I was the only person I'd be able to walk her.
Okay.
I mean, what's the point of getting a family dog if you're just going to make one person take care of her?
Right.
Gavin asks about the family dog, Gemma, and what would happen to her. Most people can identify with caring about a pet's well-being. It's totally understandable, but where was this care for life when Gavin was executing his family? Is Gavin mentioning the dog to show how compassionate he is? Or is Gavin's concern for human life that little that his preoccupying thought is his dog, which he likely doesn't realize, either willfully or not, he will never see again?
All right, I'll go check on the dog for you.
Alright. I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize I needed.
Yeah, I'll walk you to the bathroom. Cool.
don't know. Yeah, that's not this. That's what we do.
Following this interrogation, Gavin Smith will be booked into the Kanawha County Jail after being charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 4 counts of using a firearm during the commission of a felony. Rebecca Walker, Gavin's girlfriend, will be charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder as well. The extent of Rebecca's involvement was understated to say the least during Gavin's interview. Gavin's statement of having told her his plans was enough to implicate her, at minimum, as an accomplice. Gavin would tell investigators that she behooved him to find a way out of the house, that it wasn't safe, and horrifyingly ironically, that he needed to leave before things escalated to the point where someone would lose their life. Both Rebecca and Gavin's family disapproved of their relationship, and seeing how the relationship was affecting them would not allow them to spend time with one another. Gavin's home life, in truth, was not a shining example of a healthy environment. The home was extremely dirty, and Gavin was, indeed, required to do well beyond what a 16-year-old boy normally would be, namely becoming the primary caretaker for Jameson. Gavin would portray Dan as someone who was extremely cruel and at times violent towards him, and Reese's father, Timothy Saunders, who was also the family member who discovered the bodies, would state during the trial that Dan was known to, quote, bark orders, and even confirm that Gavin could indeed be considered Jameson's primary caretaker. However, Saunders also stated that Risa put her sons first and was a good mother, and that the boys could eat so much that locks were necessary to have enough food for the month, adding that the children were far from being malnourished. In addition, there was no evidence to support any of Gavin's extreme claims, which were reported and confirmed by true crime creator Just Interrogations.
Nothing's ever black and white, I admit. And there are some animal parents out there who've done even worse things to their kids. And victims of abuse don't fit into any one particular mold as far as how they express what happened and how they decide to deal with it. So I reached out to the police department who handled Gavin's case to ask if during their investigation they found anything to indicate Gavin was being abused. And according to them, they didn't. There was no evidence that Gavin or his siblings had ever been abused. The closest thing they found was that his parents would sometimes put a lock on the refrigerator to stop Gavin from overeating. And while you may not agree with that particular form of parenting, that's a pretty far cry from repeatedly punching your child in the groin.
Gavin's relationship with Rebecca was, in all likelihood, shot down by his family for selfish reasons. It's also significant to mention that pandemic quarantines were still very much a thing during this period, late 2020, and combined with a filthy environment, doing things he really shouldn't have to be doing, having responsibility for his 3-year-old brother while the mother and father slept throughout the day, restricted access to food, and was prevented from communicating with the one person he truly wanted to, it's understandable why Gavin was upset. On Rebecca's side, her father began to lose favor with Gavin when he noticed that Gavin would be around much more than he was comfortable with, notably after Gavin had mentioned wanting to have children with Rebecca. After one incident in particular, Gavin refused to leave Rebecca's house after being told that Rebecca needed to go to a doctor's appointment. Rebecca was then barred from seeing Gavin any further. Sadly, Rebecca's mother passed away in November of that year, and in the interim, she was to stay at her grandmother's house. It wasn't until the week of December 9th that the entire situation reached its boiling point. Rebecca's grandmother was scheduled to leave for a few days on December 10th. Both teens, eager to spend an extended period of time alone, wallowed in their unfortunate circumstances until Gavin came up with a plan. Rebecca would be home alone, but he couldn't leave because of Dan and Risa. But what if Dan and Risa weren't able to tell him no? A few days before December 9th, the plan was hatched. Gavin would kill Dan and Risa to finally be free from their grasp in exchange for Rebecca's warm embrace. On the day of, Gavin would show Rebecca the gun and the knife he intended to use over a video call. Rebecca had entire days prior to either contact the authorities or at least defuse the situation, but instead, Rebecca would encourage Gavin to follow through. With the video call still connected, she would message him, "Hurry up and do it," and "Get it over with." His resolve strengthened by her words, Gavin went forward with his plan. Rebecca would testify that the screen went black, and moments later, gunshots erupted. Gavin would soon reappear, looking very panicked, nervous, and scared. While trying to calm Gavin down, in the background, Rebecca could hear Jameson crying. She would tell the court that she didn't want the baby to suffer the same fate, but Gavin had other ideas. They ended the video call so that Gavin could use Dan's phone instead. Moments later, a message from Gavin appeared. Gavin, okay baby, I'm a murderer. Gavin, I killed Jameson. I'm crying. Rebecca, I heard him crying. Gavin, I shot him. Injuries to Jameson's neck and forensics confirmed that Gavin had indeed used the knife in question, but, likely due to the much more raw and personal method of homicide via bladed weapon compared to a firearm, Gavin aborted his plan after a few seconds and went to retrieve the gun. During this time, Jameson, terrified, tried to escape by hiding under his bed. The person who had cared for him for years now causing unbearable pain, and without question, Jameson was unable to understand why this was happening, or what was about to happen. He only made it halfway under the bed by the time Gavin returned to Jameson's room, firing one final time, silencing sweet Jameson forever. Evidence shows that Gavin was likely deeply disturbed by his own actions. The gun's failure to extract the shell casing was almost undoubtedly caused by holding the gun limply. Combined with his message to Rebecca, I'm crying, the evidence shows that Gavin, at least somewhat, was having doubts about Jameson. But he still did it. Jameson's body was found covered with purpose by one of his blankets. Gavin couldn't bear witness to the evil he had unleashed on an innocent child, his baby brother. Gavin would put Dan's gun back in the dresser and the knife on the shelf before getting on his bicycle to head towards Rebecca's grandmother's house. He would take refuge in a wooded area nearby until he could sneak into her room at night, waiting for her grandmother to leave in the morning. Rebecca would try to give Gavin safe harbor, giving him the affection and attention that he craved so desperately. She would lie to the police when questioned about his whereabouts, even giving him an area behind her dresser that he could hide if he needed to. The same hiding area that police found him 3 days later. At 10:40 a.m. on December 13th, Timothy Saunders, Reese's father and Gavin's grandfather, would enter the home after not being able to reach the family the last few days, having last heard from them on December 8th. Having been locked inside for 5 days by this point, the family dog, Gemma, had left urine and feces everywhere, the first sign that something was wrong. Timothy called out but received no answers. He walked to the master bedroom and saw that Dan and Risa were in bed. He called out, but again, no answer. Attempting to open the door, he hit something. The horrors inside of the home on Cemetery Hill were coming to light. His 12-year-old grandson, Gage, laid lifeless on the floor. Timothy moved to the bed and grabbed his daughter's foot, shaking it, desperately hoping for a response, but there was none. They too had been mercilessly executed. He searched for the other 2 boys, Gavin and Jameson, but could not find them. It wasn't until later that Jameson's body was found under his bed and Gavin nowhere in sight. Only hours later, Gavin would be apprehended at that hiding spot in Rebecca's grandmother's house, brought in for questioning, and then formally charged. At trial, it was never a question of if Gavin did it or not. The argument was if there was malice or intentional motive. The prosecution looked to Rebecca Walker to testify against Gavin, and in order to do so, offered her a plea bargain. Instead of taking 4 counts of first-degree murder to trial, in exchange for her testimony against Gavin, Rebecca would plead guilty to accessory to first-degree murder, for which she would receive a 10-year prison sentence in total. After how actively Rebecca encouraged Gavin, why would she receive such a lenient sentence? The answer is that, without Rebecca, there are 4 dead bodies and a person who did it, but they have no provable motive. Rebecca was the primary witness. Rebecca not only could provide the motive, but was the motive. Rebecca was the one who gave statements on why Gavin did it, and Rebecca was the only one who could testify to that. The only communications Gavin had during the planning, the only communications after, Rebecca was the only other person. Without Rebecca, you only had a trail of 2 people talking, and the only other person, Gavin, didn't take the stand during his trial. The prosecution believed that without Rebecca, there was not enough to successfully convince the jury to return a guilty verdict on the first-degree murder charges. The trial for Gavin, from beginning to verdict, took less than 4 days, with the jury taking less than 5 hours total to deliberate. He was found guilty on one count of use of firearm during the commission of a felony. Both the prosecution and defense agreed to drop the other 3 duplicate charges for simplification. For this charge, Gavin was sentenced to 10 years in prison. For Gage's death, Gavin was found guilty of second-degree murder. The reasoning behind the downgrade from first degree to second degree was the lack of intent. Gage was shot in Dan and Reese's room, somewhere that he wasn't supposed to be. Gavin's intent to shoot Gage was never discussed with Rebecca, and ultimately there was not evidence that Gavin shot Gage because he wanted to. Gavin shot Gage because he felt that he had to. It was in reaction to him unexpectedly coming in. For this charge, Gavin was sentenced to 40 years in prison. The jury returned 3 guilty verdicts for the remaining 3 counts of first-degree murder for Dan, Risa, and Jameson. The intent to kill Dan and Risa was obvious since it was planned, and while Jameson was not part of the plan, evidence and testimony proved that Gavin had intent to kill him. Gavin intentionally left the video call with Rebecca after hearing him cry for the purpose of killing him. For each of these charges, Gavin received life with mercy. In the state of West Virginia, the law mandates that juveniles cannot be sentenced to life without parole or life with no mercy. Gavin was legally an adult at the age of 18 at the time of sentencing, but he was a minor at the time that the offenses were committed. Gavin Smith will be eligible for parole 15 years after first being placed into custody, December 13, 2035. However, Gavin Smith was also sentenced to serve each sentence consecutively, one after another. While the law mandates that Gavin be considered for parole, there is no obligation for a parole board to grant him that leniency. It is likely that given the circumstances surrounding Gavin's terrible crimes, he will never be released. The hell unleashed by Gavin on his family inside of their home on Cemetery Hill Drive was aptly summarized by Kanawha County Circuit Judge Kenneth Ballard during sentencing.
Executed your mother and stepfather by shooting them in the head while they were asleep. Then you executed your 2 brothers by shooting them in the head, the youngest which was hiding under his crib. Your actions can only be described as an act of pure evil. Evil. I find that you have 0 remorse for your actions. And in fact, the probation officer reports that he felt that you were justified in your actions.
Rebecca Walker was transferred from the Kanawha County Jail to the Lakin Correctional Center in West Columbia, West Virginia on March 25, 2022. She became eligible for parole on June 15, 2023. If she is not granted parole and does not acquire any new charges while incarcerated, she is scheduled to be released on December 15, 2025. Gavin Smith was transferred from the Kanawha County Jail into the West Virginia Department of Correction System on January 24, 2023. He has no projected release date. He remains incarcerated at the Mount Olive Correctional Complex in Mount Olive, West Virginia, where he will likely remain for the rest of his life. On November 3, 2005, Teresa Halbach was reported missing by her parents. Halbach, who had not been seen since October 31st, was said to have visited the Avery Salvage Yard in Manitowoc County on October 31st, 2005. On November 10th, following the discovery of her Toyota RAV4 partially concealed on the Avery property, Calumet County Sheriff Jerry Pagel conducted a search and found the charred remains of Halbach. Her cell phone, license plates, and car keys were also recovered. Stephen Avery, Brendan Dassey's uncle, was arrested on November 15th after investigators found Avery's blood in Halbach's vehicle. At the time, Dassey was a 16-year-old sophomore at Mishicot High School. With an IQ in the borderline deficient range, Dassey was enrolled in special education classes. Dassey was described as a quiet, introverted young man with an interest in wrestling, animals, and video games. During the investigation, Dassey, who was also Avery's alibi, underwent a series of interrogations without counsel or parent present, in which investigators made false promises to Dassey using approved interrogation techniques. Brendan was interrogated on 4 occasions over a 48-hour period, including 3 times in a 24-hour time frame under the same conditions. Dassey was interrogated via the Reed technique, which was developed to permit and encourage law enforcement officers to use tactics that pressure suspects to confess. Dassey had been clinically evaluated as being highly suggestible, which makes a suspect more compliant and can ultimately lead to improper interrogation outcomes, such as false confessions. This is Brendan Dassey's last interrogation.
See ya.
Why don't you just have a seat, Brendan? Tom and I just gotta stop out for a minute, and then we'll be right in, okay?
Okay.
All right. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Brendan, here you go.
I'm just gonna shut this audio off, okay? Because there's audio in the room here, just so
Yeah.
you know, I just wanted to just go over this real quick again. You remember these rights, your Miranda rights that I read you?
Yeah.
You still want to talk to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure of that.
Brendan, I want you to relax, okay? A little more comfortable here and stuff. And what we like to do, you had a couple days since we last talked now, which was Monday, and you had a chance to reflect and breathe, I imagine, just, and
Yeah.
we,
Seems like you lost something. Is that the only one?
I got more.
Okay.
And I kind of call it, it's a sense debriefing in a way, you know, just let you talk to us a little, and we've had also a chance for 2 days now to look at what you said and listen to tapes a little and stuff like that. And, you know, we look at that and we say, well, you know, Brendan honestly gave us this information, that information, maybe I'll call them dots or whatever. And some of the dots, when we look at it, say, well, I think we need some matching up here, just a little tightening up or something. We feel that maybe, I think Mark and I both feel that maybe there's some more that you could tell us that you may have held back for whatever reasons. And I don't want to assure you that Mark and I both are in your corner, we're on your side, and you did tell us yourself that one of the reasons you hadn't come forward yet was because you were afraid, you were scared, and one of the reasons you were scared was that you would be implicated in this, or people would say that you helped or did this, okay, and that you might get arrested and stuff like that, okay, and we understand that. One of the best ways to prove to us, or more importantly, you know, the courts and stuff, is that you tell the whole truth. Don't leave anything out. Don't make anything up because you're trying to cover something up a little. And even if those statements are against your own interest, you know what I mean? That makes you, it might make you look a little bad, or make you look like you were more involved than you want to be looked at. It's hard to do, but it's good from that vantage point to say, hey, there's no doubt you're telling the truth, because you've now given the whole story. You've even given points where it didn't look real good for you either. And I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And that's why we kind of came here, to let you talk a little, maybe get some stuff off your mind or chest if you need to, and then to tell us the whole truth, to take us through this whole thing that happened on Monday. Not leaving anything out, not adding anything in, because Mark and I looked at the tapes, looked at the notes, and it's real obvious there's some places where some things were left out, or maybe changed just a bit to maybe looking at yourself to protect yourself a little. From what I'm seeing, even if I fill those in, I'm thinking you're all right. Okay, you don't have to worry about things. We're there for you. And we know what Stephen did, and we know kind of what happened to you and what he did. We just need to hear the whole story from you. And as soon as we get that, we're comfortable with that, I think you're going to be a lot more comfortable with that. It's going to be a lot easier on you down the road. If this goes to trial and stuff like that, we need to know that, because it's probably going to come out. Think of Stephen for a second. Stephen is already starting to say some things, and eventually he's going to potentially lay some crap on you and try and make it look like you are the bad person here. And we don't want that. We want everything out front so we can say, yeah, we knew that, Stephen. He told us that. You get my drift? I don't know if Mark has something, so I'm just going to give you an opportunity to talk to us now and kind of fill in those gaps for us.
Honesty here, Brendan, is the thing that's going to help you. Okay, no matter what you did, we can work through that.
Brendan Ray Dassey is an American from Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, who at the age of 16 became a suspect in the investigation of Teresa Halbach's rape and murder. His videotaped interrogation and confession, which he recanted in court, substantially contributed to both the prosecution and defense's case. Parts of Brendan's interrogations were shown in the 2015 Netflix true crime documentary series, Making a Murderer, which examined the 2005 to 2007 investigation, prosecution, and trials of Dassey and his uncle, Stephen Avery.
Okay, we can't make any promises, but we'll stand behind you no matter what you did. Okay? Because you're being the good guy here. You're the one that's saying, you know what, maybe I made some mistakes, but here's what I did. The other guy involved in this doesn't want to help himself. All he wants to do is blame everybody else. Okay? And by you talking with us, it's helping you. Okay? Because the honest person is the one that's going to get a better deal out of everything. You know how that works. Mm-hmm. You know, honesty is the only thing that'll set you free. Right? And we know, like Tom said, we know we reviewed those tapes. We know there's some things you left out. And we know there's some things that maybe weren't quite correct that you told us. Okay? We've been investigating this a long time. We pretty much know everything. That's why we're talking to you again today. We really need you to be honest this time with everything, okay? If in fact you did some things which we believe some things may have happened that you didn't want to tell us about, it's okay. As long as you be honest with us, it's okay. If you lie about it, that's going to be problems, okay? Does that sound fair? Mm-hmm. All right. Should we just go through that whole day again on the 31st, or how do you want to do it?
We can do that. I'd give him a chance to just talk to us. And,
sure.
If he wants to go through the whole day, if he wants to fill in the pieces, that's up to Brendan right now.
What would you rather do?
You just want to talk to us and tell us, starting with that day and how you actually came to know what happened and stuff. Because now we know you were in the garage and stuff, apparently cleaning up and stuff, so tell us about that.
Brendan was born to Barbara and Peter Dassey in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, and was raised with 3 brothers and 1 half-brother. At the time of his indictment, then 16-year-old Dassey was enrolled in special education classes at Mishicot High School. Brendan required special needs education due to test results highlighting borderline deficient IQ. Brendan largely kept to himself and was described by his peers as introverted and quiet. Brendan was especially fond of the WWE and was reportedly upset when he missed WrestleMania 22, as well as animals and playing video games. Before this case, he had no involvement with the criminal justice system.
Well, he was working on his car, and he did something wrong, and then he poked a hole in something, and then it started leaking. And then later on, because I was helping him before I went over there a little bit,
I know.
And later on, I helped him move the car out of there and cleaned it up. And then I went back home, and then later on I got a call from him, and he wanted me to come over.
Let's go back a little bit, okay? When did you first go over by Steve?
At 9 o'clock.
You said you were over in the garage helping him.
Yeah.
When was that?
6:30.
Okay. So let's go back, okay? Let's go back to around that time. You get home off the bus at about 3:45.
Yeah.
And what do you do? Now you got to be honest here.
I walked on the road and I go into my house.
Okay.
And
what did you see at that time?
That she was talking, or her car was over there.
Where was her car?
On the other side, where you drove by our house,
mm-hmm.
where you turned there, it was on the other side of the road there, by the trees.
And you just said something, you said she was talking, and then you
Yeah.
stopped. Now, remember, this is very important, because we already know what happened that day, okay? Let's just be honest here, okay, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this out.
Use your memory, not what Stephen told you, not what anyone else told you. Be honest. Because we're gonna be able to tell when you're not being honest. I'm telling you that right now. So you're walking down the road. Let's pick it up again, okay?
I seen him talking to her on his porch and that, and I seen her Jeep there, and I walked in the house.
So she's standing, meaning she is Teresa?
Mm-hmm.
Did you recognize her?
Not at first.
You just knew it later on when this all came out?
Yeah.
So she's standing on his porch.
Mm-hmm.
Did Blaine see that?
I don't think.
And you're sure you saw that? You sure it wasn't another time or anything like that? It was Halloween this last year. On the front porch area.
Yeah.
Do you remember what she was wearing? I know it's a long time ago. Don't guess. If you remember, you can say it.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how he was dressed?
I think he white shirt with like red shorts or something like that.
Okay. Anytime you don't remember, you say that, all right?
Yeah, don't make anything up if you don't know it. You don't know it.
So then, what happened? And you saw her and him on the porch, and they were what?
They were talking.
And then what did you do?
I walked in my house.
And they were just talking? Were they doing anything else? Were they screaming, fighting, talking, pushing, anything?
Just talking.
Okay. You went in your house, and this is about 3:45.
Mm-hmm.
Then what'd you do in your house? Be honest, so we don't have to go through this 8 times.
I went into my room, and because my mom told me I had to clean my room, I cleaned it a little bit, and I played PlayStation 2 for a little bit. It was about like 5 o'clock, and my brother was on the phone with his friend.
Blaine?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was talking about going trick-or-treating with him, and that Jason will pick him up at like 7. And then I ate, and I went into the living room, and I was eating in the living room and watching TV.
Then what'd you see?
Honest.
What?
Then what happened?
Well, then he called and said that he wanted help on his car.
Okay. Did he call you, or did he come over?
He called me.
What, on your cell phone or on
the house phone?
He calls your house phone.
Yeah.
And this is about what time now?
About 6:30.
Okay. And what does he say to you?
He says, "Do you want to help me with to fix the car?" Because he said that if I would help him on his cars, he would like help me find a car.
Okay.
And so I did, and then that's when he like cut something, and then it was leaking on the floor.
Let's stop right there. So he calls you and asks you for help to fix a car.
Mhm.
And you go over to his house.
Mhm.
And where do you go?
Into the garage.
And what's in the garage?
His Monty.
His Monty. Where's that Suzuki?
On the side.
Is the big garage door open?
Mhm.
So you walk in there, and this is Halloween. Okay. And what's he doing?
He's working on his Monty.
What about the fire?
Do you mean if it was started or something? No, it wasn't.
Okay. We're not going to go any further in this because we need to get the truth out now. We know the fire was going. We know that he had already had his altercation with Teresa. We don't believe there was a Monty in there. I talked to you the other night and you said nothing about Monty. You said nothing about something getting punctured and leaking out. We talked about cleaning something up in that garage. You told me that you thought, thinking back now that it was blood, it was red in color. You're at your house, 6:30, I'll go that far with you. It might even been earlier. What's going on? Let's take it through honestly now.
Come on, Brendan, be honest. I told you before, that's the only thing that's going to help you here. We already know what happened. Okay?
We don't get honesty here. I'm your friend right now. But I gotta believe in you. And if I don't believe in you, I can't go to bat for you. Okay? You're nodding. Tell us what happened.
Your mom said you'd be honest with us.
And she's behind you 100% no matter what happens
Yeah,
here.
that's what she said. Because she thinks you know more too.
We're in your corner.
We already know what happened. Now tell us exactly. Don't lie.
We can't say it for you, Brendan, okay?
Well, that morning he said that if he wanted me to come over like at 6:30, and he had the fire started because he wanted to burn some tires, and so he had it started, and the Jeep was still in there.
Whose Jeep?
The Suzuki.
It was still in where?
In the garage.
So Monty's not in there.
Okay.
Whose car was in the garage? Tell me the truth.
We already know. Just tell us. It's okay.
The truth. It's so easy to tell the truth. It's hard to make things up.
Her Jeep.
That's right.
Her Jeep was in the garage, wasn't it?
And you tell me if I'm wrong, when you were at the house, you just went over there because you had talked about it in the morning. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
There was no call from Stephen asking you to come over, was there? And you went over, was the big door closed?
Mm-mm.
You're sure about that?
Yeah.
So the big door is open and her truck is in there when you get over there?
Yeah.
By her truck, who are we talking about?
Well, if I wanted to come over later.
No, whose truck
Whose
was
truck?
in there?
Or the truck.
Yeah.
Her Jeep.
Who's her?
Teresa's.
Okay, and that Jeep is a what? Do you remember?
Like what color?
Color or make?
Green. Like a greenish blue.
Okay.
Is it drove in or is it backed into the garage?
It's backed in.
Okay. Now, let's be honest. What did he tell you? What did he show you?
What did you see and what did he tell you?
He showed me the knife and rope.
Where was she? Come on, we know this already. Be honest.
In the back of the Jeep.
She was in the back of the Jeep. Was she alive or dead at that time?
Dead.
Are you sure? Okay. What did you see in the back? I know this is hard, but what did you see in the back of the Jeep?
That she was laying there with like a small blanket over her.
Do you remember where her head was?
Not really.
Did she have clothes on?
Yeah.
She was clothed.
Yeah.
Was she tied up already? Or did you help him do that?
On November 10th, 2005, Teresa Halbach's vehicle was located. Her Toyota RAV4 was found partially and poorly concealed on Stephen Avery's property. Jerry Pagel, Calumet County Sheriff, conducted a search soon after finding the SUV, which resulted in finding Halbach's phone, license plates, keys, and Halbach's charred remains. 5 days later, on November 15th, blood samples that were found in Halbach's Toyota had been sourced to Stephen Avery. Avery was charged with the kidnapping and murder of Halbach, mutilation of a corpse, and illegal possession of a firearm.
She was tied up already.
Where? Tell me how she was tied up.
Like the rope was right here around her body.
Are you sure?
Did Steve have any blood on him at that time?
On his finger.
What about on his body, on his clothes?
Not that I know
Where did you see blood?
of. Like right here.
Where else in the garage?
On the floor.
A lot?
Like drips.
Where was it dripping from?
I don't know.
What did he tell you he did to her?
That he stabbed her.
Let's stop there for a second now, okay? I want to back up just a bit. I didn't mean to interrupt that thing, but what time actually did you get over there now? About.
Like 6:45.
So it's still about that same time, 6:45? Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you really see those two talking on the porch?
Yeah.
You did. You're 100% on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did she get in the back of the Jeep? Tell us that.
I don't know.
Did you help him?
No.
Let's be honest here, Brandon. If you helped him, it's okay. Because he was telling you to do it. You didn't do it on your own.
I didn't touch her.
So you get over into the garage, and the garage door's open, and her truck's in the garage, right?
Yeah.
And what does he say to you?
Think about it and be honest.
It's okay. What does he say to you?
That's when he threatened me that if I would say anything, that he like trusted me or something.
Why did he have you come over there? Did he need help with something? Remember, we already know, but we need to hear it from you. Why did he have you come over there? He needed help, didn't he? What did he need help with? Go ahead and tell us.
Probably to get rid of the body.
Yeah.
So, what Mark's saying is, did he call you or did he come to the door and say, Brendan, I need, what do you do?
He came over.
Tell us what he told or asked you to do.
He said, hey Brendan, you want to help me do something?
And keep going.
And I said, for what? And he's like, for something to do in my garage.
Okay, keep going.
And I said, sure, and then later I came over there and...
What time did he come to your house?
About... I can't remember.
Okay, but he comes to your house and asks you if you want to do something, help him with something.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me that again.
That he wanted me to come over there and help him move something.
Okay. Did he tell you what?
No.
Did you go over right away?
No, I waited 10 minutes.
Okay, so then you walk over and the garage door's open.
Yeah.
And what do you see again?
Her Jeep.
Okay.
And you're sure the big garage door is open? You didn't go in the little door?
No.
So you see her Jeep, and then what happens? Does he what?
He opens the back door.
Okay, and what does he say?
And told me to help him.
Don't you ask him a question? Who is this, or what?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what he said.
He said that it's a girl that he was kind of peed off at.
Did he say who it was?
Teresa Hallbach.
Why was he peed off at her?
I don't know.
I think he probably told you. So just be honest. We already know.
He's obviously not holding anything back from you. He had you come over to see this.
We already
He
know.
used you for this. So bring us into the garage again. You mentioned earlier that's when he threatened you. Tell us that.
That he threatened me that if I would say anything that he would stab me like he did to her, and that he was pissed off at her because of he wanted to get his blazer in the thing that, like, the last time she was there and he couldn't.
Okay, so he opens the back door of her truck and tell me what you see.
Her body laying there.
What could you see of her?
Truth now. As hard as it is, tell us the truth.
Her head, her body, her feet.
So she was not covered up? No, I didn't think so. See, we already knew that.
Did she have clothes on? To be honest. If she did, she did. If she didn't, she didn't.
Sort of.
Okay, what'd she have on?
Like a white t-shirt and that. Pants.
What do you mean, sort of? Either she had clothes on or she didn't. It's what, some of it on and some of it off? What?
It was like ripped.
It was ripped? Where was it ripped?
Like right here.
Was it a t-shirt or a button-up shirt or what kind of shirt?
A button-up one.
What color?
Like a black one.
Okay, before he just said there was a white t-shirt. She had that on too?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath that shirt?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the other interview you said it was blue. Do you remember what color it was? If you don't remember, say you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. So he threatens you, and what does he say to you?
To help him get rid of the body.
Okay.
Before you mentioned trust, that he said something about trust. Tell us about that. What did he say about that?
That he really likes me much and that he trusts me that I won't say nothing.
So what happens next?
On 4 separate occasions spanning over 48 hours, Dassey was interrogated. At no point during these interrogations was a legal representative, a parent, or any other adult or guardian present. Initially interviewed at November 6th at the family cabin in Crivets, Dassey was interrogated via the Reed technique. The Reed technique was developed to not only permit, but also further encourage law enforcement officers to use tactics that put pressure onto suspects to confess to their actions. To understand why the use of the Reed technique with Brendan was controversial, it's critical to know what the technique is, at least on a layman's level. The Reed technique can be trimmed down to what is essentially a 9-step interrogation process. That process is as follows. Step 1. Positive confrontation. Advise the suspect that the evidence has led the police to the individual as a suspect. Offer the person an early opportunity to explain why the offense took place. Step 2. Try to shift the blame away from the suspect to some other person or set of circumstances that prompted the suspect to commit the crime. That is, develop themes containing reasons that will psychologically justify or excuse the crime. Themes may be developed or changed to find one to which the accused is most responsive. Step 3. Try to minimize the frequency of suspect denials. Step 4. At this point, the accused will often give a reason why he or she did not or could not commit the crime. Try to use this to move towards the acknowledgement of what they did. Step 5. Reinforce sincerity to ensure that the suspect is receptive. Step 6. The suspect will become quieter and listen. Move the theme of the conversation towards offering alternatives. If the suspect cries at this point, infer guilt. Step 7. Pose the alternative question. Give the suspect 2 choices for what happened, with one being more socially acceptable than the other. The suspect is expected to choose the easier option, but whichever alternative the suspect chooses, guilt is admitted. There's always a third option, which is to maintain that they did not commit the crime. Step 8. Lead the suspect to repeat the admission of guilt in front of witnesses and develop corroborating information to establish the validity of the confession. Step 9. Document the suspect's admission or confession and have him or her prepare a recorded statement, either audio, video, or written. While the strategy may seem like a viable option for interrogators to use, it's essential to point out that Dassey had been clinically evaluated as being highly suggestible. This, in and of itself, would make a suspect like Dassey more compliant and can ultimately lead to improper interrogation outcomes, namely false confessions.
That he told me to grab her feet, so I did, and so we took her out in the back and put her in the fire pit.
Was the fire burning already?
Yeah.
Tell us, did you carry her out there? Did you use something to get her back there?
Well, we lifted her out of the Jeep and put her on like a wheel thing.
What a wheel thing, what's that?
Like the things where you get under a car.
A creeper?
Yeah.
And is that creeper always kept in his garage?
Well, he was borrowing it from the yard or something like that.
What's that creeper say on it? Do you remember? What color is it?
Like black and red.
Black and red, okay. So you guys lift her out of the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And you got which part of her again?
Her feet.
And what is Steve carrying?
Her head and her shoulders.
And you put her on the creeper?
Yeah.
Does she have shoes on?
No.
Does she have... Did you take her clothes off then?
Mm-mm.
Was she tied up?
Yeah.
Describe that again, how she was tied up. And again, make it easy on yourself and just tell us the truth the first time.
The hard part's over.
That it was like wrapped around her like 3-4 times.
Wrapped around where? Show us where. On your body?
Right here.
Okay. What about her feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
They were tied up.
What were they tied up with?
Rope.
What kind of rope?
Like, oh, like that round.
Something you'd use for clothesline? That type of thing? What color was it?
Like white and blue.
What about her hands?
I don't remember.
Where did you see injuries on her?
Her stomach.
Her stomach? What did it look like?
Like she was stabbed.
Well, I don't necessarily, I'm going to tell you I don't know what it looks like when someone's stabbed. Okay, you got to talk to someone that doesn't realize this. Tell us what you saw.
Like it was all bleeding and that.
Show me where, and I knew that would be.
Like right here.
How much blood? Was that, show me on you the extent of the stain or the blood that you saw.
Like right there.
That whole area, was it pretty wet yet or dry?
Like damp.
Damp. Could you see flesh or just the shirt?
A little bit of flesh.
How many times did he say he stabbed her?
Once.
What else did he do to her? We already know, be honest.
We've got enough of her to know some things that happened to her. So tell us the truth.
What else did he do to her?
raped her.
Did he tell you that?
Tell us about that. And where he did it.
I don't know where he did it, but
Okay.
What did he say he did? In his words, what did he tell you? You can swear, you can use any language you want. Tell us exactly what he told you he did to her.
During the investigation, Dassey, who was also Avery's alibi, underwent a series of interrogations without counsel or parent present. Although Dassey and his mother consented to the interrogations, in which investigators made false promises to Dassey using approved interrogation techniques. While being interrogated, Dassey confessed in detail to being a co-conspirator in the rape and murder of Halbach and the mutilation of her corpse. His confession was later described as a, quote, clearly involuntary in a constitutional sense, end quote, by a U.S. magistrate judge whose opinion was overturned by an appellate court. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld the appellate court by refusing to hear the case. Dassey was arrested and charged on March 1st, 2006, with being party to a first-degree homicide, sexual assault, and mutilation of a corpse. Special Prosecutor Ken Kratz held a major press conference about the two cases, discussing the charges against Avery and Dassey and reading verbatim elements of Dassey's confession. Kratz's press event was widely covered by TV and newspapers. Dassey later recanted his confession in a letter to the trial judge, stating that he got most of his ideas from a book.
that he ripped off her clothes and she refused, and she tried to get away, but he was too strong for her. And he did it.
He did what?
Raped her.
What did he say? Did he use those words?
Are you sure? Because he does not use the words he uses. Are you? If you're sure, that's okay.
Yeah.
And where did that happen?
I don't know.
And she tried to get away, but he was too strong.
Yeah.
And then what did he do to her?
Well, after he was done, that's when he put her back in the Jeep in the back.
Was she dead then yet or not?
Brandon, were you there when this happened?
No.
Was she dead there then or not?
Yeah.
How do you know that? I have a feeling I know how you know that.
We already know, Brandon. We already know. Come on, be honest with us. Be honest with us. We already know. It's okay. We're going to help you through this, all right? Tell us. How do you know that?
I was outside riding my bike.
Mm-hmm.
I could hear it.
What could you hear?
Screaming.
Okay. Was the door closed at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Did he know you were out there?
No.
What was the screaming like? What was she saying?
Like, help me.
Did you know what was going on?
No.
What did you do?
Well, I was going up to the driveway and get the mail.
What time was that?
About 4:30.
Is it light out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go out on your bike and you hear screaming coming from where?
His house.
Whose house?
Stevens.
The house or the garage?
The house.
From the house.
All right. Then what do you do?
I just went to go get the mail and went in the house.
So you go get the mail, you go in the house, and then what?
Sat down and watched TV.
Okay, Brandon, you're doing a good job. Let's go back to when you go outside to get your bike, and you're gonna go get the mail. You said you heard screaming. Any more? Tell us more about what you heard. You said, "Help me." Was it female screaming?
Yeah.
What else did you hear her say, if anything?
That's all I heard.
And is her vehicle still there?
Yeah.
Where is the vehicle at that time?
By the big trees.
Did that scare you when you heard that screaming?
Sort of.
Did you go over to his house then? Are you sure?
Yeah.
And you said you rode your bike down to get the mail. You
Yeah.
came back, and then what'd you do? Honestly. You went over to his house?
No.
What'd you do?
I went to our garage and put the bike away. And Brian was in there working on his car.
Yep.
I asked him if he wants any help, and he said no. That if he wanted help, he would come in and get me or something. So I went in the house and I sat down.
Did Brian hear the screaming too?
No, he had the radio going.
Okay.
Did you tell Brian?
No.
Okay, you went in the house and sat down. And then?
I waited, and then I watched TV for a little bit, and my mom came home
And she comes home at about what time?
about 4:35.
Okay.
And then what happens?
She asked me if anybody got the mail. I'm like, yeah, I did. And watched TV more, and he came over and asked if she wanted help.
He came over and asked you what?
If I could help him move something.
Okay.
Okay, let's, to this point now, I think we're pretty close to the truth. How close are we, Brendan?
Pretty close.
Okay, then give us the little parts that we don't have yet up to that point. Stephen, there's something in there we're missing. You heard her. I have a feeling he saw you, you saw him. Something in here that we're missing. Because, you know, we're not idiots. I don't see him coming over to the house and asking you to help unless he knows you know something. So tell us what you knew, that he knew.
It's okay, Brad. We already know.
I think he went over to his house. Maybe he asked him to get his mail. Something in here is missing.
Well, when I got the mail, there was like a envelope in there with his name on it.
All right.
Okay, now we're going. But what did you do?
I knocked on the door and he answered it.
Yeah, and then what?
I gave it to him and then I left.
Come on now. You just heard screaming over there.
You're making this hard on us and yourself.
Be honest. You went inside, didn't you?
Yeah.
You went in the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
You're nodding.
Did he invite you in?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was she?
In his room.
Okay. Did you go back there and look?
No,
Brendan, be honest.
I didn't.
How do you know she was in his room?
The door was open.
Could you see her?
Yeah.
Was she alive?
Well, she was handcuffed to the thing,
She was handcuffed to what?
the bed.
Was she naked? Was she alive?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because she was moving around.
Was she making any noise?
It's all right, bud.
Yeah.
What was she saying?
Screaming for help.
What was handcuffed? Her hands or her legs or both?
Both.
And what were they handcuffed to?
Like the hand, like there's round poles on each side.
Okay.
Of his bed. And you're getting there, okay? let's back up again. Did you go get the mail?
Yeah.
When you went to get the mail with your bike, did you hear something at that time, or did it happen when you came back with the mail? You can do it. Just tell us the truth.
And I came back.
I gotta believe this is in your mind right now like a picture. There's a video in your mind, this whole thing, and you're trying to get it out, and the only way you can get it out is by talking about it right now. So you came back. Did you have a letter for Stephen?
Yeah.
Did you go to his trailer?
Yeah.
Did you hear screaming coming from inside the trailer?
Yeah.
What did you do then? Are you at the door? Where are you? When you first hear the screaming, where are you?
Like by the other camper that we passed.
Way down there?
Mhm.
You hear screaming halfway or a quarter way down that frontage road, your driveway road?
Yeah.
Are you able to make out any of the words?
No.
Okay. Take me from there and be honest so we don't have to keep backing up here, because we know, but we need it in your words. I can't say it.
Brendan, I already know. You know we know.
Dassey's first appointed lawyer, Len Kaczynski, was removed by the court on August 26, 2006, due to his decision not to appear with Brendan during the May 13th interrogation. He was replaced by 2 public defenders.
Okay, come on, buddy. Let's get this out, okay?
You're coming back with the mail. Take us through it. It's the video in your head. Play it for us.
You come back with the mail, what happens?
Well, I stopped and I seen if there was any mail for me, so I seen Stevens. So I went over there right away to bring it over by him. And I knocked like 3 times and then he finally came.
Are you hearing anything coming from the inside of the trailer at this time?
Yeah.
What?
The words help me.
Okay. That's got to be pretty devastating, right? But you still knock.
Mhm.
You went into the trailer then?
You knock and he comes to the door. What's he look like? Is he dressed? Has he got anything on him? What's he look like?
He's got a white shirt on with red shorts and all sweaty.
He's all sweaty. Any blood at this time?
No.
All right.
Does he let you in the trailer?
He lets me in the kitchen.
He what?
He walks me into the kitchen.
What does he say to you?
If I want a soda.
Does he know you've heard anything? Is she still saying stuff?
Yeah.
Then he walks you into the kitchen. Okay, play the video for us, bud. Tell us what's happening.
It's okay. Tell us what happened. What does he say to you?
That he never got some of that stuff, so he wanted to get some.
Never got what?
A girl.
Okay.
What did you say just a second ago, though?
Repeat what you said.
That he wanted to get some
Somewhat.
pussy.
And that's what he said to you?
Now I can start believing you. Okay?
So do you have a soda?
Mhm.
And then what happens next?
I opened it and drank some.
What's he saying to you? It's all right. You are doing the right thing.
Come on, what's he saying?
That he wants to keep on doing it.
Okay.
Doing what?
Raping her.
What kind of words is he using, though? You can say those words here.
That he wanted to fuck her so hard.
Could you see her at this time?
No.
Okay. What happens next? Remember, we already know, but we need to hear it from you. It's okay. It's not your fault. What happens next?
Does he ask you?
He does, doesn't he?
We know.
He asks you, doesn't he? What does he ask you?
That if I wanted a girlfriend.
Tell us how he said it.
That if he wanted me to get some pussy.
There. Okay.
And then what happens next?
That he said that if I wanted to, I can go get some, but not right now.
Oh, come on, be honest. You went back into that room.
Don't let us down, Brendan.
We know you were back there. Let's get it all out today. This will be all over with.
Yes, if you want some, right? That's what you told us.
Mm-hmm.
If you want some pussy,
Where
what
do you
do you tell him?
I said I wasn't aged, and so he took me back there and showed me some.
What did he show you?
Her naked body.
Okay, is she alive?
Yeah,
Is she talking?
yeah.
What's she saying? What's she saying? I know it's hard, but you gotta tell us. What did she say?
The video will never go away unless you can talk to us about it.
Go ahead. What did she say?
She's asking Steven why he would do something like that.
Does she say anything to you? Does she see you?
Yeah,
Does she say something to you?
no.
Describe again. Were you accurate when you described how she was on the bed? How is she attached to that? Where is she? Tell us that and be truthful again.
That she's chained up to the bed and she's faced up.
Face up, no clothes on?
Mm-mm.
What do you mean she's chained up? To explain that.
Like some handcuffs.
Where are the handcuffs? On her arms or on her legs or where?
Both.
Okay.
Do you remember the color of the handcuffs and the leg irons?
Like regular ones.
Which would be what color?
Silver.
Okay.
Are her legs spread apart? Or are they together? Or tell us how it looks.
Like spread apart a little bit.
So he brings you back there and he shows you her. And what do you do? Honestly. Because we think
Very important.
we know what
Have to
happened.
be truthful.
We know what happened. It's okay. What did you do?
I ain't do nothing.
Brendan? Brendan? Come on. What did you do?
What does Steven make you do?
He told me to do.
What does that mean to you?
To screw her.
Did you do that?
All right, take a breath, Brad. Take it. Did he watch?
It's okay.
Look.
Okay. Okay. Where is Steve at this time?
Oh.
Why? Where's her clothes at this time? So, how'd they get out?
Clean up the 50. We clean that up and then fire.
Throw what on the fire?
Cleaned up.
What did the clothes? Okay, let's about who have her bra and panties too. So you took it outside and threw it on the fire?
Holding it. Was that not true then? In the garage now. What kind of cleaning? What do you do?
Gas on it so he could get it off. Then he tried paint thinner and then he ran it like, and it probably got on the floor and it splashed up on my pants or something.
How much?
Where the Jeep's tire was.
So if you had to say some dimensions, like 2 by 2, 2 feet by 2.
Cleaned in the garage or just one?
2.
If we took you to that garage, would you be able to show us where?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you get the bleach from?
In his house, but in his bathroom.
Were you there when his girlfriend called, Jody?
No.
Was Stephen bleeding?
On his fingers, that's it.
Did Stephen?
That he was gonna crush it. Sooner, he said the sooner the better.
You like what? What kind?
Coke.
Coke? Okay.
Before we get that, does Evan told you that someone else knows?
Not that I know of.
What about Chuck? Take a little break.
Yeah, take a breath.
Hey, Brendan, need to use a bathroom or anything? You sure? Need anything else?
Mm-mm.
Sandwich or anything? Did you get your soda?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be in about 2 minutes, okay?
I got a question though.
Sure.
How long is this gonna take?
It shouldn't take a whole lot longer.
Do you think I can get there before 1:29?
Probably not. What's at 1:29?
Well, I had a project due in 6 hours.
Okay. We'll worry about that later, okay? All right. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
The Dassey trial began on April 16, 2007, with a jury from Dane County, Wisconsin. The trial lasted 9 days, with a verdict delivered on April 25, 2007. The jury deliberated for 4 hours, finding Dassey guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, rape, and mutilation of a corpse. Though only 17 years old at the time, Dassey was tried and sentenced as an adult, and his intellectual limitations were ruled irrelevant. In January 2010, Dassey's attorneys entered a motion for retrial, which was denied in December by Judge Fox. Fox's ruling was affirmed by the Wisconsin Court of Appeals in January 2013, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court declined to review it. The release of Making a Murderer in December 2015 generated a wide international audience and was met with significant media attention. There were numerous discussions regarding the prosecution of criminal cases. Due to the unprecedented response to the Netflix docuseries, by July 2016, Making a Murderer 2 was in production. Brennan's conviction has been appealed through the state court system, and a petition for habeas corpus was filed in federal court. Because of the nature of Dassey's interrogations, there have been calls for the exoneration of Dassey, with petitions for his freedom, and the implementation of, quote-unquote, juvenile interrogation protection law in Wisconsin, which would prohibit police from questioning minors without a lawyer present.
So, do you need to use the bathroom or anything? No? You're good? Okay.
How you feeling, Brendan?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Got a lot of stuff off your chest, huh? A lot more stuff, a lot of the truth. What we do when we leave the room, we kind of talk about stuff to make sure that we think we're all on the same page and that we're getting the truth, the whole truth. And we think you're doing pretty good so far, but there's some areas that we have to revisit, okay? And then some other questions. And again, don't make us work so hard for this. Don't make yourself work so hard for it. Let's just get the truth out right away, because again, we have a pretty good knowledge of what happened there. All right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to revisit when you got home from school. Okay? You were with Blaine, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you walked down the road to your house. And you said that you saw Stephen on the porch. Mark and I are having a problem with that. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to put words in your mouth, but we're having a problem with that. You know, Blaine not seeing it and stuff like that, and the time period, because it's 3:45, and we're real familiar with time periods here and when she got there and stuff. Is there something you need to tell us about that? When you got home, what did you see before you went into your house? Did you even go in your house, or did you go over to Stevens? You know, talk to us about what happened there, because the time periods aren't adding up, bud.
Well, I don't know if Blaine's seen it, but I never asked him about it. So I don't know if he's seen it or not.
Again, whether Blaine saw it or not, the time periods aren't adding up. They're not equaling out. We know when Teresa got there. And I guarantee you Teresa's not standing on that porch when you come home from school. I don't see that. I have a problem with the car sitting out front yet at this time either. That car's sitting out front, other people would have seen that car, you know. Something's not adding up here, and you need to tell us the truth. Did this all start right when you came home from school? You need to tell me. You need to be honest with me. I can't tell you. I can't tell you these things. I can tell you we don't believe you because there's some things that are wrong, but you've got to tell me the truth. This is, you know, we're getting serious here now, okay? Tell me what happened when you got home.
I got off the bus. I walked on the road. And we got that thing, the other house that's just sitting there for nothing. I could see her Jeep in the garage, just sitting there. And I didn't see Steven and her on the porch.
You did or you didn't?
I didn't.
Did not, okay.
And I just walked up to the house.
To whose house?
Mine and Blaine's. Went into the garage to get the key to open the door, because we always lock it when we leave. And we went in, and Blaine grabbed the phone right away, and I waited for like 30 minutes to wait for him to get off the phone with Jason so I can call Travis, see what he was doing that night. And I waited, so I watched TV. And that's when I went up to get the mail.
Okay. So I'm going to take you through this now that you've said it. You got off the bus, came down the road. You said you saw Teresa's vehicle in Steven's garage.
Uh-huh.
How did you see that?
With the front end out of the door.
With what?
The front end was out of the door.
The front end was out of the door. So the big door was open, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you did not see Teresa or Steven?
Oh.
Okay. And then you said you went into your house.
Uh-huh.
Did you go over to Steven's at that time?
No.
And you went over to your house, and the way you were telling me, you're about 20 minutes, half hour, you had to wait because Blaine used the phone? Yeah. And so then you went down and got the mail?
Yeah.
So you're in your house for about 20 minutes, half hour?
Yeah.
And you went down to get the mail?
Well, I called Travis first.
You called Travis first. Okay, how long did you talk to Travis?
Oh, 10, 15 minutes.
And after you're done talking to Travis, what did you do?
Went up to go get the mail.
And did you take a bike, like you said?
Yeah.
And then you're coming back from the mail? Is that when you tell me what happened then again?
That's when I went to get the mail and I came back. I was looking at it when I was riding the bike, and I seen Steven's mail in there, and I went over by him and I knocked on the door.
Okay, and you heard stuff coming from there?
Uh-huh.
Again, what did you hear coming from there?
Screaming like, help me and that.
Okay. And then you said before, you knocked on his door.
Uh-huh.
And you said you had to knock
3 times.
3 times, and it took how long for Stephen to get to the door about?
Oh, 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. While you were standing at the door, did you continue to hear things coming from the inside?
Yeah.
Stephen came to the door and took you into the kitchen, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. About what time do you think this is? Thinking back now on your time periods, when you got home, how long it took for these phone calls and stuff.
Oh, 5:30.
Okay. When you actually knocked on Stephen's door, was the big garage door still open? Do you remember?
No,
You don't remember, or it wasn't open?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was Teresa Hallbach's vehicle sitting out in the driveway when you knocked on the door?
No.
Okay. So that's a little different than what you initially told us, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember Stephen making any phone calls or getting any phone calls during this evening? During that evening?
Like 1 or 2 of them.
He made or he got?
He got.
Who were they from?
Jody.
Okay. Can you tell me what the context, your side of the conversation was? What did you hear?
He was like saying that he cares about her and that.
So you said maybe a couple phone calls. When did the first call happen about?
Oh, 5:35.
About 5:30, is that what you're saying? And what phone did he take that call on?
His cell phone.
Okay. And then when did the second call happen?
About 10 minutes after that.
Okay, and then who was that call from, do you think?
Jody again.
I think so, okay. Do you recall if Steve called anyone? Okay. We talked Monday, we talked a little about some things, a burn barrel out front. Do you remember anything about that burn barrel that's you might want to be a little more truthful about now?
That was full of stuff.
Was it burning?
Yeah.
Did you put some things in that burn barrel that night?
No.
What happened to Teresa's other personal effects? I mean, a woman usually has a purse, right? Tell us what happened to that.
I don't know what happened to it.
What happened to her cell phone? Don't try to think of something, just...
I don't know.
Dassey is now represented by Stephen Dreisen and Laura Nyrider, both professors at Northwestern University's Center on Wrongful Convictions of Youth and experts in false confessions from juvenile suspects. In December of 2015, Dassey's attorneys filed a writ of habeas corpus in federal district court for release or retrial, citing constitutional rights violations due to ineffective assistance of counsel and a coerced confession.
Did you see whether a cell phone of hers?
No.
Do you know whether she had a camera?
No.
Did Stephen tell you what he did with those things?
No.
I need you to tell us the truth.
Yeah.
What did he do with her possessions?
I don't know.
Brendan, it's okay to tell us, okay? It's really important that you continue being honest with us, okay? Don't start lying now. If you know what happened to a cell phone or a camera or her purse, you need to tell us, okay? The hard part's over. Do you know what happened to those items?
He burnt them.
How do you know?
Because when I passed it, there was like a person there and stuff.
When you passed what?
The burning barrel.
Did you look inside? Why did you look inside?
Because it was full.
What else was in there?
Like a garbage bag, some...
Did you put those things in the burning barrel?
No.
Did you actually see those items in the burn barrel?
Yeah.
Tell me what you saw in there, exactly.
Like they're buried underneath a garbage bag that was...
How do you know, how could you see them if they were underneath a garbage bag?
Because the garbage bag was like on top, like that far off the top.
Okay, so we have the barrel, okay? Why don't you look at me for a second, okay? You got the barrel, okay, and here's the top of the barrel. And the garbage bag is on top?
Yeah.
And where are those items you said you saw?
Like right underneath it.
Underneath the bag?
Yeah.
Well, how would you see that?
Well, if the bag's like that far off the, you know, the top of the thing, you can see through underneath it.
You could see underneath it? What did you see?
Like a cell phone, camera, purse.
Are you being honest with us?
Yeah.
Did you actually see those items?
Yeah.
When did you see them?
When I came over there with the mail.
Before you went into the house or after you went into the house?
Before I went into the house.
Why did you look in there?
Because it was full. And it usually ain't.
Did you see Stephen when you came home from school or at any time up until the point you went into Stephen's house? Did you see him go to the burning barrel with anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
After you went in the house, did Stephen go to the burning barrel at any time?
Not that I know of.
Good.
Sorry? Huh? Here, use this one.
All right. Now we got some other points that we're going to talk about here. You go there, you get into Stephen's house. Now I don't want you to hold back any language or how he told you anything or how he presented himself to you when this stuff happened. When he took you into the kitchen, just kind of tell me what he told you again and how he told you.
He asked me if I wanted to fuck the girl and if I wanted to try it. I said that I ain't old enough to have a kid yet, so he said, yeah, do you want to try it though? I'm like, not right now. He just kept on egging me on.
Okay, and did he say anything else to you when he was egging you on? How did he egg you on?
He's like, come on, try it for me.
And had you been back in the bedroom area yet at this time, or no?
No.
Tell me again what he told you was back there. Who or what?
That Teresa Hallbach was back there. That she was on the bed naked she was chained up to the bed.
Could you hear her back there yet?
Yeah.
And what kind of things was she saying again?
Like, help me and not to tell Steven not to do this anymore.
Did Steven say that he had already done that or not?
Yeah.
What did he say he did to her?
That he had sex with her.
How did he say it?
That he fucked her.
At any time that night, did you see Steven have sex with her?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Because we know now that you did and he watched while you did it. Did you watch once or while he did it?
No.
Did he do anything else to her sexually?
No.
Stick anything in her, anything like that?
No.
Okay. You told us about going in there and having sex with her, that she was handcuffed and chained. Okay. Ultimately, and then you said you left the bedroom for a period of time and he talked to you out in the living room, right?
Yeah.
Again, just to remind us, what kind of things was he saying to you out in the living room?
That he was saying that I did a good job and that he was proud of me.
Okay. How long were you in the living room about?
About 5 minutes, 5, 10.
And then after you're in the living room, where did you go?
Back in there.
Okay. And tell me, and think about the video in your head, okay? You went back in the bedroom and go through what happened again.
We went in there, we tied her up, and he stabbed her, and he told me to cut her throat and cut her hair off, and then when we were done like that, we took off the handcuffs and we took her outside to the Jeep, stuck her in the back. He said he would rather burn her than stick her back in there. And we put her on the floor and then he shot her 10 times. And he threw her in the fire.
Okay, well, there's some points that we're going to go over there in that, okay? In the, in the bedroom. And he had you cut the hair off, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you put the hair?
On the dresser.
Again, tell us why he wanted you to do that.
I don't know.
What happened to the hair after?
I never touched it.
Do you know where it went?
No.
Has he ever told you what he did with that hair?
No.
Brandon, you sure?
Yeah.
Do you have any of that hair at home?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because you know we'll find it if you do.
That would not be good for you. If we find you're lying or find things that you don't tell us about, I can't believe you then. If you tell me that you're sorry this happened, then I won't believe you. If
I
you
don't
tell
got none of the hair.
Pardon?
I don't got none of the hair.
You don't got none of the hair. Did you get any blood on you?
No.
Okay, so you tie her up, and you told us before you think she's dead at this time? and you and Stephen carry her out that back door and into the garage. When you're in the garage, where do you place her immediately?
In the Jeep.
Right into the Jeep, or did you set her on the floor, or?
Right in the Jeep.
Right into the Jeep. How does Stephen get the rifle?
When he set her down, when we set her on the ground, he went in the house and grabbed it.
Was it a rifle or was it a handgun?
It was a rifle.
And where did he find that rifle, do you know?
In his bedroom.
Where was it in the bedroom?
Hanging on the wall.
What wall?
Like, where the door is, there's like a gun rack up there.
Okay, in relation to his bed, where would it be?
Like, on the left side wall.
So if I'm laying in his bed, where is his gun?
Like, say like this was his bedroom and his bed was like right here, it would be on that wall.
Let's say his bed is your bed, or his bed there, the couch.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping what way?
Your feet would face that way.
Oh.
And the guns would be right on that side.
If I asked you to draw me a few pictures, do you think you could do that?
Yeah.
As to the bedroom, if you could put things in the bedroom and then like put her on the bed, how she was, could you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay?
Maybe I get some clear paper,
yeah,
probably.
around, grab some papers, okay? All right.
And a clipboard or something, you know.
Should draw some pictures, is that okay, or are you going to some things you
We'll
want to
talk for a bit,
Okay.
and then we'll get to the pictures.
All right.
That's all right.
That's fine.
Brendan, when you guys got her into the garage, you said that you placed her right into the back of her vehicle, right?
Yeah.
And then he said that how did it come about that he wanted to do what he wanted to do? Tell me that.
He told me that he was going to throw her in the pond. And he said that he would rather burn her because it's a lot faster to get rid of all the evidence.
And earlier you said that the fire was going on at this time?
Mm-hmm.
Mark and I have a little trouble understanding why he's got this big fire going if he was actually talking about putting her into the pond.
Because that night, me and Blaine were going to invite some friends over for a bonfire, and he was probably getting it ready. And then that day, I got a call from Travis that said that he couldn't come, and Blaine got a call from his friend that they couldn't come.
Are you telling me that it wasn't until you guys were in the garage that he said that he was going to burn her?
Yeah.
And are you sure about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then you said that you took her out of the back of her vehicle. Did you help him do that?
Mm-hmm.
And then you said that he went and got a gun, right?
Yeah.
And he came back in. What did he do?
He shot her 10 times.
Tell me where he shot her.
Like in the head, and in the belly, and the stomach.
How many times did he shoot her in the head?
Like 3 times.
Tell me where in the head. What sides?
Like the left side, I think it was.
The left side of her head. And when he shot her in the body, where in the body again?
Like right here.
Okay. What was he saying when he was doing this, if anything? What was his demeanor? Was he calm? What was he doing?
He was calm.
What was he saying to you?
That he was sorry for me to see that stuff.
Did he ask you to shoot her too, or did he tell you to shoot her?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
When you got home from school, do you remember if a fire was going then?
I didn't look.
When you knocked on the door to go in, was the fire going then?
Yeah.
Okay. When you knocked on the door to go into Stephen's trailer, was it still light out?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned then you took her bag out, you shot her. Did anything else happen in this garage that is noteworthy? Remember, we've seen the garage, we've got the evidence from the garage. Did you guys do anything else to her out in the garage?
No.
Anything with ropes or bindings or anything like that?
No.
You took her out to the fire, and you're sure you used this creeper thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what you said. Did you carry her on that creeper thing, or did you actually push it out there, you guys? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could put someone on and you could actually carry that thing, or did you actually roll it?
We carried it.
Okay. Kind of, what would that be similar to? Kind of like a, do you know what I'm thinking of?
Visiting at the ambulance.
Yeah. So you carried it like that?
Yeah.
And was she still unclothed at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
What time was that?
About 5:30.
Was it light out or dark out?
Light.
And then you put her on the fire, you said, and you put other stuff over her, you said.
Yeah.
Did you help Stephen start that fire?
No.
Are you telling us the truth?
Yes.
Is it at this time that, what do you do after you put her on the fire?
We put the tires on there and the branches.
Where'd that stuff come from?
He had it there already.
He did. Okay, now the fire's going, she's on there, tell me what you're doing now, or what you guys do. I mean, it's only 5:30 right now, what are you guys doing?
After we put the tires and the branches on, we went to the house and went in there for a little bit. And we went out, and he was going to take the Jeep down in the pit. So he did. And that's when we covered it with branches in the hood.
Did you guys go out by the fire some more that night?
No.
Where did this car seat come from?
We got that.
Tell me how you guys got that.
I went over to my house and got the golf cart and he went to go pick them up. And we went over to get the car seat. And we put it by the fire and waiting for it to burn down. And we threw it on there. And we went to go to the Jeep.
Okay, so you went and got this car seat. Did you get anything else when you had the golf cart?
Well, old cabinet.
Where'd you get that from?
From in the back of our garage.
Whose garage?
Ours. Because we were using it to put it in the garage.
Anything else that you went and gathered up with the golf cart?
Just the tires and the wood. And the seat and the...
Okay, so you got more tires?
Yeah.
And more wood?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you do with all that stuff?
We put it in the fire.
Okay.
In August 2016, United States Magistrate Judge William E. Duffin ruled that Dassey's confession had been coerced and was therefore involuntary and unconstitutional, and ordered him released. In November, the Wisconsin Justice Department appealed Duffin's decision to the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, which blocked Dassey's release pending a hearing.
Last night you mentioned, or Monday you mentioned, Stephen getting some other things out of the garage. What were those things again?
The clothes.
I mean, some things that you might use to...
Oh, the shovel and the rake.
Right. Did he get anything else like that out of the garage?
No, just them two.
And what did he use those for?
To like pile so he can get it smooth so he can fit the rest of the stuff in there.
Did you help him with that? Did you use the rake and the shovel at all?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Tell me again what he was doing with the rake.
He was like pushing the stuff around so he can put more stuff on it so it's even.
Show me what he was doing. You showed me the other day.
Like one like this.
One like that. What kind of stuff was he pushing around?
Like the wood in that.
Was he pushing her around at all?
The wood that was on the top in the cabinet.
Okay.
Were you able to see her in the fire?
Just the forehead and the hands and the feet and a little bit of belly.
Okay. Sometime during that evening, did someone come down to Stephen's trailer or in that area?
No.
You don't remember seeing? Do you remember seeing anyone come down there and talk to Stephen for a bit?
No.
Do you know if anyone else saw anything?
No.
How much time did you think it took from when you cut her on the neck to the time you guys got her out in the garage?
About 10 minutes.
After fire was in and she was put in the fire, what time did you go home to your place that night?
About 9:30.
Did you come back out at all that night? Was Stephen out there when you went home?
Yeah. Because he said he was going to watch the fire until it burnt down a little bit more.
What did you guys do with Teresa's body after that? After it was burned?
I don't know, I didn't do nothing with it.
Did Stephen do anything with it?
Yeah, but I don't know what.
What do you mean by yes, but you don't know what?
Like he tried to bury it or something.
How do you do that?
With the shovel.
Did he take some of her body out of that fire pit?
Yeah.
He did. Tell me how he did that.
Like when the bones were left behind, he would like try to take the shovel and try to break the bones apart, and he would bury them, like right by the fire almost.
What do you mean he'd bury him right by the fire?
Like he dug a hole and he'd put the bones in there and he buried it.
Where in relation to the fire?
Like 2 or 3 feet away.
Which way from the fire?
Like towards the garage.
Okay.
Did you see him do that?
I just heard that.
Heard it from? Who?
Him.
Oh. So he told you that he used the shovel to break up bones?
Yeah.
And then buried some of the bones? Did he take some of her bones anywhere else?
On the other side of the, like that, there was like, in the back of the yard, there was like this steep hill there, like in the pit. There was some there that he threw there.
Okay, we're gonna, in a little bit, we're gonna have you draw on some sketches and stuff, and we're gonna want to see these places. How do you know that there were some bones there?
He told me that he threw some there.
Did he tell you how he did that?
He had them in a bucket.
And what I'm understanding is then in the back of both your yards or his yards, down toward into the pit over that area?
In like Redon's pit.
Over Don's pit? Not into your, the salvage yard area? You think you'll be able to show us that?
Yeah.
Anything else that he did with the bones that he told you or that you helped him do? Did you help him do any of this?
No.
Did he have any more fires that week?
Not that I know of.
We talked about Monday night about bad smells and stuff. Do you remember any smells coming from that fire after she was put on there?
Just that it smelled bad.
You remember that? Did Steve call Chuck that night? Do you recall?
I don't know.
Did Steve make any other phone calls? I know I asked you this once before, but...
No.
Or tell you about making any other phone calls?
Just that someone called him.
Okay.
What was Steve wearing when you first got to his house?
A white shirt and red shorts.
You told us before that Jody called a couple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing when Jody called?
Sitting on the couch watching TV.
What was Steve doing?
Sitting on the computer chair.
Was that before or after you had sex with Teresa?
After.
Was Teresa still alive when Jody called?
No.
No? So Jody calls, you had already killed Teresa. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time Jody called about?
Mm-mm.
Why did you guys cut her hair?
I don't know.
Did Steve ever say why he wanted you to do that?
No.
Do you know if he kept any of it?
I don't know.
Where was her underwear?
I don't know.
Brendan, it's important. You're being honest so far. You need to be honest all the way through here, okay?
I don't know where they are.
You don't know where the underwear are? And if you have it, if you do, it's okay. We understand that.
I don't got it.
Did Steve have it?
I don't know.
Do you think he might have kept it?
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Did he tell you that?
No.
You said that you had cut her throat. Here's the thing, Brendan. When you cut somebody's throat, they bleed a lot, okay? Am I right?
Yeah.
She bled a lot? So I know you had blood on you. It was pretty much impossible not to. Did you have blood on you?
No.
None at all?
Uh-uh.
What about when you moved her?
No.
What were you wearing at the time?
Them pants and a jacket.
What jacket?
My old blue one.
Your old blue jacket? What, does it say anything on it?
It the Friar Tuck symbol on it.
Friar Tuck symbol?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that jacket now?
Probably in the closet when you walk in the house, behind the door.
What are you wearing for a shirt?
I don't remember.
What kind of shoes?
My old red ones.
Were they tennis shoes or what?
They're just like these, but they're red.
Okay. Do you remember what kind they are?
No.
You don't know a brand name?
Uh-uh.
Nike or Adidas, something like that? You don't
No.
Okay.
I think they're starters.
You think they're what?
Starters.
Starters, okay. When this is all going on, did Steve say anything about Teresa?
No.
You told us 2 days ago that Steve was angry. Was that true?
No.
So Steve was not angry? So why do you think he did this to Teresa?
Maybe because he wanted to go back to jail.
Did he ever tell you that?
No, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Because maybe he liked it in there, and the real world was probably too noisy for him. Or too big for him or something.
In the garage, in Steve's garage, there were some wires hanging from the rafters. You remember those?
Yeah.
Did you guys use those for anything?
No.
Are you being honest with me now?
Yeah.
It's very important to be honest here. Did you ever use those for anything?
No.
Did you use anything else on Teresa other than rope?
No.
Okay. Want to draw me a few pictures? Okay.
Brendan, when she was on the bed, was there a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Do you recall when the sheets were taken off the bed and stuff that the blood had soaked through to the mattress pad at all? Or mattress?
I don't know.
You don't know? Did you see or not?
No.
You sure that she wasn't taken out to the garage alive and some of this stuff was done to her out there?
No.
Hanging from a rafter or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
The worst is over. You're not going to shock us or anything by telling us that that happened. Because I just have a feeling that something may be there.
In June 2017, a three-judge panel of the Seventh Circuit upheld the magistrate's decision to overturn Dassey's conviction. Judge Alana Rovner, joined by Judge Ann Claire Williams, affirmed, over the dissent of Judge David Hamilton. On July 5th, the Wisconsin Department of Justice submitted a petition requesting a rehearing en banc by the entire Seventh Circuit panel. On August 4th, 2017, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals granted the state of Wisconsin's request for an en banc hearing with oral arguments set for September 26th in Chicago before a full panel of sitting judges.
Talk to me.
Nothing happened in there.
It all happened in the bedroom, you said. You're positive of that.
Yeah.
You keep in mind that, Stephen's going to have his time to tell his story too, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to say anything different?
Did you turn the mattress over or anything like that?
No.
Cleaning of the house, Brenda. Did Stephen do some cleaning in the house?
I don't know that.
You know what I mean by cleaning in the house, right?
Yeah.
Did he vacuum?
Not when I was there.
He didn't. Did he wipe anything down?
Not that I know
Did he do any laundry? Did he wash some clothes?
of. I don't know.
What about the knife? Where's the knife? Be honest with me, where's the knife? It's okay. We need to get that, okay? Help us out. Where's the knife?
Probably in the drawer.
In which drawer?
His knife drawer.
And where's that?
In the kitchen.
Is it probably in there, or do you know what's in there?
That's where I think it is.
Why do you think it's in there?
Because he won't let the knife go.
Because he wouldn't let the knife go. How do you know that?
Because it was a pretty nice knife.
Did he tell you that? Did he wash it off or anything, or wipe it off, or what did he do with the knife?
He wiped it off.
What did he use to do that with?
Paper towel.
And what happened to the paper towel?
He burnt it.
Can you describe the knife for us?
Well, it was like that long.
Okay.
Big head on it, like that.
Big head on it? What kind of, I mean, was it like a steak knife, or like something you'd use for a deer?
Something like that, like a deer.
Okay, what color was the handle?
Black.
Black. And was it, could you draw that? Do you think you could draw the knife?
Yeah.
Why don't you do that? Draw me the knife.
Thank you.
So it was like that.
Okay, the handle was just like this?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was black?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why don't you sign your name to that?
The whole thing?
Sure. Actually, write it. Okay. We'll put the date on there too. It's 3/1/03. 06. I'm all mixed up with dates today, aren't I? The time is 1:44 p.m. Okay. I'm going to ask you, would you be willing to draw the bedroom out for us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you saw the knife again, would you be able to identify it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll draw out the bedroom. We'll put the bed on there and show me where the dresser and everything was, the best that you can, and where the door was and all that.
So like the door was like right here.
Okay.
Should I label it?
Why don't you label it? Yep.
While you're doing that, Brendan, anything else unique about that knife?
No.
Draw her on the bed.
Should I draw the pillows?
Mm-hmm. You can do a stick person, that's fine. And how she was laying on there. Okay. And where were the handcuffs?
Like, they're like that.
Okay. And there were some leg cuffs too, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Where else, what other things are in the bedroom? Draw what else was in there. Okay. Anything else you remember? And that's a closet, and that's a dresser.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else?
And like the gun holder thing was like right here on the wall.
Okay. Why don't you label that? Gun rack, maybe, or
How do you spell that?
R-A-C-K. Okay. Anything else? Where was the key? Where did you put the key? Or where did Steven put the key?
In the middle of the drawer.
Okay. Why don't you put key there? Anything else you remember in there?
Well, I think there was like a nightstand right there. So
Okay, why don't you draw that in?
with a lamp on it.
Okay, why don't you label that? Okay, anything else? Where'd you put her hair?
Like right here.
Okay, why don't you label that? How much hair do you think you cut off of her?
Oh, 3 inches.
3 inches? What part of her hair?
The back.
Anything else in there? Okay, why don't you sign it? Sign your name. And we'll date it and time it again. Let's see, 148. Okay. And just one more thing I'm going to have you draw would be the garage. Okay. Why don't you draw the garage out? Okay, where's the big door?
Right here.
Okay, you want to label that? Is there a small entry door in there? Okay, where was her truck parked?
Like that area.
Okay. And it was sticking out the door, you said? When you brought her outside, which door did you bring her through?
Right here, this little crack.
Okay. And you said you put her in the truck first, is that correct? And then what did you do after that?
We set her down like right here.
Okay, why don't you draw her body and then where you set her down? Okay. And is that where, what did you do to her when you put her there? Or
He
what
went
did
in the
Steven do?
house.
So who went in the house?
He did it and got the gun.
Okay. And then he did what?
Shot her.
Okay. Do you know where the empty casings were? Why don't you label some other things in there? Like, what else was in that garage? Okay. Is there a snowmobile anywhere in there?
Yeah, that was over here.
Okay, I'll label that.
Brendan, I don't know if we asked you, the gun was, you said it was a 22, was that a single shot, or what type of gun was it, do you remember?
Yeah, single.
It's a single shot, not a semi-automatic?
Why don't you draw where the blood stains would have been?
Like right here. About,
And what did those blood stains come from? Like when she was laying there, or
yeah, when
what?
she was laying there.
Do you know, when he shot her, you said how many times?
10.
Do you know, did he hit her every time?
I don't know.
Did he hit anything else in the garage at all?
Where was he standing when he shot her?
Right here.
Why don't you put an X there and put his initials there? And where were you standing?
Right over here.
Okay, put your initials there. Was there blood anywhere else?
No.
What about behind the vehicle or anything like that? No?
No.
All right, why don't you sign it? And we'll put the time in. 1:51 looks like. Okay. Looks good to me.
Did you want him to maybe draw the fire pit? We'll sketch
Yeah,
the
let's
fire
do
pit
that.
in the
That's a
back.
good idea.
And
Can you
where
do that?
maybe those,
Oh, we did it the other day, so let's try that.
So, like, should I draw, like, the garage, like, right there a little bit?
Just, yeah, put a little bit of the garage in.
And then there's that little area with the opening.
How long had that fire pit been there?
About 4 or 5 months.
Okay. And where did you put her body?
Right here.
Draw it in there? Was the dog there yet at that time?
Yeah, the dog was like right over here.
Draw the dog house in, where the dog house is. You can label that too. And why don't you label what that was?
How do you spell garage?
G-A-R-A-G-E. Okay. Where did you get the brush from?
From the field.
Okay. You said that he had taken some bones and put them in a 5-gallon pail and he dumped them.
Yeah.
Where would that be? Which way?
His house would like be a little bit right here. It would be like over here somewhere.
Okay. Did you actually see him do that? How do you know he did that?
He told me that he put them in a pocket and he threw them over there.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you want to add in there? Okay. Why don't you sign that?
Well, when we got the seat, we put it like, we set it down like right here.
Did you sit there and watch the fire burn or anything? We just set it there.
53.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay.
On February 20th, 2018, Dassey's legal team filed for a petition for a writ of certiorari to the United States Supreme Court. In law, certiorari is a court process to seek judicial review of a decision of a lower court or government agency. Justices were scheduled to discuss the case in conference to determine if they would hear the case on June 14th, 2018, but the case was removed from the schedule without an explanation or a rescheduling order on the morning of the conference. On June 25th, 2018, certiorari was denied.
Brendan, got a few more questions to cover here. The worst is over as far as the questions. Can you describe Stephen's house for me? Like color and stuff like that?
It's like a red. And the top is like silver. And the bottom is like cement.
Okay. And where's his house located in relation to, say, your house?
Like how far away from ours?
How far away, what direction, if you know?
I don't know what direction, but it's about like... about 350 feet away.
Okay. If you come out your front door that you can't get into now because it's not shoveled, what direction would it be? Left, right, straight, back?
Left.
To the left. Okay. And then his garage, how would you describe his garage?
The same red, and the top was black.
Okay, and how many garage doors are on it?
One.
Big garage doors.
There's only one big one and one small one.
Okay.
And there's like 3 windows.
Okay. Any of those windows facing your house?
Just one.
Okay, and then the location, and I know you drew it here, so it's pretty obvious, but the location of the burn pit is where? In relation to the garage and his house, etc.
And like where you used to park his car. Like
the burn pit. Where
oh, the burn pit?
Yeah. What you drew here. Where is that in relation to the garage?
Straight back from the garage, like in the back by the window.
Okay. We've got the gun. Now, is there any reason that your DNA or fingerprints would be on that gun?
I never touched it.
Can you tell me why, if Teresa was dead when she was in the garage, why you would shoot or why you would shoot a dead body?
I don't know. Probably to make sure she's dead or something.
Did he say anything why he shot her?
No.
You're just saying, your guess is that to make sure she was dead?
Yeah.
You sure he didn't say anything?
Uh-uh.
Was he pretty calm about this?
Yeah.
I'm just going to revisit one thing when you're in the bedroom and you cut her throat. Previously, you said that you thought she was alive. Is that still your thought on that?
Yeah.
And why was that?
Because she was breathing a little bit. She was like not trying to breathe as hard as she could. From screaming a lot.
She was screaming a lot or wasn't?
She was.
When you cut her throat, was she screaming? Oh. When you cut her throat?
Because when you scream a lot, your breathing goes up or something.
Well, explain that a little bit. You said she was screaming a lot. When was she screaming a lot?
Like...
While you were doing it, after you did it, before you did it?
Before.
When you cut her throat, what was she doing, if anything?
Like screaming for help and crying.
I want to get that straight. She was screaming for help and crying when you cut her throat?
Yeah.
When did Stephen choke her or strangle her?
Like a little bit after that.
Well, let's just go back a little bit, okay? Tell us what exactly happened to her, what order it happened in. You said there were basically 3 things prior to you guys shooting her. Explain those in the order that it happened.
Starting with when we got in the room.
Yeah, what you guys did to her.
We had sex with her.
Okay.
Then he stabbed her.
And who stabbed her?
He did.
Who's he?
Steven.
Okay. And then what?
Then I cut her throat.
Okay.
And he choked her and I cut off her hair.
Okay. So he choked her after you cut her throat.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta show me, like, on your throat where you cut her.
Like right here.
How deep?
Just as long as the knife went through.
Okay.
With your fingers, show me how deep you went into her throat.
I'll go like that much.
I mean, like this, like that, like that,
Oh,
like that.
Like that.
About that far.
When Steven stabbed her, tell me again where he stabbed her.
Like right here.
How far into the knife go?
Again, with your hands, if you can.
About like that.
Okay. And then tell me how he choked her. Where was he when he choked her?
On the side of the bed.
On the side of the bed?
With your hands, show me what. Pretend that her neck is there, whatever. Show me how you did it.
Like this.
How long?
About 2-3 minutes.
He must have had a lot of blood on his hands then, huh? How did he get that off his hands?
Washing it off.
Where?
In the sink.
Which sink?
In the bathroom.
Did he wipe any blood up with anything?
Just that paper towel that he dried his hands with.
After you cut her throat, was she still alive?
Barely.
And how do you know that?
Because she was breathing like a little bit.
When do you think she quit breathing?
When we were bringing her outside.
Outside? What do you mean outside where?
Out in the garage.
How do you know she quit breathing then?
Because her belly wasn't moving.
Because her belly wasn't moving? Okay.
You talked about getting a car seat and a cabinet. Whose idea was that?
His.
When you went and got it and put it by the fire, did you throw it on the fire when it was time to throw it on the fire?
He helped.
Pardon?
He helped me throw it on there.
The car seat?
Uh-huh.
Who threw the cabinet on the fire?
He did.
Did you throw anything on the fire?
Just that wood that we found.
In the salvage yard, there is a skidster. You know what that is?
It's a flat car over.
Not the crusher, but a skidster. It's like a little tractor thing that has a bucket or forks on the front of it.
Oh yeah.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Did you guys or Stephen use that at all?
Uh-uh.
Did Stephen use that to dig his fire pit? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
I got a hard... Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Did you go up north with everybody after you guys couldn't come back to your house?
Uh-huh.
Did you and Steve talk about this up north?
Mm.
You sure?
Yeah.
How was Steven acting when you got up north?
Like he was trying to run away, trying to figure out how to get away from the cops.
Did he ever ask you to go with him?
No.
Did he ever make any threats to you?
No.
Did he tell you anything about this as far as... What did he tell you after this?
He didn't tell me nothing. He was just trying to leave. And Grandpa said that if you're gonna try to leave, then it means you did it. So he sat back down.
Anyone else in the family up north say anything to him like that or about that type of stuff? You said I've got some tough questions for you, okay? But just be honest. I need you to the best of your memory, describe Teresa's body to me.
Like before we put her in there, in the fire?
Yes.
Like,
when she was alive. Did she have any scars, marks, tattoos, stuff like that you can remember?
I don't remember any tattoos.
Any scars you remember?
Not that I've seen.
Did she have pubic hair?
Yeah.
Do you remember what color her hair was?
Brown.
Do you remember her breasts? Did she have big breasts, small breasts?
Medium.
Medium. Anything peculiar about her breasts?
No.
Do you remember what color eyes she had or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
Any piercings? Any jewelry on her?
No.
Do you remember any jewelry, earrings, anything like that?
No.
Watch?
None of that. Just got one
We know that Teresa had a tattoo on her stomach. Do you remember that? Do you disagree with me when I say that?
No, but I don't know what it was.
Okay.
Had you ever seen Teresa before that day?
I just got my ending, which is probably maybe similar. I don't know.
Probably. Brendan, how do you feel about this now?
Really sad.
Tell me why you feel really sad.
That I helped them and I shouldn't have, and sorry for her family that she lost her daughter.
How does Steven feel about this after, do you know? If you could change things, what would you change?
I would have probably tried to stop him.
Brendan, look at me. Why did you do this? Why did you do your part of it?
I don't know.
Giving you an opportunity to tell me why you did this.
Everybody has a reason for doing things. What was your reason for this?
I wanted to see how it felt.
See how what felt?
Sex.
During this whole thing, did you ever think about trying to stop Steven?
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
Because I thought he would try to kill me.
Mark just asked you a little while ago if he ever threatened you. Now, earlier you had said Monday you had talked about something like that, and now you said no. What's the truth?
He didn't threaten me. I just thought that he could have, because he's bigger than me, that he could probably beat me up in that.
So are you telling us now that he never threatened you?
No.
And are you admitting to us that you had told us that Monday?
Yeah.
But now you're saying that didn't happen. Did Steve say anything else to you, offer you anything for doing this, or keeping your mouth shut, or anything like that?
No.
Did he tell you anything about saying anything about this to anyone? He just let you go into the bed that night and didn't say anything to you, like, about this? Did you ever think about calling the police?
Sometime.
Yeah.
Do you ever think about us coming over to talk with you? Did you worry about that at all?
Yeah. I was scared the first time I had to go when I was up north talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
I was sweating a lot.
Had Steven told you some things to say to the police?
He just told me not to say anything that, because his lawyer said not to say anything.
If Steven tells us that you did all of this, that it was you that started it and that killed her and stuff, is that true?
No.
Forget your Pepsi down there. We're gonna step out for a couple more minutes, okay?
Do you need to use the restroom?
Uh-uh.
Do you want something to eat?
It don't matter.
How about a
Looks
sandwich?
like you're a little hungry.
Should we get you a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. Set numbers I wrote down.
Is that yours?
Yeah. Brendan? There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brendan Ray Dassey was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole in 2048. He was incarcerated at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin, where he remains to this day.
Five family members stabbed to death in their own home.
We're working to learn more about not only what happened inside the home behind me, but more about the family who lived here.
Now, with two suspects behind bars, the search for answers begins.
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the largest suburb of Tulsa and the fourth largest city in the state, isn't a city that harbors much violent crime. With a murder rate of 4.71 in 2015, homicides are an exceedingly rare occurrence, especially compared to other locations in the state. At around 11:30 p.m. on July 22, 2015, all hell broke loose. Broken Arrow police were alerted to 709 Magnolia Court by a 911 phone call made by 12-year-old Daniel Bever, who stated his brother was attacking the family. Screaming, commotion, and a male voice were heard in the background before the line went dead.
Air 911. Broken Arrow 911. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, where are you at?
Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 7411.
What address?
709 Magnolia Court.
Okay. Are you the only one there?
No, my brother's attacking my family.
Your dad is attacking your family?
No, my brother. He has a 9-day feeling. Oh, millions of people died.
Okay, who's attacking your family?
What?
Who's attacking your family?
Yes.
Who is it? Do they?
I'll call back.
Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, what's going on there?
Dispatchers tracked the address by searching the number, and after a failed attempt to call David Bever, the father, they dispatched officers to the scene. 5 members of the Bever family were killed in the attack. 2 members survived. 2-year-old Autumn Bever, who was unharmed, and 13-year-old Crystal. Crystal Bever would later identify 2 of her older brothers, 18-year-old Robert Bever and 16-year-old Michael Bever, as the assailants. This is the interrogation of Michael Bever.
I'm just gonna read some stuff to you. It makes it legal for us to talk to you, okay?
The Bever family lived a quiet life and kept to themselves. Neighbors said that they were somewhat reclusive and that the children only played in their backyard. They tended to stay away from social gatherings in the neighborhood, and it seemed like the parents wanted to protect the children from the outside world. Unfortunately, the Bever parents would not be able to protect Michael from this interrogation because he and his brother Robert had killed them just hours before. During his interview, Michael will jump around the timeline of events, but the detective will try to keep everything chronological, as will I. It's worth noting that Michael has a speech impediment known as rhoticism, which makes him difficult to understand at times.
Well, man, I'm just kind of got thrown into this, so I was hoping maybe you could kind of just go back at the beginning when all this started and kind of tell me what happened, because I need kind of the details so we know and understand what you went through and stuff.
Okay, so like the very start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about like 2 months ago.
Okay.
Is when we first really started talking.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my brother Robert is also.
Your brother?
Yeah, who's he has to do with me.
And what's his name?
Robert Bevers. Robert?
Okay. And how old is he?
18.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
A couple months ago, I think back to the start of this year, we started talking about voodoo and Rampage and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't take it seriously at first, but then he started buying like a body armor and stuff.
Where did he buy body armor from?
eBay and Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, legal.
Does he have a job?
He did at Mike Tech. He quit at the start of the year.
Michael's brother, Robert, had a job working at a Christian call center where he would pray with callers. This job would give Robert the income he needed to start executing his sick fantasy. He ordered 2 sets of body armor, one for him and one for Michael, and the brothers began collecting knives. Their 13-year-old sister, Crystal, who had survived the attack, told their parents about what the pair was doing, but they dismissed it as normal adolescent male behavior.
And basically, it just kept escalating. He kept getting ruined, and he asked if I wanted any, and I said yes, so he got me my own set.
Okay.
And then, about a month, about like June 30th, is when he came to me and said he found out that he can legally buy guns without permit in Oklahoma, that he could.
While some of their preparations were basically open knowledge, there were others that no one but them were aware of. When Robert turned 18, he found out that he was able to purchase guns and ammunition. After Robert's first order, there was no turning back.
Okay.
And that's when he started planning. And
now you said he bought body armor, but you kind of said like a bunch of stuff. Did he buy? What else did he buy besides body armor?
Besides body armor, knives, and he was in the middle of buying guns and ammunition.
I see. Okay. Where did he buy the knives from?
eBay too.
Okay. Can you tell me like how many knives or what they look like or anything like that?
I think he had about 3 normal knives and then 1 small kit in packs.
Okay. And then the guns, where did he start buying guns from?
He bought them online. I think the website's like Bud's Gun Shop, and he bought 2 Glocks, 2 Glock 41s, and a shotgun. I forget, it's like a Moss boot, I think. Bought the Glock stuff at the website called Bud's Gun Shop, I think.
Okay.
And he bought the Moss boot off of the official website, and then had them shipped to like Yokonawa Gun Club. So they're actually right now waiting for him.
At some point before the events of July 22nd, a gun store employee called Robert to let him know that a shotgun and 2 Glock pistols he had ordered were ready for pickup. Robert and Michael had already devised a plan. The day after the killings, they would pick up the firearms, and that same day, a massive delivery of ammunition would be delivered to the Bever home. They would then take the family's maroon GMC Yukon and begin their homicidal tour of the country.
So they were shipped to
a gun shop
here in Broken Arrow?
Yep.
Okay.
And
where is that gun shop, do you know?
He said 7 miles away. He was planning on biking up.
Okay.
It's like, and I think it's nice to get mall. It's like the Oklahoma gun shop.
Okay.
Or something. And then he bought, I think it was like 250 shotgun rounds.
Okay.
On eBay. Not eBay, but
on some website.
And then I think he bought close to 1,000 rounds for the Glocks.
Wow, okay.
And
but he's still... Oh, so he was supposed to have to pick those up.
Yeah, he was supposed to pick them up today.
And where was he supposed to pick those?
The ammunition. It was being shipped to the house. The guns would be open out gun shop.
Okay. Do you know what his eBay user was? No. Okay. I just didn't know if you'd ever been on eBay and shopped or anything.
I used to a long time ago, and like, novelty stuff.
Right.
So then how, so he was buying weapons because you guys had talked about murdering.
Yeah, and he started planning it.
Okay.
And I went along with it because I see the way I thought I would want to do it. I very quickly noticed tonight that I didn't.
Okay, that you didn't want to do it?
I don't want to do it. I didn't, just because I didn't kill anyone.
Okay.
I stabbed someone.
Who did you stab?
My younger brother, Christopher.
Christopher. How old is Christopher?
9, I think.
What did you stab him with?
My knife.
What's your knife look like?
It's green, kind of like camouflage on it, so
On where your hand goes or where the blade is? It's camouflage?
Yeah, it's all camouflage.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah.
How big is it? Show me how big it is.
I think it's about this big.
Okay. So what was Christopher doing when you stabbed him?
He was laying on the bathroom floor. Robert was also stabbing, and Robert asked him to go over and help him. So I stabbed Christopher, and then...
Where did you stab him?
Center of the neck.
Really? Okay. You okay?
Yeah.
You okay? Let me know if you need a break or anything, okay? So was Christopher still alive when you stabbed him?
Yes.
What was he saying and doing?
He was just screaming.
Screaming. Did you say he was in the bathroom?
Yeah, I was next to the toilet, with that bathroom.
Who else was in the bathroom?
I think Victoria might have been in there. About
Victoria?
Yeah, my 4-year-old sister.
4-year-old, okay. I want to talk about that more, but we got to try to kind of stay like chronologically, if you know what I mean. So let's go back real quick. We talked about the ammunition being delivered, making plans. Tell me more about making plans and what you guys talked about.
Making plans, we plotted every night, and I studied as we were actually going to do this thing on the second night, and so I started getting ready.
When was that? You second night? Where you?
July 1st.
Okay.
Because we started June 30th.
That's when you started making the plan?
Yeah, that's when we found out you could buy guns legally.
I see. Did you guys make drawings or write things down? Or?
I think he had a journal. Basically, writing his ideas down. I think it's under his bed.
Under his bed?
Check there.
Is it like a journal, like a notepad, or like a book?
It's like a blank book.
Okay.
A black book. I think it's like a little case or something.
So you think he wrote stuff in there?
Yeah, I think he was planning it.
Robert had kept a notebook under his bed where he detailed their plan, plotting out exactly how everyone would be killed. Michael would take a small crossbow to quietly execute his father while he slept, and then they would go room by room to kill each member of their family with a knife. Michael would state in his confession, quote, "The plan was to first, at around 12 a.m., to put on our gear, and Robert would kill April Bever. Then I would kill Crystal and Victoria, then go upstairs and both kill David Bever and the baby. Then go downstairs and Robert would kill Daniel and Chris."
So then the second day you said that's when you realized that it might actually happen?
Yeah.
What made you realize that?
How serious he was. I mean, he was going through, he started planning on taking all of his money out of his bank and throwing away all of his stuff, so you know.
Why did he want to do it?
To kill people?
Yeah.
Well, mainly 2 reasons, I think. It's, because he just, he says he hates everyone. He thinks society is pointless, and so he wanted to kill people.
Yeah,
and also he wanted to, beat the kill, amount of other famous people like Columbine and James Deacon Holmes.
Okay. Did you kind of feel that way too, like when you guys were talking earlier,
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with society too, you think?
No, I just...
Or you were just more like the number of people getting killed was kind of interesting and exciting?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you mentioned a couple names are those like serial killers or something?
What, like Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine and James Deacon Holmes. James Deacon Holmes is a guy that shot at the theater.
In Colorado?
Yeah, he killed 12 and...
Wow. How many were killed in Columbine?
Columbine? I don't know, 15.
Okay.
I think.
So did you guys have a goal? Did you have a number?
He just wanted, I think he wanted to kill 50.
Okay.
I have a goal.
While the mother and father, April and David, were protective of their kids, they seemingly granted them unrestricted internet access, letting them make use of multiple connected devices. At some point, Robert and Michael became interested in crime, more specifically murder, and became infatuated with stories about famous killers, mass murders, and spree shootings. The pair would feed off each other, reading stories about horrific crimes and their perpetrators, and idolize school shooters. It was reported that at some point they had talked about making a video of their family's murder and posting it online. They had a desire to become famous, but in the most disturbing way possible. They wanted to become famous for being the most prolific serial killers in history and planned to travel across the country, killing indiscriminately.
So as the planning goes, tell me what plans you started making and coming up with.
Well, originally, I think kind of stayed steady throughout the month. We wanted to kill everyone at the house first.
Okay.
And then wait for all the packages to show up over the weekend. And then we take the economy to get our state with the guns and start killing, rampaging.
Did you know where you were going to drive to?
Towards Washington.
Washington State or DC?
Washington State. Washington State.
Why would you go to Washington State?
Just kind of the direction you.
And you said Yukon, do your parents have like a Yukon, is that what it is?
Yeah, okay. It's a large Yukon XL.
Does Robert have a driver's license?
He has a loaner's permit.
Okay. So he would be able to drive it. So you had a plan. Mm-hmm. So what happened after, tell me some more.
Well, back a week before is when I started throwing away useless stuff.
Okay.
And I need, and so did he.
Did you guys give things away to friends or anything like that? Or
threw it in the trash. I'm sure a lot of it's still in the barrels in the garage.
In the garage?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff did you throw away?
Random stuff, toys, stuff that was just piled up in my closet and he had the room to put the body armor.
Oh, I see.
Old shoes, clothes.
How long have you had the body armor?
Body armor? Robert's had his probably since it started ago, and we've been buying it. Well, he's been buying it.
Was it shipped to the house?
Yeah.
Do your parents know? Did they know it?
They knew he had a bulletproof vest. They always thought that was a little wild, but they didn't say anything about it.
Did he have anything else like the gear that the guys wear, helmets or goggles or gloves?
He had a soft Kevlar vest, a heavy, it's like a metal plated vest, level 3A and a level 3A. He had a helmet, bulletproof helmet, a bulletproof DEA mask, and Lingos.
Wow.
Also like knife-proof
thing.
Yeah. Wow. Knife and balaclava.
Okay.
So yeah, it's
and then the body armor that you had, what was it like?
It was almost identical.
Okay.
Just a couple of different models and stuff.
And where is your body armor now?
Oh, my vests and my helmets. It was laying in the woods. The dog pulled it off of me.
Oh.
I was wearing it.
Oh, you were wearing it?
Yeah, I was wearing the sort of vest and the plate carrier and helmet. So I took that, and the rest of my body armor was still in the closet.
Okay. So then kind of what happened is, you guys started getting all that stuff together
and so we set a date.
So was the plan to use the knives at first on the family?
Use the knives.
Because the guns weren't going to be here till later on?
Yeah, and the guns would be too loud.
Oh, I see.
So go use the knives on the family, which obviously did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I just sort of know about swords right now. We didn't hope more people out there clean.
Yeah. So then you picked a date, you said?
Yeah, which was yesterday night. That was the date.
Did you pick a time and everything?
Yep, midnight when most everyone was in bed except for Mom.
So how did you guys know? He just came and got you, or you got him, or what did you guys do?
We were hanging out in our bedroom waiting.
Okay, and so...
How did you pick the date?
It revolved around with the packages and stuff we have. Because, all the ammunition, he didn't want them to see that. So we killed him the day before the ammunition came out, the day after New Year's.
Do you guys not like your mom and dad? Most teenagers don't like their parents, so I can understand that.
Yeah, Mom was okay, but Dad was a little bit,
Just a little bit too much.
Yes.
So, you guys waiting in the room, and was it right when midnight, and that's when things started?
Right at midnight, my sister, she came in, because she was getting to go to bed, she came in to tell us.
How old is
13.
Okay.
She came in to tell us that Mom wanted us to get the kitchen done before we went to bed and put the cats up. And basically, we did what we planned. I got to my desk, and I had to look at something to this guy to roll up. We went up behind her, grabbed her, and slipped with you.
Really? What did he use?
His large red knife.
Okay, a large red knife?
Yeah, it's like mine.
How big is it?
It's like mine, only red. It's about
I see.
On July 22nd, 2015, with the clock nearing midnight, Michael and Robert were in their shared bedroom when they decided that the time to put their plan into motion was now. Crystal had gone into the boys' room to tell them that their mother wanted them to do the dishes. She later recalled that when she entered, she saw them putting on their body armor and had an assortment of knives laid out on one of the beds. She heard Michael say, "Should we do it right now?" To which Robert replied, "Yes."
And then she fell to the ground screaming. Mom and Dad, Mom came in first, and then
Is your room upstairs or something? I don't know. I haven't been in the house, so I don't know.
Her room is downstairs. It's towards the back of the house.
And so she fell down and started screaming.
Yeah, Robert kept stabbing her. I kind of freaked out because, I wasn't planning on this.
Were you saying anything, or,
I just stood there.
Okay.
And then Mom came in, yelling, "Call the police." And then he went over and stabbed her.
Then he stabbed her?
Yeah, he probably stabbing her, pushed her, further down the hallway, and got up and ran.
Okay.
She ran out the door.
Michael asked Crystal to look at something on his computer, and when she did, Robert snuck behind her and slashed her throat. She expectedly began screaming while Michael continued to stab her in her stomach and arms. Her blood-curdling cries made their mother, April, rush to her. As soon as April entered the room, Robert turned his attention to her, giving Crystal an opportunity to escape the house, but collapsed in the driveway.
So she sat down at your desk, and he slit her throat, you said?
Well, she was standing at my desk and came up behind and slit her throat, and she fell down screaming.
And then he stabbed her some more? When he was stabbing her some more, where was he stabbing her?
Her neck.
Oh, her neck.
Her neck and stomach.
Stomach, okay.
And then my mom came in, and she started yelling, "Call the police, get Dad." And then he came over and started attacking her. And actually got up and ran out the front door.
Wow.
And once Mom was on the ground, he got up and started chasing after her.
And what were you doing? Did you come out in the hallway?
No, I was just standing in the room. In the process, I don't know what I was doing.
So he stabbed your mom with the same knife?
Yep, same knife.
And where did he stab her?
I think in the neck too.
Okay.
And no, actually, he stabbed her in the neck, pushed her into the kitchen, and then together. Slit with her, she started screaming, ran into the family, at the same time he realized had left the house.
Okay.
I ran over and disabled the alarm.
Okay.
That's what I did. And then
where's the pad for your alarm?
It's not the front door.
It's what?
It's now the front door.
Near the front door?
Yeah, and so I went over and disabled the alarm so it wouldn't,
But has she already gone outside?
She went outside and then Robert went after her.
So where did she...
She was laying in the driveway and he took her back from, the bench, if you don't know, and started choking her.
On the bench? Out front?
Yeah, it was like a little bench and he threw the bench on her and went back inside to go after the little kids.
Did he bring her in or did she stay out there?
She stayed out there until he asked me to be in her and I ran out. I had to go her inside, that's why she's in the NCQA. I had to go her inside.
April shouted for someone to call the police, but was stopped when Robert launched his bladed assault on her, stabbing her repeatedly. Robert pushed her into the kitchen, where he continued to plunge his knife into her head, neck, torso, arms, and hands, a total of 48 times. The entire house erupted into chaos. When Robert was done with April, he instructed Michael to bring Crystal back inside while he went to look for everyone else. Michael locked the front door and left Crystal to die on the entryway to the house.
So you brought her back in.
Yeah,
was she still alive?
Yeah, she was still screaming. And then that's about the time Dad came down.
Okay.
Because his bedroom's upstairs. And he went back in the boys' area where Robert was. The boys' area is what they call it, our room. They started attacking Dad. They got a little bit of a fight. But then eventually Robert got him down and I think he killed him.
Did he cut his throat too?
Daniel Bevers, the father, was still asleep. When the commotion finally woke him up, he came downstairs to the horrors that had unfolded. He charged at Robert, whose hands were bloody and still tightly gripping a knife. Robert managed to stab his father in the chest as he came towards him, causing David to fall to the floor. Robert continued to attack his father until the last sign of life left him. David was killed by 26 stab wounds to the torso, face, neck, left arm, and left hand.
Where did that happen?
In our room.
In your room?
Yep.
And where were you?
I was standing in the hallway.
Okay. So did you see him cut your dad's throat?
Yeah.
Did he stab him other places too?
I don't know, I think he just went with a few. And
where was she? Was in the entryway?
Yeah, I think she was in the entryway at that time, and then he went in, and Daniel was in his room, which is down the hall, and I was like, let me.
How old's Daniel?
I think he's 12.
Okay.
And I was like, let me in, and he let me in. He was sitting on the phone with the police. I grabbed the phone, which is my phone, got my phone. And then I went into the kitchen and I smashed the underground.
Which was your phone?
Yeah, it was my phone.
Oh. Now you don't have a cell phone anymore.
And then I went back down, and and Daniel and Christopher locked himself in bed, and Daniel locked himself in Dad's office.
Okay.
And then I finally got both of them to open to Joe, because they thought I wanted in there.
But they were in different rooms?
Yeah, the guy has 2 children. Right?
Oh, I see.
And then Robert went in and stabbed him, and they went in and stabbed Christopher. That's when I stabbed Christopher.
7-year-old Christopher and 5-year-old Victoria had locked themselves in the bathroom in response to the chaos unfolding. Michael went to the door and asked them to open it, saying that he was hiding from Robert and needed to be let in. Wanting to help their older brother, a person who a young child should be able to turn to for safety, they opened the door. Michael entered and immediately stabbed his siblings to death. Christopher received 21 wounds to his back, chest, shoulder, and lower legs. Victoria received 23 to both sides of the neck, chest, back, and upper arm.
So when he stabbed Daniel, where did he stab Daniel?
I think he shanked him in the neck, and then Daniel ran off, and so he went in and started attacking Christopher.
So Daniel got stabbed in the neck and ran off?
Yeah.
Where did he run to?
He ran into the family room about Mom. Mom ended up, she was laying on the ground yelling, call 911.
Okay. And he stopped in there?
Yeah, he collapsed in there, and then Michael came in and started stabbing him in the chest.
Oh, I see.
Then
12-year-old Daniel had locked himself in their father's office, which was right next to the bathroom. He managed to grab Michael's cell phone and dialed 911 at 11:32 p.m. Michael used the same tactic to get Daniel to open the door, and when he did, he took the phone and smashed it against the ground. Michael told Robert, quote, "He's all yours." Robert proceeded to viciously attack Daniel, and when he let him go, Daniel fled. Sadly, he collapsed in the living room before he could receive any help. Daniel would succumb to his injuries, 21 stab wounds to the back, shoulder, and chest.
And then who's the youngest, the 4-year-old?
The 4-year-old, I don't know what happened with her. I hope she's alive, right?
I'm sorry, maybe I messed up. The one that you stabbed, who was that?
Christopher.
That's
He's 8-year-old, I think.
He's 8.
10.
And he was in the bathroom?
Yep.
So Daniel had got stabbed in the neck, ran out to where your mom was.
Yeah.
Robert followed him, stabbed him some more.
Yeah, after we stabbed Christopher in the bathroom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then basically after that, Venom was pretty much dead. We forgot about all.
Who was dead?
Everyone, I think,
okay.
Looked like they were dead, except for she was laying in the ICU screaming, and that was a knock at the door.
Okay.
Someone knocked at the door. I think that might be the neighbor, because the police wouldn't have been there yet. And then they just kept knocking on the door, so we turned around, I grabbed on, put my soft vest and heavy vest on, I was carrying the plates, I put my helmet on, and then we ran out the back door of Dad's office, climbed over the fence, went down into the park, and started cutting through the woods.
Okay.
We both collapsed. When we saw us, we were just sitting there.
Almost as soon as their gruesome deeds were done, there was a knock at the door. Not knowing who it was, they fled out the back door in a panicked rush, sprinting through some woods and hunkering down in a creek. When police arrived at the Bevers residence, they heard a faint cry for help from inside. They kicked in the door and found Crystal laying in a pool of blood. They picked her up and brought her to paramedics who were waiting outside. Thanks to Daniel's last act of bravery by dialing 911, authorities were aware that something very, very bad was happening, and all variations of emergency responders were on the scene in short order. Daniel's selfishness and desire to protect his family saved his sister's life, even though he would not be able to save his own.
And they found us.
That's how you got kind of dirty and stuff, dirt on you. So you guys collapsed. Or were you just kind of hiding out?
Yeah, we were just laying in a little ditch thing in the woods, and then we saw the light and we lay down, and the dog came over.
Did you hear the dog coming?
Mm-hmm. I heard them coming, I saw them coming, and then they started yelling, "Put your hands up." Mm-hmm. I stepped on my head and handcuffed me.
Okay.
Police cleared the house and noticed that the back door was open. They obviously didn't find any suspects in the house, and the front door was locked. Whoever did this must have fled from here. Canine units, which were first responders to the scene as well, were used to track the scent of Robert and Michael. They were quickly discovered hiding in the creek. Officers ordered them to give themselves up, and Robert complied right away. Michael, however, hesitated, which led to a canine being released. Michael quickly complied. Their disgustingly evil plan to become notorious serial killers would end only a few short hours after starting it. Their mother, father, and younger siblings, the very same people who would live to protect and sought protection from them, cut down in their own home by two boys who the family thought loved them.
Can you kind of, okay, I'm a little bit lost, I think, because there's too many people in this house. And Victoria's 4, and then what's Dad's name?
David.
David? Okay.
David.
And then, are there any other kids? How many kids is that?
That's... Then there was... She's a baby, she's about to turn 2 toddler. She was up in her bed. Okay. I think he forgot about her. And I think she stayed asleep until the police came. And I saw them give her out, so she's okay.
So you saw them carrying her out?
Yeah, I was in the car.
Was it the plan was to kill her too, though?
We just want to get that good one.
Okay.
Broken Arrow police walked into a literal bloodbath. Nearly every surface was covered in blood. The smell of iron and fear lingered in the air. They worked their way through the house, finding body after body. In the last room, a nursery, they saw a baby laying still. 2-year-old Autumn was left unharmed. She slept through the entire ordeal, and thankfully so. Robert and Michael had plans for Autumn, as Michael mentioned in his written confession. According to court documents, they not only wanted to kill her, they wanted to cut off her head.
So when y'all got done at the house, where were you going to go?
We were going to hang out there for at least the day. We were going to get the bodies in a room or something, maybe the attic. Clean up, and then wait for the ammunition, go pick up the guns, and then go leave the next day.
Where were you going to go? I mean, where was going to be your mass plan to get the most bang for your buck?
We're just heading generally towards Washington State. We're going to do it statewide.
Did you guys have, like were you going to go, I mean, who else were you going to kill? Just whoever you ran into?
Yeah, pretty much. He said 5 at a time, like gas stations, restaurants.
Okay, and then just keep going.
Yep.
It seems like you had some pretty detailed plans. You guys had good equipment and weapons. And it seems to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I would think that as you guys planned this out, you had maybe more specific plans, like Robert was going to kill this person, and you were going to kill. So who were you supposed to kill?
I was supposed to take my pistol crossbow. He was supposed to shank his soul. She was supposed to die quietly. Yeah, she was going to be the first one, she was. And then Robert would go in, slit Mom's throat, push her over with him, and both go in and kill and get to it.
Because they were supposed to be like quiet. Right?
Yeah, I was supposed to be with it. And then I would go upstairs and shoot David, Dad. And the guy with my pistol crossbow would kill him, and then Robert would go over and kill him.
Okay.
So did you use your crossbow at all?
No. The only time I ever hurt anybody was when I stabbed Christopher in the neck.
Did Robert use your crossbow?
No, it's just saying all the time.
Where is your crossbow?
I think it's on my bed still, unless they collected it.
So did you have it out ready to go, and then it just kind of didn't go as planned?
Yeah, no, nothing was planned.
Yeah. So, who all died? Who do you know died for sure? Like, what's the count? How do we know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who do you think died?
Now that Michael has given the investigators his version of what happened and why, they will begin to poke holes in his story. Michael has downplayed his involvement this entire time, but when pressed, he admits to being more and more involved in the killings. They will soon leave Michael in his interrogation room while they share notes with the investigators speaking to Robert and see if the stories match up. The interrogation continues for over an hour after this point, where they ask similar questions in an attempt to see if Michael's story has any variations. The non-pertinent dialogue has been cut from this video to keep the focus on the events that happened in the Bevers home, although full versions of this interrogation are available, and has been made easily accessible to Morbid Curiosity channel members. To highlight the fact that even in an open and shut case, facts sometimes need to be coaxed out of suspects, the rest of Michael Bevers' interrogation will now play with no interruption, and the results of the Broken Arrow Killings court case are at the end. If you enjoyed this video, please consider hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel, and sharing it with a friend.
Dad, Mom, Daniel. That's about all I know because I saw them.
And Daniel's the one you stabbed?
No, Chris was the one I stabbed. Daniel's the one he went in and stabbed him in the lungs.
And he was in the living room
with Mom.
And Christopher, you stabbed him in the neck?
Yeah, he was in the bath, you know.
So was he still making noise when you left, or how did that go?
Yeah, he was still yelling when I left. I don't know if I probably killed him. I think he might have been alive, because I came back and the door was shut and locked. I tried to kick it down.
Okay.
Just had those holes in that door now.
So,
you kicked it down?
I didn't kick it down.
Okay. Who did?
I tried to. Nobody kicked it down.
No.
It stayed intact. I don't know what's in there, if he's still alive.
Did you, because here's what I'm seeing happen. You know, you guys had all these detailed plans. You had all the cool stuff to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it kind of started falling apart, and you said, like, it didn't go as planned. Did you kind of just freak out a little bit, like, what's really happening?
Well, I didn't know it was going to be like.
Yeah, you don't. But here's what's getting me is, like, it's crazy because you guys worked together and made all these plans and, you know, had it all figured out, and then when it happens, you're just kind of standing there not doing anything. And did you decide, like, Robert's going to kill everybody and I'm going to stand here and do nothing, so I better, did you,
I think that was my plan. I didn't want to kill anyone. I couldn't do it, so I was going to let him, like, kill everyone.
Yeah, but you stabbed somebody in the neck.
No, I just kind of.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not Robert's the one that should get all the credit here. Because it's a big deal. You're going to be on the news. You know what I mean?
People are going to want to interview you.
I don't want to be interviewed when I'm moving this.
Well, but I'm just thinking.
He does.
Because you had said you had the plans, like, you're supposed to kill this person.
Yep.
He's supposed to kill this person. Were you supposed to kill Christopher? Was he your responsibility?
No,
it just worked out that way?
Christopher and Daniel was supposed to be his responsibility. I was only supposed to kill Dad. And Victoria, hold with Victoria.
But he had already basically done that.
Yeah.
So now you're left standing there. So were you trying to kill Christopher when you stabbed him in the neck? Were you just gonna...
I purposely missed the middle of the neck. I think I might have even hit him in the shoulder. I certainly didn't do it hard, but I don't know.
So, originally, your responsibility was Victoria.
And Dad. Yep, that's what I was supposed to take care of.
Did you guys talk specifically? Because you said the crossbow, so you said, you guys had it planned like this is specifically how we're going to do it.
Yeah, it was very specific, unfortunately, you know. I think he got his plan to move or something. It doesn't work out that way.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be a lot quicker and quieter, I guess. I mean, so as all this was going on, what was Robert saying? Did he say anything to you?
He didn't say anything to me until we were getting ready to head out the back door. I asked him if he was okay, what was going on. He said, yeah.
Okay. So you guys were just kind of silent the whole time?
Yeah, I was silent.
Did you cut your finger? Is that your other hand? Is that?
I think I might have. I think I might have done this when I was trying to stab Christopher.
Okay. So that might be from your own knife, is what you think?
Yeah, it's my knife.
Are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Right-handed. And so how do you think you cut your finger?
I was kind of.
Were you holding him?
No, he was on the floor, but
Yeah.
I might have something.
You don't remember?
I cut it with my own knife. I know that.
And you think it was during the time when you were stabbing him?
Yeah, around that time.
Did you say anything to Christopher?
I understand.
No. So you stabbed him. Now it's several hours later. How are you feeling?
This whole thing, like film when you first stabbed to getting caught, I think it only lasted about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was like, because it's 8 o'clock in the morning now. So it's like 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
So how do you feel now? I mean, just kind of.
I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
So you were saying you pleaded with, I guess, when they were locked in the bathroom and what other room were they locked in?
The bathroom, and they were right next to it is my dad's office, Daniel Martin's office.
Is it just one door to get into the bathroom and the office?
No, there were two doors right next to each other.
Right next, like this? Basically.
Like this.
In the corner,
yeah.
Kind of.
And I was like, I said, help, Robert's after me, and they both opened up.
And which room did you go in?
I went into the bathroom, I stabbed Christopher.
Okay. And then what did Robert go?
Robert went into the office where Daniel was, stabbed him. Daniel ran off and he came into the bathroom and started stabbing Christopher. I left. And, yeah.
Okay.
So, I guess where I'm kind of confused is if you didn't want this anymore and you didn't want this to go down this way, why con them into opening the doors and letting this continue?
I was trying to help Robert. Because,
And so when you guys ran out the back door with all your stuff, and of course that wasn't part of the plan. Did you guys talk and like, hey, we need to go this way, and now it's high?
I think we pretty much knew where to go.
Okay.
I just kept asking if he was okay because, we acted like he was about to, collapse.
Okay. Because you guys have been through those woods before?
Yeah, we used to play them.
Okay.
So we knew where to go.
And you said someone had knocked at the door.
Yeah, that's why we didn't go through the fence when we get in the vehicle.
Okay.
Because someone was at the door.
And you said maybe that was a neighbor.
I think it was a neighbor. Yeah.
But did you also think is it the police?
I know if it was the police, they would have gotten into the door because was lying right there in the view of the window screening.
What was when did you realize the police were there?
When we were in the woods.
Okay. And how did you know the
we
police?
heard the sirens and we said then a couple minutes later we saw the lights.
And they heard a dog?
Yeah.
Was the dog barking or growling or something?
It was growling.
Yeah.
Pulled me up.
Okay. So at the point when you heard the sirens and stuff, were you guys kind of hiding and hunkered down?
Yeah, we had been sitting there.
Hoping they wouldn't find you?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the ditch.
So did you guys tell anybody else your plans?
I didn't. I didn't tell anyone else. I was talking to people online about it.
So how many computers are in this house?
I think everyone has at least one computer. There's like 3 Chromebooks, which Daniel, Perry, and Christopher use. I have 2 laptops. various game design. Robert also has 2 laptops and type. Has a tablet laptop thing.
Where are your 2 laptops?
Robert's is in his closet, mine is on the desk.
Do you guys share a room?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have 2. Do you use both of them, or one's an old one and
one's an old one?
So you don't really use that?
No, I was going to take those guys and stuff out.
I see. And your newer one is on the desk?
Yeah, that's the old one.
And then Robert has 2, but he has an old and new one?
Yeah, same things. I have an old compact, he has an old compact.
Okay. What's your new one?
Gateway.
And then what's Robert's new one?
Also a Gateway laptop, same model.
And where is his new one?
In the closet, I think, with his old one. Mine's on the desk with my old one.
Okay.
We were going to plan on, taking those guys out.
To take them with you or something?
Has
the old ones.
Yeah, we were going to keep them.
Yeah.
Keep them to go away.
Do you, does your laptop have like a passcode or password on it or something?
Yeah, I can tell you the password if you need it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. What is it?
Once I graduated high school, I changed it to hashtag 2014, capital G, grad.
Capital G.
Yeah, grad.
Grad. G-R-A-D.
Yeah.
And then G is capital.
Hashtag 2014 grad.
I see.
Do you know the password on Robert's?
No, I don't.
And so I may have asked you already, where's your knife now? Do you know? Or where
My knife, all my 3 knives were in my pocket. Were in my pocket bag.
When you got caught.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a problem that we might have, and I don't want it to be an issue for you because you've been really cooperative. We're going to talk to Robert too. So he's going to give us his version of the story, and sometimes they're going to be different. So is there anything that you kind of didn't quite tell me right, or you changed a little bit, and now that you understand that Robert's going to tell me everything?
Who could I tell you that I could forgive them? Because that's what I told him, when we were sitting out in the woods, to make conversation. But, forensics will show you how this guy was to food.
What 3?
What do you mean you told him? So you told him you killed 3 people?
Yeah, I told him, because he asked me how many did you get. I said 3.
Did you tell him who you got?
No, I just said 3.
So do you, I guess this is my question for you. Do you think it's a lesser sentence if you killed 1 or if you killed 3?
No.
I don't know. I think Robert, he may have, there's going to be a lot of differences. That's what I'm concerned about. And we don't want you to come off as a liar. Because you've been real cooperative. You seem like a really good kid. You graduated high school early. You're designing games. There's all kinds of stuff you got going on. And so I don't want people to get a bad opinion of you and think that you're the type of guy that lies to police when he's kind of caught. You know what I mean? So tell me, I know that you're leaving something out. Because it's like she said, this isn't like you stole a bicycle. This is the most you can do. So it's a big deal. But a lot of people, when they talk and think about this thing, your honesty is a big deal, and how you handle yourself from here on out. And if you come off, because to me you don't seem like a bad guy. You don't scare me. I never thought you would have done this. So you just seem like a normal kid to me, and you seem like an honest kid. But see, I talk to people all the time, and I know when people are lying, or when I'm not quite getting the whole story. And so I just want to catch you before you get in that bad spot where people start saying you're a bad guy, you're evil, you're a liar. So just tell me what I'm missing.
Along with the dude thing, I was going to get onto. like convincing the people who were still alive that like I was on their side, and I called the police, you know, so they would like stay and while we could get them.
So they kind of stay on the ground, and he'd be able to come stab him again.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to go get Robert to let him know someone was still making too much noise or anything?
No, it was chaotic. It was just going from person to person.
So what kind of things did you say to them?
But the only things I said to them was when I was trying to convince them that I was with them, so they would, you know, come to me and could kill them.
Okay. And that's all you think that he might tell me different? Is he gonna lie to me?
I don't know. I don't think he would lie because I'm pretty sure the only reason he's like he let himself get arrested and so like getting a major shootout and dying from the police is because he wanted to see the aftermath. So I don't know. He's going to.
Oh, I see. So you think he may kind of just tell us what happened too?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys talk about being on the news and getting to see each other on TV and stuff?
Yeah.
What kind of things did you say and talk about?
Mostly about how we were planning on killing more people.
Yeah.
Talk. And we would become famous. We'd get on Wikipedia lists.
Oh, okay.
Famous people.
That'd be a big deal, yeah. I mean, do you think they might even make a movie or something, or a TV show?
I don't know about a movie or TV show, but...
Did you guys talk about that?
Yeah, definitely documentaries and stuff. He just wanted to be famous.
What did you want?
Me?
Mm-hmm. You keep talking about what he wanted. What did you want?
No, I just want to get my loans from get a job.
But you, I mean, your big brother's telling me he wants to be famous, and you guys are making these plans. Surely you want some of that fame too, right?
Yeah, I do want to do it with him because, like, he's going to do it no matter what. He says if I don't do it with him, they'll just kill me too, or leave me there. So, do it with him.
Yeah.
So y'all have been planning this since 30th of June, you said?
Yeah.
That's the first time y'all talked about it?
Well, not the first time we talked about voting on it. He bought us a light vest. He always said, "Dude, come out, look hello." And I didn't think he'd ever do it, but.
Yeah.
You need anything? We're gonna step out for just a second.
I was right. To the guys that are interviewing Robert, kind of gave me a quick version of what he's saying that you did. And you haven't told me everything, okay? So I know you're not being completely honest, and I gave you one shot already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you said. I mean,
Well, you stabbed more than one person. So who else did you stab? Or you stabbed more than just one time?
Oh, I stabbed Chris more than one time.
How many times did you stab him?
I think twice.
Because you don't think we're going to know that?
Stop thinking and go with what you know.
You mentioned forensics a minute ago.
I know.
I mean, I'm just one of like hundreds of people that are going to look at this thing, okay? I mean, we got the state police coming in. There's, I don't know, 20 different forensic detectives at your house right now.
They're going to be there a long time because of the scene that it is.
So everybody that you killed and every single stab wound that you inflicted, we're going to know about. And this is your last chance to just kind of let us know, to be honest, to man up and tell us exactly what you did and start making it right.
I hit Christopher. It's not stabbed. Victoria with Daniel.
You did not stab Victoria.
I tried to stab them all.
You stabbed them all.
I got when she was walking away. I tried to go for her neck, but
Is that when you cut yourself then?
Yeah, I think after that.
Where did you stab her?
I tried to go through behind and cut her whole body.
Did you cut her?
I think so. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like something you have to think about. I know it's you're still kind of dealing with it. And I wasn't there, I wasn't the one doing it, but you don't have to think about it. You know what you did. So you cut her neck, You stabbed Christopher in the neck. How many times did you stab Christopher?
2 or 3, I think.
And who else did you stab?
Besides Mom.
Because here's the thing. Everybody's been stabbed. And you both had knives. And we know you both stabbed everybody. So you guys are kind of at the same level. And so now it's who's going to be honest and make this right? And who's a liar? Okay, which one do you want to be?
I'm not a liar.
Okay, so you're a man of your word?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to make this right and do the right thing at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What else are
Okay.
you missing?
You want to start over then?
From like,
You tell us where you need to start.
he stabs. I didn't stab. I was stabbed through a window. So,
What about the crossbow?
the crossbow, yeah. It was pulled back, like it didn't have a bolt or arrow or anything. I just got to fire it and broke.
It broke?
Yeah, I never that's trying to use it. It's broke. It's cheap.
So it broke before last night?
It broke and I just got to God at fire because I wasn't able to do anything and I just need to uncock it. So I pointed around the pulled it together and this thing,
And that was a while ago? Or that was last night?
Oh, that was last night.
Because you were supposed to use it.
I was supposed to use it. I was caught back and I wasn't going to use it, so I just got to, uncock it and it broke.
So nobody's going to have any crossbow injuries.
No, they're not.
What about the big knife, the machete? Did that get used on somebody?
I think he might have used it on David. I think that's what he might have used to stab him in the chest.
And what about the surgical blade knife?
I think that's what someone was through with, too. So yeah, I think he used all of them. I only used one. I used the green one.
You only used the green one? Yeah. And you're sticking to that?
Yes.
And so you only stabbed your family because they were in the way? Towards the bigger plan?
Well, the reason we was trying to kill family is, they were in the way and, higher count. That's parallel.
Just to start off with a big count.
So is this all a game? I mean, this higher count, is this a game?
It's like trying to become famous and get, set a record.
Did you, now, because you said this yourself, you told Robert you killed 3,
Yep.
And so now we're stuck at the point where you've told us you stabbed Christopher and your mother. Mm-hmm. Is there one more person that you stabbed and you didn't mention earlier?
No.
Okay.
I can say to my mom that I ain't stabbed anybody else, but it's nothing.
How do you feel about what you've done now?
I didn't like it the minute it started.
How do you feel about your mother? You watched her get stabbed, you cut her throat yourself, and you watched her bleed all over the place and scream. How does that make you feel?
No, I don't think about it.
You don't want to think about it? And Christopher, your little brother, you stabbed him in the neck. What has he ever done to you? So he's just a number.
Yes.
And how do you feel about that now?
It's pointless.
It's what?
Pointless.
Pointless. Would you be willing to write us a statement kind of explaining what we just talked about?
Yeah.
Kind of start at the beginning.
Like paper. I don't know if I can get that long.
Yeah, pen and paper is what I'm talking about. I got these forms that you can write on. You think you could do that for me?
Sure, about what?
Well, what I would want you to kind of write down is basically what we talked about. Like kind of talking about the plans that you guys put together, the stuff that you got, that he bought for you, and then what you're going to do, and then what happened last night.
Yeah, like a little timeline.
Yeah, just basically like a timeline. Kind of like your story, like almost you're writing it for a book or a magazine or something.
Robert and Michael Bever were tried as adults and convicted of their heinous crimes. They would receive 5 life sentences each to be served consecutively, a punishment that was upheld by the Supreme Court, effectively ensuring that they will never be released. Robert Bevers is currently incarcerated at the Joseph Harp Correctional Center in Lexington, Oklahoma. Michael Bevers is currently incarcerated at the Lexington Assessment and Reception Center in Lexington, Oklahoma. They will remain there for the rest of their lives. This is 17-year-old Gavin Ramsey. Now, Gavin doesn't seem to be having a very good time right now. He's actually in the middle of an interrogation room, or I guess you could say the side of an interrogation room, waiting to be questioned by detectives about a particularly horrific crime that happened next to his house. Now, to set the scene, Gavin is from Wadsworth, Ohio. It's actually a suburb of Akron, which as a whole is, like an hour away from Cleveland. Akron is the birthplace of some of the best athletes out there, namely LeBron James, as well as Stephen Curry. And of course, the true Drift King, the Goblin of Akron, Chance Wilkins. But as a whole, it seems like it's a fairly alright place. Now, usually I try to show a drone shot or a drive-through of the city that we're talking about, but Wadsworth in particular, it seems like it's just a complete piece of crap. That's going to play in a little bit here. If I look up Wadsworth, Ohio on YouTube, the first result is the case that we're looking at. Then it's a bunch of anti-drag protesters, including armed Nazis, neo-Nazis, just a bunch of dog shit, to be quite honest with you. Now, Margaret Douglas was actually Gavin's neighbor. Unfortunately, there's not too much information available about Margaret. What we do have is just a few pictures from her youth. Now, one thing's for sure is that we could say that Margaret definitely loved dogs. Here's one of her final photos before her passing, as well as one from her youth with another one of her cherished furry friends. So unfortunately, I don't have too much backstory on Margaret. I'm sure she lived an amazingly fantastic life, except for the day that she passed when Gavin ruined everything for her. And it's really unfortunate because what happened between her and Gavin is actually the resounding story. When you look up her information, it's basically just that, which is, for a lack of better words, a complete shame, because she had 98 full years of life before Gavin came along. So on April 9th, 2018, Wadsworth police received a call from some of Margaret's family saying that they hadn't heard from her in a couple days and they had some concerns about her safety and well-being. So they asked for a wellness check. Now, the police weren't able to find her, so they started a preliminary search. So Margaret's nephew, his name is Howard, by the way, Howard checks her closet, and that's where he notices a pair of shoes underneath what looks like a pile of clothes. Except it wasn't just a pair of shoes. Beneath a pile of clothing and inside of this 1.5 by 2.5 foot closet was Margaret. To say that it was horrifically traumatic, again, is saying it lightly. Her clothing was disheveled and torn in some places, suggesting that she had been sexually assaulted, and the trauma on her neck suggested that she had been strangled manually. Now, the police searched around. They suspected that Douglas was probably killed during the commission of a burglary. They couldn't find her wallet, but this still didn't really lead anywhere. Aside from the wallet, they found a plastic glove that had been discarded near the back of the house. Now, the way the rest of the investigation plays out seems like it was a series of fortunate events preceded by an extremely unfortunate event. But basically, the police were so desperate for answers, they decided to start searching into other crimes and to investigate that. Now, remember, Wadsworth is a city with a population of only roughly 24,000 at the 2020 census. We can assume it's probably a little bit less prior to that in 2018, but basically we've got a very small pool of people for police to investigate and an even smaller pool of crimes. So I'm from a bigger city. This wouldn't be something that they would do over here, but apparently in Wadsworth, it worked out. And the reason why it worked out was during the investigation of these smaller crimes, they came across a case where a trailer had been broken into at a construction site, and they happened to find some clues there that would lead them to the next step. Now, the biggest clue of all was a phone that had been left behind that had been traced to a person named Zachary. So police found Zachary, who was apparently one of the worst criminals around. He actually left his own cell phone behind at the crime. What? And as soon as Zachary was brought in for some questioning, he started singing like a bird, and he ratted out Gavin. Now, how he ratted on Gavin wasn't that he told them that Gavin committed the murder. It was that Gavin had been the lead for a bunch of other petty crimes and that all of them were his idea. So Gavin gets brought into the Wadsworth police station, and that's where they find out Gavin is a real piece of shit. I don't exactly know how a 17-year-old ends up like this. I've done some cases on some really, really messed up kids before, but Gavin is a monster. So what transpired between Gavin and Margaret is actually really, really, really disturbing, and it is way too much for YouTube. But it is important to know exactly why I call Gavin a monster. So let me give you just a brief rundown here. So Gavin decided to break into Margaret's home that day and found her sleeping on her couch, and he decided to manually strangle her until the life left her completely, until she was gone. He literally took his hands and took her life from her. Then he undressed her and sexually assaulted her for 2 hours after she had passed. And during those 2 hours, he would pose Margaret in provocative poses for pictures and videos, which he would keep in a folder on his phone called Dark. Now, we've all heard stories about people who just randomly snap and become violent, but that's not the case for Gavin. That is not the case for Gavin at all. You see, aside from those petty crimes that Zachary was talking about, that Gavin would admit to, by the way, Gavin would also find partners on the gay dating app Grindr to hook up with, and then he would violently rob them. Gavin even had a notebook that gave us a glimpse into his twisted mind. And here's a quote from the Ohio Coalition for Safety and Fairness. It contained serial killer biographies, fantasies of raping, strangling, and murdering people, as well as plans to kill people that he knew. Now, don't forget, Gavin sexually assaulted Margaret after she had been murdered. Now, that seems to be Gavin finally giving in to one of his desires that he had been trying to fulfill for a long time. And it looks like before this, about a year prior to killing Margaret, Gavin tried to get hired at a funeral home. And let's be honest here, it's not out of any desire to help the families of the past. I mean, clearly not because of what he did to Margaret, but rather to partake in these interests that he had. And after all of the completely twisted, depraved, heinous, whatever adjective you want to use to describe these acts that Gavin did, after all of that, he stuffed her into a 1.5 foot by 2.5 foot closet, dumped a pile of clothes on her, and took off. This case is particularly interesting for a variety of reasons, but most of all, it's heartbreaking. And in order to really grasp how heartbreaking it is and, what I believe to be the true embodiment of evil, Gavin Ramsey, you really have to see the interrogation. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the interrogation of Gavin Ramsey.
Gavin, can I get your water or something, man? No. I'll be right back in, okay?
Now, I do want to give a shout out to the crime scene for finding this video. The crime scene is a new and upcoming interrogation channel. I've got a link down below to the crime scene. Make sure you go check them out. Give them a like, subscribe, go do all that good stuff because they definitely deserve it.
You sure I can't get you a drink? I know telling me about it doesn't give you much relief.
Just to the fact that it ruined my life.
It's not gonna change it. We can't go back and change it.
No.
At this point, we just have to figure out what's going on with you, okay? Did you go to school the next morning after this?
I don't think we we were even back in school.
Oh, during spring break, you're right.
I think so.
And you didn't take anything from the house? Like I said before, it doesn't make a difference either way.
I mean, what other crime can I commit that would really matter at this point?
No, the family just specifically asked me about the wallet, so that's the only reason I'm asking about that, okay? It doesn't have anything to do with the case, really, it's just a little something for them.
Grandpa? Take a breather. Feel more comfortable laying down then? Do you want to take these off for a bit?
That's up to you guys.
Do you mind?
I don't mind. I'm not worried about
A little
you.
bit more comfortable, you know what I'm saying? Let me get some of them off of the... Can you tell we don't use these very much? Cookie or something hungry?
Gavin, what happened to Margaret's underwear?
Her.
Alright?
There was a bit of an altercation. Like, she wasn't up whenever she was going to the phone. And,
So did you kind of wrestle with her then?
a little bit. Like, he was off the couch.
On the floor? And her underwear got torn then?
Yeah, he got ripped.
So when she died, was she on the couch or on the floor?
Floor.
Were you on top of her then?
Kind of.
Like straddling her?
Yeah.
And did you use one hand or both?
Both.
Did you squeeze it or push her against the floor or both?
Both.
And you said you don't remember if she was bleeding at that point.
Well, I mean, the only reason I can think of bleeding is when I put my hand over her mouth.
So when you were holding her hand over her mouth, you might have pushed too hard and maybe made her nose bleed.
Yeah.
So were you in her house for a little while before you woke her up?
I mean, I came up onto the porch, and I didn't even know what I was going to do. And I looked in the window and everything, I don't know, I felt like going into a house is like the biggest adrenaline rush I could get, I guess. So then I tried the doorknob, and that just happened to be unlocked.
Was it the front door or back door?
Or back door.
Okay. So you went into the kitchen?
Was like the TV on or something? When you went in?
I don't think so.
No. Ended up at the house, you didn't hear it or something, I guess.
Well, she was already asleep whenever I went in, because when I came around the corner, that's where I saw her, and it scared me. Because I didn't expect to see someone right there, because I didn't hear anything. So I came in, like, I opened the door, I just listened. And then I didn't hear anything, so maybe nobody's home. And then I go to walk around that corner, like I'm still going slow, but I see her, and she's, I don't know, like sleeping or something. And then I go to turn around and hit the chair, and it made a noise, and she woke up.
And she started to scream at that point, you said?
Yeah, because like when I hit the chair, I like turned back around, and I looked, and she was there staring at me and started to yell. And then went for the phone. She already knew what it looked like.
We were trying to get like that, when she went for the phone, is that when you were trying to get the phone away from her so she couldn't call? Did you not like out of the way, or is that what you guys fought with the phone?
It was like a little bit of a fight, I think. I think I threw it under the couch. I'm not really sure.
You guys ended up on the floor at that point?
Yeah, I don't even know where the phone went.
When you say you guys were on the floor, like her gown and stuff tore.
Yeah, because she was still.
Well, her underwear, I guess.
I don't even know if she was wearing underwear.
Okay.
Because when she was on the couch, like she grabbed the phone and everything. It was still like yelling, and I don't know if she died or anything yet or not, but I just didn't know what to do, and then that happened. By the time I even realized what I was doing, it was too late to stop anything.
And when you realized that's when you were on the floor on top of her with your hands on her and stuff. That's when okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of videos of you kind of peeking over the edge of the couch and videotaping her. When was that all done?
That was on the same night. Why did I lie about anything? That was stupid.
It's okay. So when you went in the house earlier?
No, like I never went to the house before, but like I went in and I was being quiet and everything. And like how it happened, like I wasn't lying about that, but I did, you know, like I turned the corner and did see her.
And you hid?
Yeah, then I hid and I like, you know, was taking my phone. I was taking pictures to see if she was awake.
I got you.
And then
she saw you?
We stood up and she saw me.
Did your flash go off on your phone?
I don't think so.
So from there, is that did you tell us the truth about the rest of that? So how long do you think you were in the house before you woke her up?
I don't know, probably like 10, 15 minutes.
And then from the time you woke her up to the time you ended up on top of her, choking her, how long did that whole part take?
That was probably like 5 minutes.
So pretty quick. So she tries to get the phone, you try and stop her. You guys struggle to the floor and you end up on top of her with your hands on her neck. And you're pushing and squeezing. You have your hand over her mouth at the same time?
Well, my hand on her mouth was on the couch. Okay. And then, I don't know, rolled or something off the couch.
Was she like fighting back with you then, trying to struggle, and then you guys went down?
Yeah. I think on her way down is when the gun ripped.
But you don't remember ripping her panties? How long did you stay there before you put her in the closet?
That was probably like 30 minutes. I just kind of sat there and I didn't know like what was going on. Like I was so in shock from it, I guess. And then I checked my phone and it said it was like 4 something, and I knew my mom had to get up at 5 for work.
So then you made the decision then? Did you look around for another place to put her, or was that just the first place you came along?
I guess it was just the first place, considering like my time limit.
Was it just to hide her? So you could just be done and gone?
So all that stuff that was on top of her was already in the closet? So you pulled all that stuff out of the closet?
Well, I mean, a lot of it was stuff that was already hanging.
Gotcha.
I just brought it down.
And then you drug her by her feet, you said, to the closet. What part of her body did you put in there first?
I think it was her head that went in first. Because, like, I opened the closet door, I didn't even know if there was going to be anything in there or not. And I think there was some stuff in the way, so I stopped and I moved it. And then...
What was in there?
The thing I remember most is just the sweeper being in there. And I think there was just, like, clothes and just whatever was on the ground.
So you moved all that stuff. And then you put her head in?
I think I put her head in first. I don't really know.
Did you have to manipulate her body, like kind of pick her up? I mean, it seemed like you had a little strength to you. Just like kind of pick her up a little bit.
Yeah.
Pick her from the back or the front.
I went over the front and like behind her shoulders.
Oh, like kind of like a little carry.
Yeah.
Okay. And just kind of put her in there that way.
And then everything from the closet you just put back in there on top of her?
And then clothes that were hanging, I just pulled them off and put them there.
How'd you leave? Which way?
Through the back door.
Did you close the closet door? Did you put that heater in front of the door?
Yeah.
Was there any adrenaline with that? No.
It was like adrenaline and shock at the same time. So like, 1 second I'm like, I don't know, adrenaline.
Like, and the next thing you know, it's like
an
overload.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
So what did you do with your gloves when you left?
I threw those away.
Where at?
In the trash can.
At home. Because there's a glove there. Could you have dropped one?
There was a glove there. I guess I did drop one then.
There was purple stuff on it. What was the purple stuff that was on there? I get it that there's a whole piece of this that you don't understand why you do. Okay? I understand the whole sexual piece that you don't understand. And I get that. Did the purple stuff have to do with the whole sexual piece that you don't understand why you do? No. And is that the same time that you were taking some of those pictures?
Yeah. then after I took those pictures, I'm like, what?
That's when the shock set in?
Yeah, it's like, what am I doing?
So it was adrenaline all the way up until then. And then the whole shock took over the overload. Is that right?
It sounds great. I don't
know. It's hard. Confusing. Did you go in the house initially just to steal something? Since you're up?
Just, honestly, all I did was I wanted the adrenaline rush.
Oh, I just go into a house.
Something.
Yeah.
I think that's why I broke into the cars and stuff, because there's that risk factor, and all I've ever done is take risks, because that's the only thing that makes me...
That's your drug, adrenaline?
Yeah, like, I don't know, nothing feels real to me. When I have adrenaline, it's like, alright.
You feel alive.
Not
like there's meaning to you. Right?
I don't know about meaning, but
you understand, like you feel like
yeah, it feels different. It's like I don't know how to explain that.
Any bad stuff inside you goes away.
I guess.
Do you live with hurt?
Do
you live with hurt inside you? Pain? Confusion?
I used to be, with hurt and everything, but I don't know what it's from.
Like when you met up with the guy with the car, with that adrenaline? A little bit.
Yeah.
So your whole intention of going in the house was just the adrenaline of being in somebody's house.
Yeah, I didn't even want to rob the house.
It was just the sneaky thrill of can I get in somebody's house and get out and get away with it.
Yeah, but if the door was locked, I would have just walked away. I would have been like, I'm not going to try and go open a window or climb on the roof and go in. I would have just left, just like a car. If a car is locked.
Did you try any of the doors besides Margaret's? You just were familiar with that house when you ended up there.
Well, whenever I was walking around, because I was out, trying to get in the cars and everything, and I came up from like the backyards, and I've never even been in their backyard, and there was no cars in the driveway, and the garage looked like it hadn't been opened in a while because there was stuff out in front of it. So then I just went.
Figured try that one and see, because maybe didn't even know if somebody was home.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody was home.
Was it dark when you went inside the house? No lights on or nothing?
None at all?
Well, no, there was the lamp that was on.
In the living room? Over in the corner by the chest? That one?
No, if you walk in from the kitchen, you're looking at the couch. It's on the right.
Okay.
I think.
Gotcha. By the china cabinet there. Probably where she was reaching for the phone at. Did she say anything to you when any of this was happening? Did you say anything to her?
No, it happened.
It happened quick. And you didn't take her wallet. Nobody cares about the 60 or 80 bucks.
Yeah, nobody cares about anything in there.
I did, but it's gone.
Where did you throw it?
Trash also.
Which trash?
At my house, but
Trash has already been taken out. What day's your trash day?
Tuesdays.
So the card and everything was there, so we know we're not going to worry about somebody using that card. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
And the cash you just probably used on whatever, smokes and shit.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's cool. I appreciate that. The family was just worried about the Discover card and somebody using it.
So when you left her house, you went home?
Yeah. I walked to my house and I smoked a couple cigarettes in that 2-minute walk. I don't know, I'm trying to process what just happened.
What were you doing before you made it to Margaret's house?
Just breaking into cars.
Do you remember where at?
It was down towards, I think the road's Fairlawn, and then I crossed over Broad, and I went down towards, past the little car dealership.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even get into any cars when I was over there. And I was walking back. And I was thinking, what if I went into a house? And then I came up Broad Street, and I just went through a yard. And then I saw there was nobody there. Well, no cars. The garage looked like it wasn't open.
Did you look inside the garage?
I mean, before I went up onto the porch,
Yeah.
I opened the garage door, and it was just piled with a bunch of stuff. So I'm like, well, nobody's here. I didn't know whose house it was at first until
You saw her. And you knew she knew you.
Had you talked to her before? I know we discussed this a couple times, but.
just going to, when I was 13 or 14, going to shovel driveways and stuff. When I was actually doing something good.
And nobody was with you this night. And you've not told anybody about this.
No, nobody knows about this. I was never going to tell anybody.
What were you wearing that night? I mean, obviously the carpenter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you find the boots and the carpenter, you all wear the same. Keep your boots rolling because they're comfy.
I don't even think I was wearing boots. I think I was wearing shoes because I knew I was out, going to cars.
Not in case you had to run. Like tennis shoes then?
Yeah.
What kind of shoes do you have?
Like Nike ID running shoes. They were just my gym shoes. My little brother wears them now.
You don't remember what else you were wearing, though?
No, I think I had black sweatpants and probably a black sweatshirt.
Right, just dark so you wouldn't be seen. Makes sense. It's part of the adrenaline,
Is there anything at your house that you've taken from any of these cars or anything that we could recover? You know, like a GPS unit or sunglasses or anything like that?
No, I remember the GPS, but I didn't take that home.
Did Brayden take it home then? No?
Brayden wasn't with me a lot of the times. When I would go out. I don't know.
Well, when you met up with the guy with the car, did you take stuff from his car?
I was going to.
Like his cash? And he didn't care about cash. I mean, he didn't care. His cologne.
You had a bag with you, right?
Yeah, I had my bag. I just had, extra clothes.
So then it?
Like a hoodie. I think I had sweatpants in there. And then I had my house keys, cigarettes, and
Phone chargers, stuff like that?
yeah.
What did you do with his cologne? Just keep that?
Yeah, but there wasn't a lot in it.
And the cash, just use that for whatever, smokes and stuff?
I didn't get cash from it.
Oh, there wasn't a cash in the car?
Mm-hmm. Because the whole reason, I had his phone in there, and I cracked the window, and he was outside the door, and I'm like, "Where's your wallet?" He's like, "I don't have it." And I'm like, "I don't believe you." So I kept the doors locked, and I rolled the window up a little bit, and he couldn't fit his fingers in. I opened his glove box and went through stuff, but it wasn't in there. I'm like, "Well, what's in your pockets?" He's like, "Nothing." He showed me his pockets. And then, I don't know, my adrenaline was already going, so then I just, inched up a little bit, and I kept just doing that, and then I turned around, and I came down the, parking lot from him, and I turned left into there, and he came over there, And that's whenever he grabbed the window and tried to like pull it and break it. And then I went forward, like I turned and went up towards the doctor. I threw his phone, and then I looked back and I couldn't see him, so I got out of the car.
Yeah, he walked away then. We did a couple donuts.
I don't know, I wanted to see.
No, I understand. That's the key of soul, you know what I mean?
And there was some physical stuff that went on between the two of you in the car, right?
Yeah, we understand and know about it.
Yeah.
First time.
I mean, officially, I guess.
Yeah.
The stuff happened when I was younger. Like, that wasn't it wasn't like rape, but
no.
It wasn't voluntary for me.
You just weren't sure. Like when you got there, it's kind of like here's the plan, then things just start happening. And the excitement of that.
Yeah, no, that's kind of freaked me out a little bit.
That's what all kind of stopped.
What freaked you out? Your reaction to it or him?
I don't know, just once I realized I was in the back of a car with some guy, you know what I mean?
So you realized it was just crazy.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be part of it anymore.
Had you met anybody on Grindr before?
I had, yeah, before.
And did you talk to people on it?
A little bit, because I wasn't sure of how I felt, I guess.
Okay. You're not the only person ever to not be sure, so.
Part of being a teenager, so it goes on.
Does anybody else know about that? Are you worried about what your family would think?
I mean,
is that what part of the confusion was when you stuff with Margaret too? Just the internal confusion?
Yeah.
The social stuff, I mean. People battle with that all the time.
Gavin, is there anything else that we need to know about?
No, not covered.
We just want to put it all on the table and deal with it all now and get you the help you need, okay?
There's nothing else.
I mean, I know I was driving, so I didn't pay attention to a whole lot or like that, but she may have asked this, but did you mean to hurt Margaret like that?
No. No.
Or was it just the shock?
The shock.
You said you just started doing it, and by the time you realized that she had died, it was too late.
Nothing I could do.
That way you punched the wall of the school, is that main frustration? How did that chunk out of your hand? It doesn't say it hurt.
Sorry. I think I broke my hand or my pinky. I didn't even care. I was just mad because I finished my test in math, and then I saw a text from that said the cops have my phone. I'm like, great. And then Miss rings. I'm like, that's for me, I guarantee it. I'm looking at it, and she looks at me, and she, like, go to the office. I'm like, great.
That's for the break-in type stuff at the school, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's that.
Yeah, the church, yeah, sorry.
Did you guys go in the church? No. You didn't set off the alarm without messing with the windows?
Yeah. Like,
Were you going to go into the church before the alarm went off?
I don't really know what we were gonna do at the church. I didn't even hear the alarms go off. And he's like, dude, the alarms are going off. Like, what are you talking about? And I listened, and like, we should probably go. And we did.
Did you feel weird going out, like, getting some cars are trying to break that place, knowing what you've already been through in Margaret's house? That seems strange. Or just kind of like the thought of the past thought, because it's over, you can't change it.
Was it less of an adrenaline rush?
Yeah. It wasn't.
Was there that same adrenaline when you were on top of Margaret? Was there that same adrenaline?
That was
feeling? Or was it a little bit different?
Well, like that and going to break into cars.
Yeah.
I mean, cars is like that quick fix. It's just that, you know what, when you go to open the door handle, it's like, is the alarm going to go off? Is someone going to come outside? So it's like, there's that risk. And then, the whole breaking into the house, that was the adrenaline part. I think, I don't know, I didn't even have a grip on reality whenever I did that.
Do you need to drink of water anyway?
I guess I'll take one.
Drink water.
Now that we've asked you 76 times, you'll drink one.
What do you think's even going to happen with me?
I think you're going to go to juvenile detention. And you're going to do some time in jail.
How long do you think?
I don't know. I just don't know, Gavin. But I do know that your mom absolutely loves you, and you are a huge part of her world. And she needs you to be here.
But that's what I'm most upset about.
But I want you to remember that. I don't want you to forget that, okay? You can't.
I don't, like, it's the only thing that's kept me going. My mom.
She seems like a pretty fantastic lady.
She is.
And she loves you more than anything, so if anybody can get you through this and get you what you need to fix whatever's going on with you, it's your mom.
But that's the thing. I don't know if this can be fixed. Because it doesn't feel like it's some regular emotion. This feels like it's natural, and I don't want it to be.
Anything can be fixed. Yeah.
I wasn't blowing smoke when I told you were a nice kid. You know, you seem like a super nice kid. There's got to be something that, that's making all this happen for you, right?
Probably, but I don't know what.
Well, you're kind of fixing it now, don't you think?
No, that's made it a whole lot worse.
That's a big weight to be carrying around, don't you think?
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of monkey on your back that you've been toting, and now you're not toting it anymore. Now you get to heal.
You ever told your counselor about any of the thoughts that you have?
I did a lot, and she started with trying to treat the depression first, and it wasn't working for a little bit. I still tried to kill myself, but I didn't.
Because you know it's not right.
No, I didn't. I don't care what happens to me. Like, honestly, I don't. It's what happened. Like, what would it do to my mom? If, like, I killed myself and that my mom said she couldn't go another day if I died. I'm not going to kill myself because of that.
So it's more for her, not for you.
Yeah, I don't care about me. I don't.
You do. People care about you.
Other people might, but it's
because you're dealing with so much. That's why you don't. But deep down, you still do. Because people that truly don't anymore, they don't want to do it. You have the heart. That's why. That's just the reality of it, Gavin. Does that make sense?
yeah, but okay. I realize this. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to say where. 'Cause, I mean, it's not really that illegal. I don't want to bring more drama. Yeah. Me and my buddy, we were out driving. It was kind of late. It was probably like 1 in the morning. And we were at Silver Creek. And it was like kind of rainy and everything. And like when we were coming down this hill, there's like a big turn you have to take. And I'm like, just joking. I'm like, dude, take it like 70 or something. He's like, oh, I will on the way back. I'm like, yeah, sure, like whatever. And then on the way back, he's like, oh, screw it. And I'm like, oh, cool, like doing this. And, like, I didn't really care because he was only going like 40. When I like 50 or something. And then he kept going. Or he kept speeding up and everything, and then curves started coming up. I'm like, dude, you might want to slow down. And he's like, yeah. So he slams on the brakes. We look at each other. We're just kind of like, oh, well. And then the car like went up over the sidewalk and like in the air, and then spun like down a big hill. And we were pretty sure the car was gonna roll and we were gonna die, but we didn't like overreact. Like whenever we heard the tires squeal, whenever like the car started to turn, we looked at each other and like all that happened. We were like, well, that was cool.
Because there's nothing you can do with the tires, because there's no way to stop it. So you have to accept whatever happens.
Yeah, but I wasn't scared. Like I was accepting whatever happened. I wasn't scared if I was gonna die, or if I was gonna crash and like break my back and be paralyzed. It didn't really matter to me.
Maybe because you're carrying a lot on your back.
But this was before that ever happened.
No, I mean even things before that. You mentioned something, I think I heard about a friend losing his life, is that correct? When was that?
2013.
You ever think maybe you're carrying something from that? Yeah, you are.
Well, no, I know I am.
Maybe
And I think that's what started the depression.
kind of broke you, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit.
After that, I
put a crack somewhere in you. You can't, you're using adrenaline trying to fill it. And it's not working. It does the immediate, but it doesn't long-term fill it.
No, and then it stopped being that immediate, or like that quick fix. It just didn't work anymore.
You need something more long-term.
The night you were out at Margaret's, had you drank or smoked anything? Done any that night?
No, I was actually sober that night. Which is another reason why I smoke weed and I drink. Because I can't handle myself when I'm sober. Or I can't, like, comprehend. I don't even know the word to use. My thoughts when I'm sober are dark. When I'm high, they're, like, good thoughts.
Had you ever thought about before, or taking someone's life before?
Not like planning it out, but like, oh, I'm so mad I could kill someone right now. Like that kind of thing.
But you never imagined yourself actually doing it?
No, I could never vision myself.
Like wondering what would you did.
I couldn't, like, I don't know, like some stuff you think about yourself in that situation, like, yeah, I could see that. And then, like, I think about a car crash or something, me dying in a car crash, be like, yeah, I see that. Something else that doesn't necessarily involve me dying, or even like me being injured, like, yeah. But I think about me killing someone, I'm like, I can't see that. I can't.
Never thought to ever wonder what it would feel like if that would feel that adrenaline crack that you're trying to feel.
I mean, I've wondered what somebody would feel like, but I've also wondered what jumping off a building would feel like, what driving my car 10 miles under the speed limit would feel like.
Yeah.
So it's not like anything about this was premeditated.
Nothing extraordinary.
I think we're gonna have to wrap things up with you, Gavin, and get some paperwork done and get you where you need to go for the night.
Wait, is my mom or dad coming here?
You know what, I don't know that. How good. Your mom said she was
I thought
going
she
to.
said she was coming here, yeah.
Yeah.
She was finishing up with that lady up at the place we were,
Mhm.
and then she said she'd be coming here, okay? Is there anything that you're leaving out, or just, you know, right, I don't leave here that way.
We don't want
Monkey
anything
off.
left.
I mean, if you're taking, like she said, is there anything at your house or anywhere that you're taking from anywhere that we need to go get, just get it back to where it belongs to, or? Nothing taken from a car, nothing taken from his car, so nothing taken from Margaret's house, nothing.
No, I'm trying to like visualize everything in my room, but I can't. I don't think I have anything in my room.
The wall to thing you took from Margaret?
Yeah.
And where was that at when you grabbed that?
I think that was on the little thing by the China stuff too.
Oh, okay.
By the phone and everything.
Okay. And then the only thing you really took from the guy's car was this boy or a little bit of cologne he had left?
Yeah.
Nothing else? No wallet or nothing in there? And the cars was just what? Did you get anything like change or?
There's change, but
no electronics, no, nothing good.
Besides GPS, but that's gone. I threw it.
Where'd you throw that at?
On the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so. You alright? Are you tired now?
I'm even tired. I don't know how I feel right now.
Are you sorry this happened?
Yeah, I'm really sorry that I did all of this.
Were you sorry about all of this before you got caught?
Yeah, like I constantly, like, I think about it a lot, and I feel like bad about what I did. Like I don't, like, I feel bad. I know it's wrong, but I can't express the emotion. So it seems like what I'm saying is a lot. Like if I say like something about my mom, you know, I cry or whatever, like, okay, he's being honest. But if I say like I'm sorry for what I did, like with Margaret, and I don't have any emotion to it, it sounds like I'm lying and I don't really care. But that's not it. I just.
If she was here, what would you say to her?
Like, what do you mean?
If she was here alive in front of you, what would you say to her?
I'm sorry. That was never meant to happen. If I could take it back, I would.
Make sure you take advantage of whatever counseling they have for you. You need to go into it with an open mind and cooperate and do everything you can to get the help you need, okay?
I'm trying to get help.
No. I know you've been going, but I don't want you to give up on that. I want you to do what you need to do. I think you'll probably end up having to stay here for a little bit while we get some paperwork done, and then we'll get you up to the juvenile detention center. It's required that you're handcuffed behind your back when we go into the juvenile detention center.
That's fine.
So, have you ever been there before? Not in the detention side, you said just for testing and stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know what it's like in there. I know DYS is bad.
I don't think it's quite as bad, but I think they're fairly strict.
Well, I'm saying, like, I'm gonna do, like, what I'm supposed to do when I'm in there. I'm saying DYS. If you don't,
Who you're housed with, is that what your concern is?
yeah, like DYS, people get the crap beaten out of them while they're asleep. Like, I don't want to deal with that.
Do you know anybody that's been to DYS?
Yeah, I know. You know, I've been told that if I go to TYS, first thing I want to do is get into a fight and join a gang. So that's the only way that anything's gonna work out for me at DYS.
I don't think that's the best advice you've probably ever been given. I wouldn't even say that's even good advice.
Well, I mean, it's not. Like, hey, dude, go join the gang.
Okay, they're gonna come up. Gavin, only one thing I just want to check with you, because I know you're being honest and straightforward, you know what I mean, and I appreciate that. So I just want you to be straight up with us, okay? In Margaret's house, I know you had those boots on. Okay.
I did have these boots on?
Yeah, you did, because you took a picture and your boots were right there.
Oh.
Yeah, those same boots. Right. But I know you said the tennis shoes. I wasn't sure. I just double checked.
I really did.
And I understand it's a whole lot going on inside you right now. So I just want to make sure it's not so much as just saying I'm just letting you know. It's confirmation, so we're all just truthful. So we walk out here the same thing, okay? Or anything like that. So he's calling the road guy to come up here. Officer Kruger snap just a couple of photos of hands and just some marks to show.
You don't have any marks from struggling with Margaret?
Mm-hmm. That tiny little thing right there, I think it was the fingernail. But that's the only thing.
Put your hands out here like that for me.
Because all the other stuff, I can tell you where it came from.
Yeah. Well, your carpet here, all that stuff.
Well, these are all from the handcuffs and stuff.
Yeah, I can tell.
Most of
your
that's
function.
from the wall.
I just know
that. That was from work, so was that. But piece of metal, like, took that from me.
little red spot up there.
That little thing.
Were you bleeding?
Mm-hmm.
Just scratched on the surface. Did you have your bag with you when you went in there? You usually carried your bag, I would assume, to take stuff in.
Yeah, I mean, I know I have my bag with me. I don't know if I left it inside, or if I just left it, or like if I took it inside or left it outside, in case I hit the road or something.
Gotcha.
But like not run away, but run from the house.
When she woke up. She wouldn't have caught you. And you had gloves on the whole time you were in the house?
Yeah.
Even when you moved her and put her in the closet? You took them off when you got outside? What are you thinking? You're going to say something?
Oh.
It's Officer Cooper, Gavin.
Yeah, I talked to him. Yeah. Hey, Gavin, I need to take some photographs. Yeah, just place your hands on just like that. Just.
You want them on the ground or?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, if you can. You know, if you do like you just did.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. And actually, I'll have you turn them up just like that. Perfect. Oh, no. Just like you are. Now, I'll use this.
Why don't you show them where Margaret scratched you?
That little one right there.
Okay. You want to see this one again?
You said the redness there is from the handcuffs.
Yes, I understand. I'll do this right there.
He punched the wall at school for that big one on his knuckle there on his right hand.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you stand up for me, or just sit in the chair? Just for a second. Okay.
I'll be honest, this Saturday, like 5 days from now, I was gone. I was leaving.
You're gonna run?
Because the only reason I didn't yesterday, because I knew my mom just took out my money for my insurance, and I knew my insurance doubled, so I had like no money. I just needed gas money to get somewhere, and I didn't care what happened. I don't know, I think I was headed down towards like Tennessee and keep going down through there.
You knew that this was gonna come out?
At some point. And I knew if I left, there'd be no coming back ever. And that's, I don't know, I kept having that thought every time I felt like I was ready to actually leave. I'm like, well, I literally can't ever talk to my family again. if I leave.
Well, Gavin, I'm glad it's going to stop here. I'm glad this didn't go any further. Because I don't know that you would have been able to change on your own.
No, I wouldn't, and I don't know, I had a pretty clear picture of what the next year looked like if I ran.
Unfortunately, I think you would have hurt more people. Was that in your plan?
I mean, that wasn't in my plan, but I could see that happening, but all I could see was me dead if I ran.
Think we're ready to move along here?
Yeah, can I use the restroom?
Yeah, we'll get you. I'll officer take you out, okay? Any more of that?
Can sleep this.
Did you get enough of a?
Use the restroom.
Just give it a seat.
Groceries?
Yeah. You need to put those on. Let's put these on. I'll throw front again. And,
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Now, as you'd expect, police would arrest Gavin after this interrogation and they would begin searching his house. And during the search of his house, they found basically everything that they needed to corroborate the confession. That glove that I mentioned earlier that was discarded in the back of Margaret's house, they found a matching pair to that inside of Gavin's house. Oh, and also Margaret's wallet. But on top of all of that, the investigators that were searching Gavin's house happened to find that notebook that I mentioned earlier, detailing all of these sick, twisted thoughts that Gavin had that unfortunately he would act on with Margaret. Sergeant Don Shismenos with the Wadsworth Police Department would tell reporters that after reading the journal, there was no doubt in my mind that Gavin would kill again if he had the opportunity. This is something that he enjoys, that he finds pleasure in, and that is the biggest reason why Gavin is a monster. Gavin isn't an innocent 17-year-old boy who happened to go by the wayside. Gavin is a sick, twisted, broken individual who needs help, but he also doesn't need to be exposed to the public. I don't want to be around Gavin. I know you don't want to be around Gavin. And that's where the big twist in this case comes from, because you see, Gavin got sentenced to life in prison plus 21 years, but because of Ohio's Senate Bill 256, Bill 256 says that you have to mandate parole for juveniles. Gavin was a juvenile when the crime was committed, and it's looking like, unless his parole continues to get denied, Gavin will be released when he's in his 40s. Or I should say, eligible for parole in his 40s. Obviously, the parole board has to grant him that parole, and unless he does some, incredible, mind-blowing strides and changes and improvement to himself and who he is, I don't necessarily see a parole board letting him out, but I guess we're going to find out in 2043, which is the year that he will become eligible for parole. Now, Gavin Ramsey is currently incarcerated at the Grafton Correctional Institute with a parole date of March 4th, 2043. Like I said, I don't really see a future where Gavin's getting out to rejoin society, but the reality is that there is a chance, and from what I can tell, he doesn't seem to deserve another chance, but, it's a system that we live with, and we either accept the justice system or we don't. Let me know your thoughts down below. What do you think about the case? What do you think about the ending resolution for Gavin Ramsey? What do you think about the judgment? Do you think justice was served for Margaret Douglas? With that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. My name is Johnny, and this has been Morbid Curiosity, the first episode of season 2. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you on the next one. I believe this is one of, if not the most turbulent and controversial cases that I have covered. Viewer discretion is advised. They say to never judge a book by its cover, but when that book has Joshua Young on the front, there might be an exception. But before we start judging Josh and his sick mutton chops, let me give you a better idea of who he is. And in order for you to know Josh, you need to know Josh. Don't worry, there's plenty more of those. This goofy looking fella is Joshua Gowker, and in 1996, Joshua Gowker had a kid with a woman named Angelina Young, and that kid's name was, you guessed it, Joshua Young. I'm sure you could tell by the fact that I'm using mugshots here that Gowker is a bit of a hellraiser. He was in and out of prison for pretty much the entirety of the 2000s, and that includes in April of 2010 when Angelina Young passed away from a drug overdose in her home. Josh Young is now 14 years old at this point, and he's left without parental supervision. His mom has passed away, his dad's in prison, so he ends up in foster care, and this could have been the point where the metaphorical shackles that he was bound in fall off and he changes the path that he was destined to follow. But you and I both know that's not what happened. Gowker gets released about 6 months after Angelina passes away and reunites with his son, Joshua Young, effectively extinguishing any sort of hope Joshua Young had for a brighter future. So the duo needed a place to stay, and they ended up with Gowker's cousin Cassie. Now this is probably a pretty good spot where I mentioned that Gowker was a little bit of a promiscuous Percy, so to speak. He'd been around the block a few times, and he was never really one to shy away from a romp in the sack. In fact, that includes in 1996 when Joshua Young was being born. Gowker was actually sleeping with a woman named Amanda McFarland. Only a few months after Joshua Young's birth, Amanda McFarland had a child with a man named Terry Zwicker. Oh, sorry about that. I meant Terry Zwicker, the man that would later become the husband of a person named Terry Zwicker. Is there only a handful of names you can choose in Kentucky? So Amanda had a child with a man named Terry Zwicker, and that child's name was Trey Zwicker. I'm sorry, I have to throw this in there. The father's name Terry is short for Terrence, and Trey is also short for Terrence, which means that in a way, Trey's father Terry had the same name as his wife and his son. What the Anyway, Gowker's womanizing ways are in full force after prison, and after moving in with Cassie. Yeah. So Gowker gets out, gets his son, moves in with Cassie, and wouldn't you know it, Amanda McFarland is a neighbor. The universe works in mysterious ways. So while Gowker is roto-rooting his cousin on the side, he starts to date Amanda McFarland. They end up getting married, they end up moving in together, and not too far behind, their kids are in tow. Amanda's son, Trey Zwicker, he was a good kid. He was on the honor roll at Seneca High School. He sang in the local choir, liked to hunt and fish and ride dirt bikes. He was just a regular Kentucky kid living his best life. Even though Trey had a much different upbringing compared to Young and Gowker, they all seemed to get along well enough. Trey would get invited out to things like parties and outings, barbecues and stuff like that, so things seem to be going fairly well. So now we're at the end of 2010, December 2010, and Gowker's probably at his cousin's house pulling her weeds, if you know what I mean. At some point, Gowker ends up calling his pregnant wife Amanda. It's a butt dial probably, but Amanda can hear Gowker and Cassie talking. Just to give you a recap here, Gowker's only been out of prison for 4 months now, okay? September, October, November, let's say all of December. In those 4 months, Gowker's reunited with his son, moved in with his cousin Cassie, started dating Amanda, gotten married to Amanda, moved in together with Amanda, and has gotten Amanda pregnant. He's literally speedrunning life. So Amanda gets this call, and well, what she hears isn't good. She hears him talking about the marriage, the relationship, and overall just bad-mouthing her as a person, a mother, a wife, everything. It's all bad. It was a lot for Amanda, and in fact, it was too much. Amanda is now keenly aware of what's going on, what kind of man she married, and exactly what kind of relationship her husband had with his cousin. So Amanda opts to terminate the pregnancy. She gets an abortion. And it's that decision that has far greater consequences than she could have ever imagined.
They spotted something in a ditch in a wooded area behind that school. That something turned out to be a dead body.
Terrence Trey Wicker was discovered in a ditch yesterday afternoon behind Liberty High School.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Johnny, and this is Morbid Curiosity. In this episode, we're going to be covering the case of Trey Zwicker. Now, this one is set up a little bit differently than other episodes, but if you've made it this far, I assume you're probably in for the ride. However, there's a lot of information I got to wade through, and if you can't tell already, this is going to be incredibly complex with a lot of twists and turns. If you're feeling antsy about this, I totally get it. So here's some key moments in the video if you want to jump around or if you want to skip to a certain part. And if you're watching on YouTube directly, there's chapter markings here as well. Before we jump back into the case, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody for all the comments, likes, subscriptions, everything. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Every time you watch, like, comment, subscribe, it helps me a lot in the algorithm, and I really, really do appreciate that. So thank you. If you'd like to support Morbid Curiosity a bit further, consider becoming a patron or a channel member. You get things like early access to videos, stream highlights, case images, all that good stuff. But otherwise, thank you for being here with me, and thank you for being a part of this journey. Oh, and if you don't mind, subscribe to the second channel, Morbid, where you have things such as highlight compilations, reactions, experimental videos, stuff like that. Lots of good stuff coming there too, I promise. On May 11th, 2011, Trey Zwicker was found beaten by a blunt object and left to die in a ditch behind a local school. His biological relatives were inconsolable, shocked at not only what happened to Trey, but the brutality of it as well. Trey suffered at least 13 blows directly to the back of the head. The investigation began by speaking with Trey's primary guardian, Amanda, and Amanda told police that she saw Trey the night before, May 10th, at about 10 p.m. Amanda and Josh Gowker spent some time together alone in the bedroom before going to get cigarettes at the corner store later on that night.
His body was found Wednesday in a ditch near Liberty High School by some students. The school is in the same neighborhood where Zwicker's mother lives. Police suspect foul play, but have not made public any information about a potential motive, and they've not labeled anyone a suspect or person of interest. Trey's family and the community are struggling to make sense of it all.
No suspects or persons of interest, but the court of public opinion carried on. Questions swirled about if either of the Joshes had anything to do with what happened to Trey, and that includes from within the family. Josh Young doesn't help his case almost immediately out of the gate. The mother of one of his friends recalled at the funeral that he shrugged his shoulders and said, "He wasn't my blood." And now that seems like kind of a callous point of view, doesn't it? The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, though, with Papa Gowker throwing gasoline on the proverbial fire. You see, Gowker wasn't just released from prison in 2010, he had a conditional release. He was still on parole. Part of being on parole includes having check-ins with your parole officer, and Josh Gowker, being the nurturing father that he is, decides that now's the time to take his boy on a vacation to another state, right after his murdered stepson's funeral. To the uninformed, you definitely cannot do that while you're on parole. You can't go to another state, but you definitely should not do that immediately after your stepson's funeral. So things are bad, but Gowker, the habitual line stepper that he is, pushes just a little bit more. This is one of the parts of the story that's widely misreported, and I'm looking at you, Maiko. So Josh Gowker decides to take Josh Young on a vacation on June 14th, 2011. It's about a month after Trey's funeral. In order to make this happen, Gowker enlists the help of Jahira Riddle, now Jahira friend. Some reports say that Jahira and Gowker were sleeping together, but that's actually not true. Jahira was actually one of Josh Young's older sister's friends. But more importantly, she was the one with the vehicle. Another fact that's often glossed over is that there was another woman that was with them, and her name was Angelique Burkhead, or Angelique, I really don't know. So they all decided they're gonna go to Tennessee because they wanna go swimming at a hotel pool or something like that. Now, I know this is completely unnecessary, but I can't help myself. The border of Tennessee is 160 miles from Louisville. Was a swimming pool really the reason why they went? I can't help but feel like there's plenty of other places to go for a dip before you get to Tennessee. But whatever. So they get to Tennessee, they get a room, and at some point, Burkhead hears something concerning. Really concerning. She hears little Josh did it. Used a slugger. Full body chills, Burkhead needs to leave, and she needs to leave fast. So that's exactly what she does. But before she leaves, she hears one more thing to really solidify that she wasn't hallucinating. Before she leaves, little Josh Young tells her, "I beat the hell out of him." Angela gets out of there as calmly as possible, trying not to draw any suspicion towards herself, and she succeeds in doing that. At the same time that Angelique is making her escape, Amanda, Trey's mother, is making a protective order against Gowker. Now let me repeat that. Amanda, the mother of the deceased boy, is filing for a protective order against her husband, Josh Gowker, after the murder of her son, right at the point that Gowker and his son disappeared. In the petition to the court, Amanda said that Gowker was directly threatening her and even said that Gowker was a suspect in the death of her son. There's only so many ways to say "I think you did it" without saying "I think you did it," but in this case, she almost literally said "I think you did it." On top of all of that, little Josh Young has been missing for about 2 days, and given the circumstances of his disappearance, a statewide Amber Alert is issued. These vacation plans are now falling apart extremely fast. Burkhead makes her way back to Louisville. The remaining group leave Tennessee and they make their way towards Alabama, Madison, Alabama. That Wednesday morning, the trio approached a 52-year-old woman in the parking lot of the Knights Inn across from the University of Alabama, Huntsville. My fiance's dad went to University of Alabama. Merhaba Mehmet. Roll Tide. Anyway, so the group approaches this woman and they ask for a ride to a bus station. And Gowker, being the upstanding citizen that he is, he pulls out a gun and then says that he wants a ride to Birmingham. It's about 100 miles away. They end up stopping in the city of Homewood, just outside of Birmingham, where they forced the woman to use a credit card in order to rent them a room at the Roadway Inn. She complied, as you'd expect, because Gowker has a fucking gun, and then the trio sent her on her way after that. The victim would go back to Madison and she would contact local police and tell them exactly what just happened. With the cooperation of Homewood police, they were eventually all apprehended. Oddly enough, not for kidnapping though, but for the charge of carrying a weapon without a permit. So the adults are sent to jail while Josh Young is sent to Jefferson County Family Court. Now that's Jefferson County, Alabama, mind you, which just so happens to be the exact same name of the county that they're from in Kentucky. You see what I mean about this naming thing? Now while Gowker is sitting in that Alabama jail, a phone call happens. Gowker initiates a phone call between him, Cousin Kelsey, and a detective from Kentucky, Detective Russ. Just to be clear, it was known by all parties that there was a detective on the line. This wasn't some kind of secret wiretapping or monitoring to facilitate this call. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Again, this is a call that Gowker initiated. This is a call going out from the jail with a detective on the phone going to Cassie. Cassie first told police back during the initial investigation back on May 13th that she had no idea what happened. She had no clue what could have happened to Trey that night. Now, can you tell me what's wrong with that statement? She lied, okay? She fucking lied. She 100% had an idea, but you know what? Let me just let her tell you herself. Here's a clip from that call.
Listen, they know everything. You hear me? About what? Everything. Your loyalty lies with me, right? Yes. Who killed Trey? Yeah, right. This is Big Josh. Who killed Trey? You did, right? I don't know. I need you to tell the truth, Cassie. They already know about everything, and you're not going to be in any trouble for helping. Okay, Cassie, it's Detective Russ from Louisville. Tell me about the night that Trey was murdered. Who woke you up in your bedroom? Well, little Josh. Okay. He got up and he tried to get me up and he said, I need your help. He said something about, I need to get rid of this stuff. Will you take me to get rid of it? Okay. Did you say what stuff or why? Yeah, I said, well, what is, and he said, well, I killed Trey. And then I took him to get rid of it.
You heard right. For providing incriminating information, Cassie was offered immunity. So Gowker, aka Big Josh, I feel like I probably should have just referred to him as Big Josh the entire time, but whatever. He coaxes Cassie into finally telling the truth. But let's listen to that one more time. Pay attention to how he leads her into the version of events that he wants her to say. And pay attention to how Cassie is unable to interpret all this because while Cassie is an incestuous cousin f***er, she's not a tenured criminal like Gowker is.
Listen, they know everything. You hear me? About what? Everything. Your loyalty lies with me, right? Yes. Who killed Trey? Yeah, right. This is Big Josh. Who killed Trey? You did, right? I don't know. I need you to tell the truth, Cassie. They already know about everything, and you're not going to be in any trouble for helping. Okay, Cassie, it's Detective Russ from Louisville. Tell me about the night that Trey was murdered. Who woke you up in your bedroom? Well, little Josh. Okay. He got up and he tried to get me up and he said, I need your help. He said something about, I need to get rid of this stuff. Will you take me to get rid of it? Okay. Did you say what stuff or why? Yeah, I said, well, what is, and he said, well, I killed Trey. And then I took him to get rid of it.
First she says it was Big Josh, Josh Gowker. Then she says it was Little Josh, Josh Young. Which one was it? Why would she switch like that? Well, when interviewed a few years later, which was a whole ordeal, which I'll cover in a moment, Cassie said that Big Josh told her that when it came down to it, she had a specific story that she had to tell. He wanted her to tell police that he was the one that killed Trey, for the primary purpose of covering Little Josh Young. But when she was ambushed on the phone, she didn't know which lie to go with. Cassie's story doesn't really waver after this point. kind of, but we'll come back to Cassie momentarily. So Gowker is sitting in the Alabama jail, and after some time, Josh Young gets sent back to Kentucky. That's at this time that Louisville PD gets another one-on-one conversation with Josh Young. They haven't had a chance to speak to him since initially talking to him. But this one goes a little bit differently from their first conversation. You see, it's been over a month at this point, and the rumors are flying. I mean, think about it this way. How many less than savory things can somebody be involved in before you just associate them as a less than savory person? Sure, Gowker's the adult, Gowker's the parent, Gowker's the felon, but Josh Young didn't exactly help the situation at all. You see, Josh Young didn't really fight against any of this, and if he did nothing else, he accidentally let detectives know exactly how attached he is to his father. Not only how attached he was, but how sacred he held that relationship as well. Here, I'll let Josh tell you himself.
Coming up here, and no matter what we talk about today, okay? When you're done talking to me, then you'll be going back to wherever you need to go, okay? So I appreciate that, and I know it's a little warm in here, so I apologize for that. It's just kind of an older building. There was just a couple things I wanted to kind of talk to you about, and I guess it's a little bit of it was. Remember when I talked to you the other day? I think it was like
in your car?
Like 2 weeks ago, Thursday or something like that.
Yeah.
Or last week.
I remember.
I'm sorry, I can't remember
I don't know when it was, but
and I'd ask you about what you told Detective Maroney at the school that day, and then you were kind of telling me something a little bit different about where you spent the night at and who you were with and all that. And so I just want you to kind of listen to the two stories you gave, and we'll kind of work through that and see what the real story is. Okay, so let's just listen to this here real quick. That way you can remember what you said. Now, this is not my recorder, so I'm not sure. And just real quick, this isn't the whole interview, it's just the two segments that I'm concerned about where you told her you were that night and then where you told me you were that night. So it's not like the whole interview, so it's just going to be a minute or two long.
And were you at home last night, I guess, when your parents were having the barbecue? And everybody was there? Okay. And then what?
I was going to sleep, and so was he.
Okay. About what time was that?
I'm not sure. After we got done eating, I was wore out from school, so
yeah.
I was going to sleep.
Okay. And does he change into pajamas, or does he sleep in his clothes?
It just depends.
Okay.
I take a shower at night.
Okay. So your mom, or Amanda, said that he took a shower last night. Do you remember if he took a shower or bath? Okay. And do you remember what he had on? Okay. Do you remember what his clothes were?
Jeans. I'm not sure. I got it straight.
Okay. Do you know if he had shoes on?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what kind of shoes?
Probably either. They're all black.
Mm-hmm.
All black. I don't know what kind of.
Okay. And do you all have separate rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see him go into his room?
Well, like I was sitting out in the shower. That's the last time I seen him, which was already after we ate the barbecue together.
Okay. So, but you know he changed back into his regular clothes, so you saw him after he got out of the shower?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about? Okay.
Tell me about the night after everybody leaves. You said something about the shower. Kind of walk through that.
He said he was going in to take a shower.
Where were you at when he said that?
We were sitting on the back porch in the backyard because the cookout was just ending, and he said he was going to take a shower or something going in.
Now was Mackenzie there then? Was she?
Oh yeah, she took a shower too that night.
Now were you?
No, she. What?
Were you in the house when he took a shower?
Because I came over here.
So as he tells you on the back porch, I'm going to go take a shower. Then you
He said I'm going to go in here and take a shower and calm down for the night. And so I was going to come down here and just calm down for a little bit, watch some movies, and ended up falling asleep down here.
Now Amanda, she's not working the guns anymore, right?
No.
You know why she quit, what that was all about?
I guess she just said she didn't want to go back because it took too much brain. She didn't want to have to focus that much and be stuck.
Did an odd job where he was at or what he was doing?
You'd have to ask him about that.
Now, I guess concern is there's a little difference in your story today than when you told the detective over there at the gym, which was you told her that you were in the house when Trey was taking a shower.
No, I was. I came over here when he was taking a shower.
And that when he got out of the shower, you watched him put his clothes back on.
No, I heard that he walked out the door fully dressed in the coat, which would have to be after the shower because it was after I came over here and he said he was taking a shower.
But I mean, in the interview you told her, because it's on she recorded, you said that Trey took a shower, and you were there when he took a shower, and you watched him put his clothes back on. That was your own words.
That was false.
So you weren't there when he took a shower, or?
Correct, I was here.
And you weren't there when he put his clothes back on?
No, but I knew he would put his clothes back on because when he walked out the back porch.
You kind of got that from them.
I kind of put two and two together.
Okay. So you understand my concern with the story there, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I would think that your first story that you told Detective Maroney at the school is probably the true version of the events. Because Cassie says she doesn't remember if you stayed there or not that night.
John does.
No, John doesn't either.
Because he was passed out on the couch.
I'm just telling you. So we need to work through what the truth really is, okay? Like I say, you're leaving here when you're done talking to me, or you can walk out right now. But so we kind of need to get the truth, and there's a lot of other things I want to talk to you about. So let's kind of work through this part at first. Tell me the truth about that night.
We were on the back porch. It was me, him, Dad and Amanda stayed on that porch the whole night, evidently, because we were on the back porch and he told me he was going to take a shower and calm down for the night. So I went to Cassie's. I planned on, I didn't know if I was going to sleep down there or sleep down at Amanda's, but I got comfortable down at Cassie's. Ended up watching a movie and falling asleep down there.
So why would you?
I guess the first day, it was a bad day.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand, but let me tell you this. I had a family member murdered before, and when I told the police back when I was like 11, I told them the truth the first time. I didn't have to tell them something that I know I was upset and I was scared and I was angry and I was all those things that everybody went through. But I still told the police when they asked me a question, I would tell them what happened. They didn't have to come back to me a week later or 2 weeks later or a month later, because what I told them was the truth. So when you start telling a couple different stories, it makes me wonder about your credibility or your truthfulness. And at this point, I believe the story you told her at the school that day is the true story. Because even Amanda said you were there.
That night?
That night when he was taking a shower.
No, I wasn't. You can ask my dad.
I mean, but
you can ask.
But the stories aren't even, well, your stories aren't even close. To, I wasn't there. I was down at Cassie's watching TV, getting comfortable. To, I was there. I saw him take a shower. We were going to go to bed. I saw him put his clothes back on, including his shoes.
But I got that story because my dad and Amanda told me that night he walked out the back door fully dressed head to toe and then walked back in and shut the door.
And of course, I think that's easy to say now. But when she clarified with you a couple of different times, so you saw him put his clothes back on? Yes. What kind of shoes did he put on? Some kind of black shoes. So, it's not like my dad told me, or it's not like Amanda told me.
I mean, that's the only kind of shoes he had, so that had to be the shoes he put back on.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? That your story doesn't make any sense. And I don't want you to get jammed up in this murder case at all.
Had nothing to do with it.
And so that's kind of where we need to work through right now before we go on to some other things. I think you were in the house that night.
I was not.
I think you saw him take a shower. I think you saw him put his clothes back on, and I think him and your dad went back down to where this happened at.
No, sir.
And let me just show you my phone here real quick. See on my phone? A lot of people have these nowadays. It's got a voice recorder on it. And we can record, and I can talk and say, "Chop, hello, how are you doing, Josh Young?" And I can stop it, and I can save it, and then I can play it. I can talk and say, "Chop, hello, how are you doing, Josh Young?" See how that works? And you would never know if that was you'd never know if this was sitting right here, would you? That I was recording our conversation. You would have no idea. So you have talked to a few people that were smart enough to do something similar to this, either with their phone or with a little digital recorder or something like that. And I know you've talked to a few people.
Just you, man.
I don't mean police-wise. I mean friends. Some of your friends you've talked to. And you've told your friends a few things, a little more in detail about maybe what happened to Trey. Yeah?
Like what?
And I've got a text message from some of your friends that they were sending to their other friends, telling them what you had told them.
Well, I've told you the truth.
What have you told Connor?
That he was killed. Really haven't told her anything.
Who's some of your other close friends?
After that incident, nobody was really able to come back around.
Okay, but just because they don't come around after the murder, I mean, there's still people you knew or acquaintances with, or?
I was pretty cool with everybody on the street. Everybody was always down there. Cassie's, Amanda's.
What other female friends do you have, or do you associate with?
Not really any.
Who's Connor been arguing with on Facebook?
Sarah.
Have you talked to Sarah?
Not recently, no.
I mean, before the murder, a couple days after the murder?
Maybe.
Think about what I just showed you on my phone, or what we talked about. And I want you to tell me the truth about what you and Sarah may have talked about.
I can't remember if I've talked to Sarah or not after. I know I've talked to her before.
Right.
But.
And what were y'all's conversations about Trey?
None. She didn't know anything about Trey that I knew of.
She knew Trey.
She did? I didn't know that. She never came around.
What other girls do you have that were friends of yours?
Not really any. Sarah's not even a friend. I don't talk to her anymore because Connor and her don't get along. So I haven't talked to her at all.
So why would there be other friends out there that have came to me, and I've interviewed more people in this case than probably any murder case that I've interviewed anybody on, even the little Ivan Kano case. Why would some of your friends, male or female, come to me and say that you and your dad were talking about how you all would kill people before Trey was murdered, and that Trey was murdered in a similar fashion to how you described how you and your dad would do it?
I have no idea.
So why would they lie about that?
Grudges? I don't know. I get along with everybody.
So if I had a grudge with...
So nobody would really have a reason to lie.
Like to say that CPS worker Bridget. Say I had a grudge with her.
Bridget.
Yeah, it's just one, So if I had a grudge with her for any reason, some kind of work issue, you think I would go around saying...
I mean, that'd be a horrible thing. I know
Bridget told me that her and her mom were going to talk about how they were going to kill somebody.
I know what you're
saying. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a horrible thing. Maybe for credit.
It'd be something different on a grudge. You could be like,
Maybe to be noticed. I don't know.
Were you talking about stuff like that maybe to be noticed?
No. I never once talked about killing anybody. And I never heard my dad talking about killing anybody. And my dad liked Trey, and so did I.
Okay, let's talk about the ride down. Why did y'all go to Alabama? What was the reason to pick Alabama?
We were just passing through Alabama.
What made you all even leave? The girl that was with you, who's she?
Just a friend.
Had you met her before?
Huh?
Had you met her before?
Yeah, no.
I mean, because obviously your dad is on parole, so he's not allowed to even leave this county. And I know a few weeks ago y'all went to Michigan. And then y'all went to Alabama. So what was the conversation in the car and going down to Alabama? Y'all driving in the car, what's some of the conversation y'all had?
Can't even remember.
And I'm specifically talking about just the incident with Trey.
I don't even know if we talked to Trey about Trey on the way to Alabama.
And you all talked about it because she did the same thing. She knew that your dad might be a little... She's not sure if she could trust him all the way, so she recorded some of y'all's conversations.
I don't believe that because we didn't talk about Trey on the way to Alabama.
So why would I hear on the recording that you all were talking about, you specifically talking about, you were kicking Trey in the head?
I don't know. That didn't happen. I never have said that in my life.
Okay, so your friends that say You are talking about killing people a couple weeks before the murder, and Trey dies similarly. And this girl driving to Alabama, she's lying. So everybody's just lying.
That's not true at all.
So they're all just liars.
I don't know what they are. They aren't telling the truth, so it must make them liars.
Have you had a chance to think about? Obviously, I mean, your life was pretty good while your dad was in prison. You got to admit, you had a much better situation.
I mean, I love my dad more than anybody in this world, and I'd rather be with him than anybody in this world. So my life was much better with my dad.
So your life was better getting arrested in Alabama?
Being with my dad, it's all worth it.
Really? So you would rather not be in a secure home, having a secure school,
if I'm with my dad,
having a decent family, having Trey as your friend, now he gets out of jail, or he gets out of prison, and Amanda quits her job, he goes to jail, Trey gets murdered. I mean, all that stuff's better? That's better to you?
Of course not. I said being with my dad is better than being anywhere else.
But you've been with your dad for, he's been out for 7 months, something like that?
It's about that.
And you've already been arrested in Alabama for a gun charge? That's better? I'm confused by that statement.
That had nothing to do with it.
Because, well, obviously you did, because they at least you didn't let the charges get dismissed.
So that was just accidental arrest. They had no reason to arrest me.
Well, there was a gun in the room, and nobody had a permit to have it, so that's their city ordinance, so it's not an accidental arrest.
I mean, they could have. I don't mess with no guns. I'm 15, do I look like having a gun?
Well, and you don't think I've arrested 15-year-olds for carrying guns before?
I'm sure you have.
Okay, so then...
I mean,
But, I mean, that just doesn't make sense, but...
No, it does to me.
So, I mean, there's just a lot of inconsistencies in your story, and that's what I'm concerned about. Either it's how you saw him, or when you didn't see him, or you talked about killing people, and then you didn't talk about killing people, you talked about kicking him in the head, and then you didn't talk about kicking him. I mean, it just seems like everybody's, I just said that 5 minutes ago. It seems like everybody's telling me stuff, and to you, everything's like, no, nothing happened, they're liars, I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never said anything like that. Neither is my dad or anybody.
Do you know much about, I'm sure you probably watch like the CSIs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I like Law and Order, but CSI's alright.
A little more cheesy, isn't it?
It's alright.
And then, how well do you know the girl in Michigan?
Nikki. No, I mean, we started talking on Facebook while my dad was in prison, but...
How old is she?
How old is she?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, is she like 20 or is she like 40 or 10?
I guess around my dad's age. I'm not sure.
What was the situation there with him and her?
They were arguing over her talking to somebody or something. I don't know. But
were you there, I guess, when he supposedly put a knife to her throat and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you at when that happened, supposedly?
I didn't know that happened at all. So I can't answer that question.
Well, I mean, did he ever go up there recently without you? I know you all went once.
No.
And then how did you all get up to Michigan?
This last time?
Yeah.
My sister's mom.
Which sister?
Sister in Michigan.
Okay. She drove all the way down here to get you?
Well, she stayed down there a little bit too, for a day.
Oh, okay. How'd y'all get to Alabama?
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
How'd you get to Alabama?
Yeah. I mean, I want to.
Did you hitchhike, or did you take a plane, or that's all I'm asking? Did you take a train?
No. We drove.
Did that girl have a car?
Uh-uh.
Oh. So what's the deal with that lady down there?
I don't want to talk. I ain't in that. I don't feel comfortable talking about that. I had nothing to do with anything about that, so I don't feel the need to talk about it.
Okay, going back to the forensic stuff. Some people said that your dad, and I have phone records to verify it, said that your dad talked to somebody, and I'm not going to tell you who, at about 9:37 on that Tuesday night y'all had the cookout. And he said that he was with you, and your dad said that he was with Trey, and y'all were all smoking weed. I'm not worried about it if you are, because I ain't the police, so I don't care about that. You have to tell you what the story is so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And this was at 9:37. And The toxicology results for Trey after the autopsy was he had marijuana in his urine, but not in his blood, which means it was in the system just quickly enough to get in his urine before he was killed.
No, he smokes weed just as much as anybody else. If he has weed in his system, it's in his blood.
It's not in his blood.
It's an everyday thing.
It's in his urine only. It did not show up in his blood.
Well, he was at his dad's previously before that on the ground.
So if your dad is saying he's with you and Trey smoking weed at 9:37,
he said that.
Okay, well he did at 9:37, and I plus have phone records to verify the person's story that told me this. And so at 9:37, he's saying he's with you and Trey smoking weed, and then Trey didn't have enough weed in his system to get into his blood, which means he was murdered pretty fast after that phone call.
Mm-hmm. I was at Cassie's.
No, you weren't at Cassie's.
I was.
No.
With John. John was on the couch. He was waking up, nodding back off.
You may have been there at some point, but you weren't there. You were there maybe after Josh took a shower, or Trey took a shower, and Trey got dressed, and Trey tried to leave, and Trey put his shoes back on. Because I know you saw all that. Okay, so if your story is you didn't see him take a shower, you all weren't getting ready to go to bed, you didn't see him put his shoes back on or his clothes back on, then how can I believe anything else you tell me during this whole entire interview? Because you clearly said it. I can play it again if you want to hear it. I can play it again.
I heard everything on the CD.
I can play it again.
You don't have to trust me. I mean, you don't know me.
I mean, if you're lying about that, then how do I know you're telling me the truth about anything else?
That's just a chance you have to take. There ain't really anyway.
Have you talked to Amanda or seen Amanda?
Mm-mm.
And then I guess Connor came and visited you yesterday or day before or something?
Yesterday, day before.
How did that go? What was that conversation about?
Nothing about Trey or anything that's going on legal-wise. Me, her, and her mom played a board game. Just hung out for a little bit. We didn't get the full visit because her grandma brought her down, and her grandma wasn't on the list. She couldn't stay alone, so she had to, I guess, go back home and get her mom to bring her. So it was a short visit, period.
I mean, but you see how all the information I'm getting from a lot of different people, from phone records, from autopsy reports.
I can tell you, I've never once talked about killing anybody, kicking Trey in the head. Me, Trey, and my dad were not smoking weed at 9:37. That's all false.
I mean, you see why I would have to come back and talk to you about that.
Because I would talk to somebody about that. If I had your job, I'd be doing the same thing. And I understand why you're doing it, but I had nothing to do with it. And I'm pretty sure my dad doesn't either. My dad was with Amanda. She stated that the whole night. Why would she try to change it? Is she trying to change that now?
Well, I'm not going to tell you who's changing what or who's talking about what. That's part of the investigation. So you had time to think about what might have happened down there that night?
I mean, it's just blank in my head. Everybody's thought about it. I don't know what could have possibly happened.
My feeling is you know more than what you're telling me.
That's not true.
And my feeling is, did you know your dad tried to call me twice yesterday?
Mm-mm.
And then he called me when y'all got locked up to let me know y'all got locked up?
I didn't know anything, but I haven't talked to my dad since we got locked up, so no.
I mean, you want to find the person responsible for this, right?
Well, of course. What kind of question is that? Yeah, I do.
That's the question I'm asking. That's the kind
as
of
much
question
of anybody else. Yes.
So your honesty is important in this investigation.
I understand that, and I've told you I have nothing to do with it. Neither does my dad. That's why are you harassing us and the close family instead of really trying to figure out?
Oh.
I've heard
so
people
you know.
say that.
So you know what I've done in my investigation.
I mean, you've been harassing my dad. So is everybody else.
How have I harassed your dad? Your dad calls me like 20 times a day.
I mean,
constantly. So, wait. You're going to sit there with your hat cocked sideways, with your red that your dad likes to wear and all that stuff, and your red shorts hanging down, your underwear sticking out. But you're going to tell me things that you have no idea about.
Well, I just don't.
I have not harassed your dad.
I feel
Your
like
dad called me 10 times a day. Your dad's called me twice since he's been locked up in Alabama. He's called me twice, so I'm harassing your dad. So you're just you can sit there and say stuff that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I feel
Who
like
else have I interviewed in this case?
I have no idea.
So then you don't know who else I've
Me and my
interviewed in this
dad.
case. You don't know who I've interviewed in this case.
I'm talking about me and my father.
Right, but you said I need to be doing stuff to find out who really did it. But you don't know what I
Instead
did.
of interviewing
So
me,
to sit there and just run your
Dad,
mouth is pretty
Amanda,
inappropriate.
Well, I'm sorry for
You should be sorry.
but I didn't mean it that way. I just meant.
Well, how do you mean it when I say you
I
say
think
I'm
it's an
harassing you?
inconvenience that you're interviewing me right now and I don't know anything.
Okay, but you just said 10 minutes ago that if you had my job, you would ask you the same questions.
Yeah, but not keep on going and going and saying that you think I know more than I'm saying, which I don't. I think that's harassment. That's calling me a liar. And
Well, I think I can play it again if you want to hear your statement.
I told you.
Which, to me, you're a liar.
Well, I'm sorry if you think that, sir.
I mean, your own word. It's your own words. You can't take back your own words. Your own words where you saw him you knew he was taking a shower. You all were going to go to bed. You never once told Detective Maroney that you were going to go down and stay at Cassie's house. You told her you all were preparing to go to bed. And that he took a shower. You watched him put his clothes back on. You watched him put his shoes back on. Those are your own words, not my words, not her words. You can't take back your words. Those are on tape.
Yeah. But I've told you the story.
And I believe what it is. It's a story.
It's the truth.
Okay, so then it must be the truth that you saw him put his clothes back on and take a shower.
No, I knew he put his clothes back on and his shoes back on, and they must have been the black shoes because they're the only shoes he wore.
But that's not what you told her.
Well,
it wasn't because you heard.
I was in shock that day. I was. Along with everybody else.
Do you have any questions of me?
Do you know anything about my dad? What's going on with him right now?
Mm-hmm.
Me neither. Pretty much it.
So let me ask you this: if it came down to your dad saying he had an involvement, or your dad saying you had an involvement, which choice you think he'd pick?
It's neither.
You think he would go to prison for it?
He's innocent, and so am I. There's no reason either one of us should be going to prison.
Well, I mean, I hope you're telling me the truth, because I mean, obviously some of the things I know you're not telling me the truth on. For things I've heard with my own ears on the recordings and things I've heard you say with your own words.
Okay.
I know it's not the truth. And that's why I'm giving you this last opportunity to tell me the truth.
I've told you the truth. And I would like to go now. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable with this whole thing.
Right. Can you sit here long enough for me to get your worker to come back up here?
Yeah.
I'll have him walk up, and that way he can walk up with you.
So woman?
No, the guy that you were here with.
Ah, I thought you meant my social worker, Allison.
She may be here. I'll have to go check.
Young's behavior and dismissal of the police as a 15-year-old is frankly shocking. He's handling himself in a manner that only someone who's been through the system a few times could. Someone like Gowker. Gowker eventually makes his way back to Kentucky, and that is a whole story in and of itself. He was supposed to be transferred out of Alabama, but instead they just released him, so the U.S. Marshals had to dispatch and apprehend him. What a nightmare. So he's back in custody, he's back in Kentucky, these kidnapping charges end up falling through, so all of that is behind him now, and he's behind bars himself. And that's when Gowker has a recorded conversation with police about the Zwicker murder, and that's where Gowker starts to cough up some information.
They asked Trey what time it was. Trey pulled his phone out of his pocket, and then when he put the phone back in there, he hit Trey in the head with it. And then when he fell, he said he hit him like 15 times.
Gowker implicates Young as the man behind the murder. Extremely odd turn of events. Gowker and Young seem to be thick as thieves. Why the change? Why the turn? This statement, combined with a call that Gowker had with Cassie earlier, ultimately led to Josh Young's arrest and charge for the murder of Trey Zwicker. But then Gowker's story changed again. Gowker is now taking responsibility for the whole thing and saying that he killed Trey.
And what are you serving?
Life.
For what?
Killing Trey.
Did you enter into a guilty plea, or did a jury find you guilty?
I just pled guilty.
Can you tell the jury what you told the judge when you pled guilty? What the facts were?
That I killed him for stealing from me and for keeping on stealing shit, you know. But that wasn't really I mean, I don't know. It just felt right at the time, but that wasn't why I did it. I mean, it's not like I wanted Trey to die, or if I could do it over, I'd kill him again. None of that, you know. I mean, his mother killed a couple of mine, and it just felt right. I mean, I know it sounds monstrous and all that shit, but it's not. If we was in the Old Testament, it'd be the same thing. I don't know if he came downstairs or came in from the back porch or whatever, where he came from. I don't know. I know what you're doing. You're trying to make microscopic little holes in the shit that I didn't even give a fuck about 2 years ago. So how can I tell you the exact thing now when I really didn't give a fuck then?
If you're telling the truth, it shouldn't be too hard
I'm
for
a
you.
fucking... yeah, but goddamn, I've lied this whole fucking time, except for since arraignment. Since arraignment court, I've told you I've done it. I admitted everything I've done. I've been sentenced for it. Life in prison.
The evidence against Young was circumstantial at best, but in reality it was all hearsay and otherwise non-existent. Aside from cousin Cassie saying that Young showed up to her house, there was no one else and nothing else that really linked him to the crime. So after a 10-day trial,
we, the jury, find the defendant Joshua Young not guilty under instruction number 1.
One of only a few times Josh Young has shown any emotion throughout this trial. Young's attorney says they're thrilled.
He was thrilled and looking forward to his new life.
Josh Young was found not guilty, and Gowker pled guilty and he received life in prison, and that's where the story ends and everybody's happy. Nope. Well, as we all expected, Josh Young turned out to be a huge piece of shit, just like his dad. After the trial, he immediately starts getting into trouble again, and this is so shameless. He even appears on the Dr. Phil show. Dr. Phil does a 2-part expose on the case of Trey Zwicker, season 12, episode 109 and episode 110. My dad tried to frame me for murder. Yeah. For the entirety of both episodes, Young is just saying that he's not guilty of anything, sprinkled in with cousin Cassie saying that, yeah, she saw him the night of the murder and this and that. But the worst part of all is that the Zwicker parents are sitting on stage next to Young the entire time. Nothing really results from this, but there's some takeaways that I think are important. The first one is that Young does agree to do a polygraph, but ultimately at the end backs out of it. The second one is that cousin Cassie agrees to a polygraph, but at the end of it, she's found to be wholly deceptive. The implications of that are unlimited, but ultimately it's just something we can make note of. It's not something that's admissible or anything like that in court. And the third one is on that second episode at 35 minutes in and 35 seconds, Dr. Young tells Cassie that Josh Young has no reason to egress against you, basically saying that Josh Young has no reason to retaliate against her. Well, that's pretty interesting because just a few months after this was filmed and released, Josh Young was arrested for assaulting Cassie's boyfriend, John Robertson, for the incriminating statements that he made during the trial. You got that one wrong, Dr. Phil. Young continued his streak of trying to fill his father's shoes in, ultimately catching a gun charge and becoming a felon. Who would have thought, right? Big Josh Gowker, is keeping busy as well. While he was convicted in July of 2013 for Trey's murder, only 7 months later, he's now asking to have his confession thrown out. Once again, Josh Gowker.
In July, Gowker was given a life sentence. 7 months later, Gowker filed a motion stating he lied to save his son, Josh Young.
My attorney, Mark Hall, knew what I was doing, knew that I was going to come in here and lie and take the blame for my son, and not only allowed me to do it, but coached me along the way. Even in here, which we're about to watch, I guess, he told me before we walked in here to keep my answers short. I committed murder several times.
It's kind of interesting that I asked you the question during the plea hearing that, was it your plan to, at a later date, try and set aside your guilty plea? Remember that?
Yes, sir. And that wasn't a lie. I mean, I've admitted I've lied throughout the whole thing. But I thought, even though at that moment Josh was still charged with this, that as soon as that went everywhere, that I said I did it, you accepted my guilty plea, I thought they would dismiss it. And then I would...
That was all part of your master plan.
Well, I mean, I had to do what whatever I could, man, to save my son. He's 15 years old, facing life in prison.
And it's here that the story goes kind of stagnant. Josh Young is out there being a criminal. Josh Gowker is trying to get his confession thrown out. But then that gun charge happened. The gun charge that turned Josh Young into a felon. While serving his sentence in a federal prison for that, Josh Young does an interview and writes a letter, flipping the story on its back once more.
Did you murder your stepbrother, Trey Zwicker?
Yeah, I killed him, but to keep it real, I don't consider him my stepbrother. I mean, my dad was just having sex with his mom, but my dad was also having sex with a lot of women.
Josh, walk me through that day. What happened?
I guess he wanted to smoke some weed or something. I had some weed, and then I took him out behind Liberty. And I didn't really plan it, but I can't really remember the exact words he said when we was down there smoking, but he got smart. And I was young, my brain wasn't fully developed, not processed author because maybe a little weed, so I'm not in my right state of mind. And I just had enough, saying a little smart. So before I knew it, I done hit him with the baseball bat. Then once I hit him, I just couldn't stop hitting him. And so that's something that I haven't publicly told anybody until now.
Do you know how many times you beat him?
I lost count. I know when I hit him the first time, he fell flat out. It started shaking and making all kinds of weird little noises. It was freaking me out. You know what I'm saying? So probably 20. Overkill for real, way too many times.
What was going through your mind in that moment when you were beating him and then afterwards?
Damn, I mean, you can't cry over spilled milk like they say, so I mean, ain't no taking it back.
Why did you do it?
For one, I just didn't like him. He had a big mouth with no actions to back it up. But for two, he told on me one night when we got pulled over by the police, coming home from a house party. And I had some weed on me, and he told on me about that, something petty.
Did your dad tell you or prompt you or instruct you to kill Trey?
Absolutely not. If anything, he would have instructed me to never do that.
So Josh Young writes a multi-page letter admitting to his guilt and does an interview with a local media station, completely taking the blame and responsibility for Trey Zwicker's murder. It is never ending with these two. So how did we get to this point? How did everything get so messed up? Well, you see, Gowker says that when he was on that vacation, Josh Young ended up admitting to him that he killed Trey Zwicker. He makes his son not tell him any details just in case he needs to pass a polygraph, but he also coached Young on what he needs to say when the police eventually catch up with him. Here's a quote from Josh Gowker. I told Josh, I said, listen, if they catch us, just start saying things like, I deserve a mommy too. Why can't I have a mommy? Trey's got a mommy and I don't. Make it look like you just snapped. They were caught as they expected, and while Josh Gowker stuck to the pre-rehearsed story, Josh Young did not. Josh Young refused to tell police anything, but at the same time, Josh Gowker is telling police that his son killed Zwicker with a bat. Once again, Josh Gowker. I didn't know what to do after that. He didn't follow the plan. I didn't know what to do, so I just told him I did it. It's almost guaranteed that Gowker thought that Young would get a comparatively lighter sentence, given the age and the pre-rehearsed motive, and that he and his son would be free and reunited after Young needed to serve only just a few years for the death of Trey Zwicker. The courts, however, have yet to make any move one way or another. The reason why is up to anyone's guess. So what exactly happened the night of Trey's murder? Well, the harsh reality is that we're probably never going to know, but the harsher reality is that Trey's loved ones are never going to know either. Josh Young was found not guilty for the murder, and because he was found not guilty, he can't be tried again for the same crime. It's double jeopardy. Remember, they didn't drop the charges after Gowker came out saying that he did it, they just added on charges to Gowker. Josh Young actually faced trial for the crime and was found not guilty. Now Gowker, while he may or may not have been the one to actually swing into the back of Trey's head, he 100% was at least partially responsible for what happened before and after the murder. I'll leave you with this final clip that Gowker gave while in prison when he was asked if he thinks that he's a good father.
Were you a good father?
Probably not by society standards. I mean, to him, I'm probably father of the year, but to the normal people, probably not.
Some would argue and say that taking the fall for your son was probably the only decent thing you've done with your life.
It's the biggest, and I can't disagree with that. Can't disagree with that. It's the biggest. It's the It probably is it is by far the most decent, realest thing I've ever done.
Time and due process will tell us what happens next. Joshua Gowker is serving a life sentence at the Kentucky State Prison, and unless he's granted parole, which he's eligible for in October of 2031, he'll remain there for the rest of his sentence. Josh Young is currently serving 5 years at the Rotorua Assessment Center for receiving stolen property. He becomes eligible for parole in February of 2026 and has a maximum release date of February 20th, 2028. Assuming he doesn't pick up any new charges, he'll remain there for the rest of his sentence. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Morbid Curiosity. I'm sorry it took so long to make. I had a different case that I was working on and I ended up switching to this one, and this one ended up becoming a whole thing. But thank you for being patient. Thank you all for supporting. And thank you all so much for every like, comment, subscription. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the new channel, the secondary channel as well. I got a lot of stuff coming, but I'm excited to see y'all there. And that's it. I'll see you on the next one. Bye.